Those who would repeat the past must control the teaching of history. Bene Gesserit Coda.
When the Gola baby was delivered from the first Bene Gesserit axolotl tank, Mother Superior Darwi O'Drade ordered a quiet celebration in her private dining room atop Central. It was barely dawn, and the two other members of her council, Tamerlane and Belonda, showed impatience at the summons, even though O'Drade had ordered breakfast served by her personal chef. "It isn't every woman who can preside at the birth of her own father," O'Drade quipped, when the others complained they had too many demands on their time to permit of time-wasting nonsense. Only aged Tamerlane showed sly amusement. Belonda held her over-fleshed features expressionless, often her equivalent of a scowl. Was it possible, O'Drade wondered, that Belle had not exercised resentment of the relative opulence in Mother Superior's surroundings? O'Drade's quarters were a distinct mark of her position, but the distinction represented her duties more than any elevation over her sisters. The small dining room allowed her to consult aides during meals. Belonda glanced this way and that, obviously impatient to be gone. Much effort had been expended without success in attempts to break through Belonda's coldly remote shell. "It felt very odd to hold that baby in my arms and think, 'This is my father,'" O'Drade said. "I heard you the first time," Belonda spoke from the belly, almost a baritone rumbling, as though each word caused her vague indigestion. She understood O'Drade's wry jest, though. The old Basha Miles Tegg had indeed been the Mother Superior's father, and O'Drade herself had collected cells, as fingernail scrapings, to grow this new Gola, part of a long-time possibility plan, should they ever succeed in duplicating Tleilaxu tanks. But Belonda would be drummed out of the Bene Gesserit rather than go along with O'Drade's comment on the Sisterhood's vital equipment. "I find this frivolous at such a time," Belonda said. "Those mad women hunting us to exterminate us, and you want a celebration." O'Drade held herself to a mild tone with some effort. "If the Honored Matres find us before we are ready, perhaps it will be because we failed to keep up our morale." Belonda's silent stare directly into O'Drade's eyes carried frustrating accusation. "Those terrible women already have exterminated 16 of our planets." O'Drade knew it was wrong to think of those planets as Bene Gesserit possessions. The loosely organized confederation of planetary governments assembled after the famine times and the scattering depended heavily on the Sisterhood for vital services and reliable communications, but old factions persisted. Choam, Spacing Guild, Tleilaxu, remnant pockets of the divided gods' priesthood, even fish-speaker auxiliaries and schismatic assemblages. The divided god had bequeathed humankind a divided empire, all of whose factions were suddenly moot because of rampaging Honored Matre assaults from the scattering. The Bene Gesserit, holding to most of their old forms, were the natural prime target for attack. Belonda's thoughts never strayed far from this Honored Matre threat. It was a weakness O'Drade recognized. Sometimes O'Drade hesitated on the point of replacing Belonda, but even in the Bene Gesserit there were factions these days, and no one could deny that Belle was a supreme organizer. Archives had never been more efficient than under her guidance. As she frequently did, Belonda, without even speaking the words, managed to focus Mother Superior's attention on the hunters who stalked them with savage persistence. It spoiled the mood of quiet success O'Drade had hoped to achieve this morning. She forced herself to think of the new Gola. Tegg. If his original memories could be restored, the Sisterhood once more would have the finest Basha ever to serve them. A Mentat Basha. A military genius whose prowess already was the stuff of myths in the old empire. But would even Tegg be of use against these women returned from the scattering? By whatever gods may be, the Honored Matres must not find us. Not yet. Tegg represented too many disturbing unknowns and possibilities. Mystery surrounded the period before his death in the destruction of Dune. He did something on Gamu to ignite the unbridled fury of the Honored Matres. His suicidal stand on Dune should not have been enough to bring this berserk response. There were rumors, bits and pieces from his days on Gamu before the Dune disaster. He could move too fast for the human eye to see. Had he done that? Another outcropping of wild abilities in Atreides' genes? Mutation? Or just more of the Teg myth? The Sisterhood had to learn as soon as possible. An acolyte brought in 3 breakfasts, and the sisters ate quickly, as though this interruption must be put behind them without delay, because time wasted was dangerous. Even after the others had gone, Odrade was left with the aftershock of Belonda's unspoken fears. And my fears. She rose and went to the wide window that looked across lower rooftops to part of the ring of orchards and pastures around Central. Late spring and already fruit beginning to form out there. Rebirth. A new Teg was born today. No feeling of elation accompanied the thought. Usually she found the view restorative, but not this morning. What are my real strengths? What are my facts? The resources at a Mother Superior's command were formidable. Profound loyalty in those who served her. A military arm under a Teg-trained Basha, far away now with a large portion of their troops guarding the school planet, Lampadas. Artisans and technicians, spies and agents throughout the old empire, countless workers who looked to the Sisterhood to protect them from Honored Matres, and all the reverend mothers with other memories reaching into the dawn of life. Odrade knew without false pride that she represented the peak of what was strongest in a reverend mother. If her personal memories did not provide needed information, she had others around her to fill the gaps. Machine-stored data as well, although she admitted to a native distrust of it. Odrade found herself tempted to go digging in those other lives she carried as secondary memory, these subterranean layers of awareness. Perhaps she could find brilliant solutions to their predicament in experiences of others. Dangerous. You could lose yourself for hours, fascinated by the multiplicity of human variations. Better to leave other memories balanced in there, ready on demand or intruding out of necessity. Consciousness. That was the fulcrum and her grip on identity. Duncan Idaho's odd mentat metaphor helped. Self-awareness, facing mirrors that pass through the universe, gathering new images on the way, endlessly reflexive. The infinite seen as finite, the analogue of consciousness carrying the sensed bits of infinity. She had never heard words come closer to her wordless awareness. Specialized complexity, Idaho called it. We gather, assemble, and reflect our systems of order. Indeed, it was the Bene Gesserit view that humans were life designed by evolution to create order. And how does that help us against these disorderly women who hunt us? What branch of evolution are they? Is evolution just another name for God? Her sisters would sneer at such bootless speculation. Still, there might be answers in other memory. Ah, how seductive! How desperately she wanted to project her beleaguered self into past identities and feel what it had been to live then. The immediate peril of this enticement chilled her. She felt other memory crowding the edges of awareness. It was like this. No, it was more like this. How greedy they were. You had to pick and choose, discreetly animating the past. And was that not the purpose of consciousness, the very essence of being alive? Select from the past and match it against the present. Learn consequences. That was the Bene Gesserit view of history. Ancient Santayana's words resonating in their lives. Those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it. The buildings of Central itself, this most powerful of all Bene Gesserit establishments, reflected that attitude wherever Odrade turned. Usiform, that was the commanding concept. Little about any Bene Gesserit working centre was allowed to become non-functional, preserved out of nostalgia. The Sisterhood had no need for archaeologists. Reverend Mothers embodied history. Slowly, much slower than usual, the view out her high window produced its calming effect. What her eyes reported, that was Bene Gesserit order. But Honored Matres could end that order in the next instant. The Sisterhood's situation was far worse than what they had suffered under the tyrant. Many of the decisions she was forced to make now were odious. Her workroom was less agreeable because of actions taken here. Write off our Bene Gesserit keep on Palma. That suggestion was in Belonda's morning report waiting on the work table. O'Drade fixed an affirmative notation to it. Yes, write it off because Honored Matre attack is imminent and we cannot defend them or evacuate them. 1,100 Reverend Mothers, and the Fates alone knew how many acolytes, postulants, and others dead or worse because of that one word. Not to mention all the ordinary lives existing in the Bene Gesserit shadow. The strain of such decisions produced a new kind of weariness in O'Drade. Was it a weariness of the soul? Did such a thing as a soul exist? She felt deep fatigue where consciousness could not probe. Weary, weary, weary. Even Belonda showed the strain, and Bell feasted on violence. Tamerlane alone appeared above it, but that did not fool O'Drade. Tam had entered the age of superior observation that lay ahead of all sisters if they survived into it. Nothing mattered then except observations and judgments. Most of this was never uttered except in fleeting expressions on wrinkled features. Tamerlane spoke few words these days, her comments so sparse as to be almost ludicrous. Buy more no ships. Brief Shiana. Review Idaho records. Ask Mabella. Sometimes only grunts issued from her, as though words might betray her. And always the hunters roamed out there, sweeping space for any clue to the location of Chapterhouse. In her most private thoughts, O'Drade saw the no-ships of Honored Matres as corsairs on those infinite seas between the stars. They flew no black flags with skull and crossbones, but that flag was there, nonetheless. Nothing whatsoever romantic about them. Kill and pillage. Amass your wealth in the blood of others. Drain that energy and build your killer no-ships on ways lubricated with blood. And they did not see they would drown in red lubricant if they kept on this course. There must be furious people out there in that human scattering where Honored Matres originated. People who live out their lives with a single fixed idea. Get them. It was a dangerous universe where such ideas were allowed to float around freely. Good civilizations took care that such ideas did not gain energy, did not even get a chance for birth. When they did occur, by chance or accident, they were to be diverted quickly because they tended to gather mass. O'Drade was astonished that the Honored Matres did not see this, or, seeing it, ignored it. Full-blown hysterics, Tamerlane called them. Xenophobia, Belonda disagreed, always correcting, as though control of archives gave her a better hold on reality. Both were right, O'Drade thought. The Honored Matres behaved hysterically. All outsiders were the enemy. The only people they appeared to trust were the men they sexually enslaved, and those only to a limited degree. Constantly testing, according to Mabella, our only captive Honored Matre, to see if their hold was firm. Sometimes, out of mere pique, they may eliminate someone just as an example to others. Mabella's words, and they forced the question, are they making an example of us? See, this is what happens to those who dare oppose us. Mabella had said, you've aroused them. Once aroused, they will not desist until they have destroyed you. Get the outsiders. Singularly direct. A weakness in them if we play it right, O'Drade thought. Xenophobia carried to a ridiculous extreme? Quite possibly. Odrade pounded a fist on her work table, aware that the action would be seen and recorded by sisters who kept constant watch on Mother Superior's behaviour. She spoke aloud then for the omnipresent com-eyes and watchdog sisters behind them. "We will not sit and wait in defensive enclaves. We've become as fat as Belonda, and let her fret over that, thinking we've created an untouchable society and enduring structures." Odrade swept her gaze around the familiar room. "This place is one of our weaknesses." She took her seat behind the work table, thinking, of all things, about architecture and community planning. Well, that was a Mother Superior's right. Sisterhood communities seldom grew at random. Even when they took over existing structures, as they had with the old Harkonnen keep on Gamu, they did so with rebuilding plans. They wanted pneumotubes to shunt small packages and messages, light lines and hard ray projectors to transmit encrypted words. They considered themselves masters at safeguarding communications. Acolyte and Reverend Mother couriers, committed to self-destruction rather than betray their superiors, carried the more important messages. She could visualize it out there beyond her window and beyond this planet. Her web, superbly organized and manned, each Bene Gesserit an extension of the others. Where Sisterhood survival was concerned, there was an untouchable core of loyalty. Backsliders there might be, some spectacular, as the Lady Jessica, grandmother of the tyrant, but they slid only so far. Most upsets were temporary. And all of that was a Bene Gesserit pattern, a weakness. Odrade admitted a deep agreement with Belonda's fears. "But I'll be damned if I allow such things to depress all joy of living." That would be giving in to the very thing those rampaging Honored Matres wanted. "It's our strengths the hunters want," Odrade said, looking up at the ceiling com-eyes. "Like ancient savages eating the hearts of enemies. Well, we will give them something to eat, all right, and they will not know until too late that they cannot digest it." Except for preliminary teachings tailored to acolytes and postulants, the Sisterhood did not go in much for admonitory sayings. But Odrade had her own private watchwords. "Someone has to do the ploughing." She smiled to herself as she bent to her work much refreshed. This room, this Sisterhood, these were her garden, and there were weeds to be removed, seeds to plant. And fertilizer. Mustn't forget the fertilizer.
When I set out to lead humanity along my golden path, I promised a lesson their bones would remember. I know a profound pattern humans deny with words even while their actions affirm it. They say they seek security and quiet, conditions they call peace. Even as they speak, they create seeds of turmoil and violence. Leda II, the God Emperor.
"So she calls me Spider Queen." Great Honored Matre leaned back in a heavy chair set high on a dais. Her withered breast shook with silent chuckles. "She knows what will happen when I get her in my web. Suck her dry, that's what I'll do." A small woman with unremarkable features and muscles that twitched nervously, she looked down on the skylighted yellow tile floor of her audience room. A Bene Gesserit Reverend Mother sprawled there in sugar-wire bindings. The captive made no attempt to struggle. Sugar-wire was excellent for this purpose. Cut her arms off, it would. The chamber where she sat suited Great Honored Matre as much for its dimensions as for the fact that it had been taken from others. 300 meters square, it had been designed for convocations of guild navigators here on Junction, each navigator in a monstrous tank. The captive on that yellow floor was a mote in immensity. This weakling took too much joy in revealing what her so-called superior named me. But it was still a lovely morning, Great Honored Matre thought, except that no tortures or mental probes worked on these witches. How could you torture someone who might choose to die at any moment? And did. They had ways of suppressing pain, too. Very wily, these primitives. She's loaded with shear, too. A body infused with that damnable drug deteriorated beyond the reach of probes before it could be examined adequately. Great Honored Matres signaled an aide. That one nudged the sprawled Reverend Mother with a foot, and at a further signal eased the sugar wire bindings to allow minimal movement. "What is your name, child?" Great Honored Matre asked, her voice rasped hoarsely with age and false bonhomie. "I am called Sabanda." Clear young voice, still untouched by the pain of probings. "Would you like to watch us capture a weak male and enslave him?" Great Honored Matre asked. Sabanda knew the proper response to this. They had been warned. "I will die first." She said it calmly, staring up at that ancient face, the color of a dried root left too long in the sun. Those odd orange flecks in the crone's eyes, a sign of anger, proctors had told her. A loosely hung red-gold robe with black dragon figures down its open face and red leotards beneath it only emphasized the scrawny figure they covered. Great Honored Matre did not change expression, even with a recurrent thought about these witches. Damn them. "What was your task on that dirty little planet where we took you?" "A teacher of the young." "I'm afraid we didn't leave any of your young alive." Now why does she smile? To offend me, that's why. "Did you teach your young ones to worship the witch Shiana?" Great Honored Matre asked. "Why should I teach them to worship a sister? Shiana would not like that." "Would not? Are you saying she has come back to life and you know her?" "Is it only the living we know?" How clear and fearless the voice of this young witch. They had remarkable self-control, but even that could not save them. Odd, though, how this cult of Shiana persisted. It would have to be rooted out, of course, destroyed the way the witches themselves were being destroyed. Great Honored Matre lifted a little finger of her right hand. A waiting aide approached the captive with an injection. Perhaps this new drug would free a witch's tongue, perhaps not. No matter. Sabanda grimaced when the injector touched her neck. In seconds, she was dead. Servants carried the body away. It would be fed to captive futars. Not that futars were much use. Wouldn't breed in captivity. Wouldn't obey the most ordinary commands. Sullen, waiting. Were handlers, one might ask, or other useless words would spill from their humanoid mouths. Still, futars provided some pleasures. Captivity also demonstrated they were vulnerable, just as these primitive witches were. We'll find the witch's hiding place. It's only a matter of time.
The person who takes the banal and ordinary and illuminates it in a new way can terrify. We do not want our ideas changed. We feel threatened by such demands. I already know the important things, we say. Then changer comes and throws our old ideas away. The Zen Sufi Master.
Miles Tegg enjoyed playing in the orchards around Central. O'Drade had first taken him here when he could just toddle. One of his earliest memories, hardly more than 2 years old and already aware he was a Gola, though he did not understand the word's full meaning. "You are a special child," O'Drade said. "We made you from cells taken from a very old man." Although he was a precocious child, and her words had a vaguely disturbing sound, he was more interested then in running through tall summer grass beneath the trees. Later, he added other orchard days to that first one, accumulating as well impressions about O'Drade and the others who taught him. He recognized quite early that O'Drade enjoyed the excursions as much as he did. One afternoon in his 4th year, he told her, "Spring is my favorite time." Mine too. When he was 7, and already showing the mental brilliance coupled to holographic memory that had caused the Sisterhood to place such heavy responsibilities on his previous incarnation, he suddenly saw the orchards as a place touching something deep inside him. This was his first real awareness that he carried memories he could not recall. Deeply disturbed, he turned to Audrey, who stood outlined in light against the afternoon sun, and said, "There are things I can't remember." "One day you will remember," she said. He could not see her face against the bright light, and her words came from a great shadow place, as much within him as from Audrey. That year he began studying the life of the Basher Miles Tegg, whose cells had started his new life. Audrey had explained some of this to him, holding up her fingernails. "I took tiny scrapings from his neck, cells of his skin, and they held all we needed to bring you to life." There was something intense about the orchards that year. Fruit larger and heavier, bees almost frenetic. "It's because of the desert growing larger down there in the south," Audrey said. She held his hand as they walked through a dew-fresh morning beneath burgeoning apple trees. Tegg stared southward through the trees, momentarily mesmerized by leaf-dappled sunlight. He had studied about the desert, and he thought he could feel the weight of it on this place. "Trees can sense their end approaching," Audrey said. "Life breeds more intensely when threatened." "The air is very dry," he said. "That must be the desert." "Notice how some of the leaves have gone brown and curled at the edges? We've had to irrigate heavily this year." He liked it that she seldom talked down to him. It was mostly one person to another. He saw curled brown on leaves. The desert did that. Deep in the orchard, they listened quietly for a time to birds and insects. Bees, working the clover of a nearby pasture, came to investigate, but he was pheromone-marked, as were all who walked freely on Chapterhouse. They buzzed past him, sensed identifiers, and went away about their business with blossoms. "Apples," Audrey pointed westward. "Peaches." His attention went where she directed. And yes, there were the cherries east of them beyond the pasture. He saw resin ribbing on the limbs. "Seeds and young shoots had been brought here on the original no-ships some 1,500 years ago," she said, "and had been planted with loving care." Tegg visualized hands grubbing in dirt, gently patting earth around young shoots, careful irrigation, the fencing to confine the cattle to wild pastures around the first Chapterhouse plantations and buildings. By this time, he already had begun learning about the giant sandworm the Sisterhood had spirited from Rakis. Death of that worm had produced creatures called sand trout. Sand trout were why the desert grew. Some of this history touched accounts of his previous incarnation, a man they called the Basher, a great soldier who had died when terrible women called Honored Matres destroyed Rakis. Tegg found such studies both fascinating and troubling. He sensed gaps in himself, places where memories ought to be. The gaps called out to him in dreams, and sometimes when he fell into reverie, faces appeared before him. He could almost hear words. Then there were times he knew the names of things before anyone told him, especially names of weapons. Momentous things grew in his awareness. This entire planet would become desert. A change started because Honored Matres wanted to kill these Bene Gesserit who raised him. Reverend mothers who controlled his life often awed him. Black-robed, austere, those blue-in-blue eyes with absolutely no white. The spice did that, they said. Only Audrey showed him anything he took for real affection, and Audrey was someone very important. Everyone called her Mother Superior, and that was what she told him to call her, except when they were alone in the orchards. Then he could call her Mother. On a morning walk near harvest time in his 9th year, just over the third rise in the apple orchards north of Central, they came on a shallow depression free of trees and lush with many different plants. Audrey put a hand on his shoulder and held him where they could admire black stepping stones in a meander track through massed greenery and tiny flowers. She was in an odd mood. He heard it in her voice. "Ownership is an interesting question," she said. "Do we own this planet, or does it own us? I like the smells here, he said. She released him and urged him gently ahead of her. We planted for the nose here, Miles. Aromatic herbs. Study them carefully and look them up when you get back to the library. Oh, do step on them, when he started to avoid a plant runner in his path. He placed his right foot firmly on green tendrils and inhaled pungent odors. They were made to be walked on and give up their savor, O'Drade said. Proctors have been teaching you how to deal with nostalgia. Have they told you nostalgia often is driven by the sense of smell? Yes, Mother. Turning to look back at where he had stepped, he said, That's rosemary. How do you know? Very intense. He shrugged. I just know. That may be an original memory. She sounded pleased. As they continued their walk in the aromatic hollow, O'Drade's voice once more became pensive. Each planet has its own character, where we draw patterns of old Earth. Sometimes it's only a faint sketch, but here we have succeeded. She knelt and pulled a twig from an acid-green plant. Crushing it in her fingers, she held it to his nose. Sage. She was right, but he could not say how he knew. I've smelled that in food. Is that like melange? It improves flavor but won't change consciousness. She stood and looked down at him from her full height. Mark this place well, Miles. Our ancestral worlds are gone, but here we have recaptured part of our origins. He sensed she was teaching him something important. He asked O'Drade, Why did you wonder if this planet owned us? My sisterhood believes we are stewards of the land. Do you know about stewards? Like Reuterro, my friend Yorgi's father. Yorgi says his older sister will be steward of their plantation someday. Correct. We have a longer residence on some planets than any other people we know of, but we are only stewards. If you don't own Chapterhouse, who does? Perhaps nobody. My question is, how have we marked each other, my sisterhood, and this planet? He looked up at her face and down at his hands. Was Chapterhouse marking him right now? Most of the marks are deep inside us. She took his hand. Come along. They left the aromatic dell and climbed up into Reuterro's domain, O'Drade speaking as they went. The Sisterhood seldom creates botanical gardens, she said. Gardens must support far more than eyes and nose. Food? Yes. Supportive first of our lives, gardens produce food. That dell back there is harvested for our kitchens. He felt her words flow into him, lodging there among the gaps. He sensed planning for centuries ahead, trees to replace building beams, to hold watersheds, plants to keep lake and river banks from crumbling, to hold topsoil safe from rain and wind, to maintain seashores, and even in the waters, to make places for fish to breed. The Bene Gesserit also thought of trees for shade and shelter, or to cast interesting shadows on lawns. Trees and other plants for all of our symbiotic relationships, she said. Symbiotic? It was a new word. She explained with something she knew he already had encountered, going out with others to harvest mushrooms. Fungi won't grow except in the company of friendly roots. Each has a symbiotic relationship with a special plant. Each growing thing takes something it needs from the other. She went on at length, and bored with learning, he kicked a clump of grass, then saw how she stared at him in that disturbing way. Had he done something offensive? Why was it right to step on one growing thing and not on another? Miles, grass keeps the wind from carrying topsoil into difficult places such as the bottoms of rivers. He knew that tone, reprimanding. He stared down at the grass he had offended. These grasses feed our cattle. Some have seeds we eat in bread and other foods. Some cane grasses are windbreaks. He knew that. Trying to divert her, he said, Windbrakes? She did not smile, and he knew he had been wrong to think he could fool her. Resigned to it, he listened as she went on with the lesson. When the desert came, she told him, Grapes, their taproots down several 100 meters, probably would be the last to go. Orchards would die first. Why do they have to die? To make room for more important life. Sandworms and melange. He saw he had pleased her by knowing the relationship between sandworms and the spice the Bene Gesserit needed for their existence. He was not sure how that need worked, but he imagined a circle. Sandworms to sand trout, to melange and back again, and the Bene Gesserit took what they needed from the circle. He was still tired of all this teaching and asked, "If all these things are going to die anyway, why do I have to go back to the library and learn their names?" "Because you're human, and humans have this deep desire to classify, to apply labels to everything." "Why do we have to name things like that?" "Because that way we lay claim to what we name. We assume an ownership that can be misleading and dangerous." So she was back on ownership. "My street, my lake, my planet," she said. "My label forever. A label you give to a place or thing may not even last out your lifetime except as a polite sop granted by conquerors or as a sound to remember in fear." "Dune," he said. "You are quick." "Honored Matres burned Dune." "They'll do the same to us if they find us." "Not if I'm your basher." The words were out of him without thought, but once spoken, he felt they might have some truth. Library accounts said the basher had made enemies tremble just by appearing on a battlefield. And though she knew what he was thinking, O'Drade said, "The basher Teg was just as famous for creating situations where no battle was necessary." "But he fought your enemies." "Never forget Dune, Miles. He died there." "I know." "Do the proctors have you studying Caladan yet?" "Yes. It's called Dan in my histories." "Labels, Miles. Names are interesting reminders, but most people don't make other connections. Boring history, eh? Names. Convenient pointers. Useful mostly with your own kind." "Are you my kind?" It was a question that plagued him, but not in those words until this instant. "We are Atreides, you and I. Remember that when you return to your study of Caladan." When they went back through the orchards and across a pasture to the vantage knoll with its limbed-framed view of Central, Teg saw the administrative complex and its barrier plantations with new sensitivity. He held this close as they went down the fenced lane to the arch into First Street. "A living jewel," O'Drade called Central. As they passed under it, he looked up at the street name burned into the entrance arch. Galach in an elegant script with flowing lines, Bene Gesserit decorative. All streets and buildings were labelled in that same cursive. Looking around him at Central, the dancing fountain in the square ahead of them, the elegant details, he sensed a depth of human experience. The Bene Gesserit had made this place supportive in ways he did not quite fathom. Things picked up in studies and orchard excursions, simple things and complex, came to new focus. It was a latent mentat response, but he did not know this, only sensing that his unfailing memory had shifted some relationships and reorganized them. He stopped suddenly and looked back the way they had come. The orchard out there framed in the arch of the covered street. It was all related. Central's effluent produced methane in fertilizer. He had toured the plant with a proctor. Methane ran pumps and powered some of the refrigeration. "What are you looking at, Miles?" He did not know how to answer, but he remembered an autumn afternoon when O'Drade had taken him over Central in a thopter to tell him about these relationships and give him the overview. Only words then, but now the words had meaning. "As near to a closed ecological circle as we can create," O'Drade had said in the thopter. "Weather controls, orbiters, monitor it, and order the flow lines." "Why are you standing there looking at the orchard, Miles?" Her voice was full of imperatives against which he had no defenses. "In the ornithopter, you said it was beautiful but dangerous." They had only taken one thopter trip together. She caught the reference immediately. The ecological circle. He turned and looked up at her, waiting. "Enclosed," she said. "How tempting it is to raise high walls and keep out change. Rot here in our own self-satisfied comfort." Her words filled him with disquiet. He felt he had heard them before. Some other place, with a different woman holding his hand. "Enclosures of any kind are a fertile breeding ground for hatred of outsiders," she said. "That produces a bitter harvest." Not exactly the same words, but the same lesson. He walked slowly beside Odrade, his hand sweaty in hers. "Why are you so silent, Miles?" "You're farmers," he said. "That's really what you Bene Gesserit do." She saw immediately what had happened. Mentat training coming out in him without his knowing. Best not explore that yet. "We are concerned about everything that grows, Miles. It was perceptive of you to see this." As they parted, she to return to her tower, he to his quarters in the school section, Odrade said, "I will tell your proctors to place more emphasis on subtle uses of power." He misunderstood. "I'm already training with laser guns. They say I'm very good." "So I've heard. But there are weapons you cannot hold in your hands. You can only hold them in your mind."
Rules build up fortifications behind which small minds create satrapies. A perilous state of affairs in the best of times, disastrous during crises. Bene Gesserit, Coda.
Stygian blackness in Great Honored Matres' sleeping chamber. Lonyo, a grand dame and senior aide to the High One, entered from the unlightened hallway as she had been summoned to do, and, seeing darkness, shuddered. These consultations, with no illumination, terrified her, and she knew Great Honored Matre took pleasure from that. It could not be the only reason for darkness, though. Was Great Honored Matre fearful of attack? Several High Ones had been deposed in bed. No, not just that, although it might bear on the choice of settings. Grunts and moans in the darkness. Some Honored Matres snickered and said Great Honored Matre dared bed a futar. Lonyo thought it possible. This Great Honored Matre dared many things. Had she not salvaged some of the weapons from the disaster of the scattering? Futars, though? The sisters knew futars could not be bonded by sex, at least not by sex with humans. That might be the way the enemies of many faces did it, though. Who knew? There was a furry smell in the bedchamber. Lonyo closed the door behind her and waited. Great Honored Matre did not like to be interrupted in whatever she did there within shielding blackness, but she permits me to call her Dama. Another moan, then. "Sit on the floor, Lonyo. Yes, there by the door." "Does she really see me, or only guess?" Lonyo did not have the courage to test it. "Poison. I'll get her that way some day. She's cautious, but she can be distracted." Although her sisters might sneer at it, poison was an accepted tool of succession, provided the successor possessed further ways to maintain ascendancy. "Lonyo, those Ixians you spoke with today, what do they say of the weapon?" "They do not understand its function, Dama. I did not tell them what it was." "Of course not. Will you suggest again that weapon and charge be united?" "Are you sneering at me, Lonyo?" "Dama, I would never do such a thing." "I hope not." Silence. Lonyo understood that they both considered the same problem. Only 300 units of the weapon survived the disaster. Each could be used only once, provided the council, which held the charge, agreed to arm them. Great Honored Matre, controlling the weapon itself, had only half of that awful power. Weapon without charge was merely a small black tube that could be held in the hand. With its charge, it cut a brief swath of bloodless death across the arc of its limited range. "The ones of many faces," Great Honored Matre muttered. Lonyo nodded to the darkness where that muttering originated. "Perhaps she can see me. I do not know what else she salvaged or what the Ixians may have provided her." And the ones of many faces, curse them through eternity, had caused the disaster, them and their futars. The ease with which all but that handful of the weapon had been confiscated, awesome powers. We must arm ourselves well before we return to that battle. Dama is right. That planet, Buzal, Great Honored Matres said, are you sure it's not defended? We detect no defenses. Smugglers say it is not defended. But it is so rich in soulstones. Here in the old empire, people seldom dare attack the witches. I do not believe there are only a handful of them on that planet. It's a trap of some kind. That is always possible, Dama. I do not trust smugglers, Lonyo. Bond a few more of them and test this thing of Buzal again. The witches may be weak, but I do not think they are stupid. Yes, Dama. Tell the Ixians they will displease us if they cannot duplicate the weapon. But without the charge, Dama, we will deal with that when we must. Now leave. Lonyo heard a hissing yes as she let herself out. Even the darkness of the hallway was welcome after the bedchamber, and she hurried toward the light.
We tend to become like the worst in those we oppose. Bene Gesserit Coda.
The water images again. We're turning this whole damned planet into a desert, and I get water images. O'Drade sat in her workroom, the usual morning clutter around her, and sensed Sea Child floating in the waves, washed by them. The waves were the colour of blood. Her Sea Child self anticipated bloody times. She knew where these images originated, the time before Reverend Mothers ruled her life. Childhood in the beautiful home on the Gamo sea coast. Despite immediate worries, she could not prevent a smile. Oysters prepared by Papa. The stew she still preferred. What she remembered best of childhood was the sea excursions. Something about being afloat spoke to her most basic self. Lift and fall of waves, the sense of unbounded horizons with strange new places just beyond the curved limits of a watery world, that thrilling edge of danger implicit in the very substance that supported her. All of it combined to assure her she was Sea Child. Papa was calmer there too, and Mama Sibia happier, face turned into the wind, dark hair blowing. A sense of balance radiated from those times, a reassuring message spoken in a language older than O'Drade's oldest other memory. This is my place, my medium. I am Sea Child. Her personal concept of sanity came from those times. The ability to balance on strange seas, the ability to maintain your deepest self despite unexpected waves. Mama Sibia had given O'Drade that ability long before the Reverend Mothers came and took away their hidden Atreides scion. Mama Sibia, only a foster mother, had taught O'Drade to love herself. In a Bene Gesserit society where any form of love was suspect, this remained O'Drade's ultimate secret. At root, I am happy with myself. I do not mind being alone. Not that any Reverend Mother was ever truly alone after the spice agony flooded her with other memories. But Mama Sibia, and yes, Papa too, acting in loco parentis for the Bene Gesserit, had impressed a profound strength upon their charge during those hidden years. The Reverend Mothers had been reduced to amplifying that strength. Proctors had tried to root out O'Drade's deep desire for personal affinities, but failed at last. Not quite sure they had failed, but always suspicious. They had sent her to Aldanab, finally, a place deliberately maintained as a mimic of the worst in Salusa Secundus, there to be conditioned on a planet of constant testing. A place worse than Dune in some respects. High cliffs and dry gorges, hot winds and frigid winds, too little moisture and too much. The Sisterhood had thought of it as a proving ground for those destined to survive on Dune, but none of this had touched that secret core within O'Drade. Sea Child remained intact. And it is Sea Child warning me now. Was it a prescient warning? She had always possessed this bit of talent, this little twitching that told of immediate peril to the Sisterhood, Atreides' genes reminding her of their presence. Was it a threat to Chapterhouse? No. The ache she could not touch said it was others in danger. Important, though. Lampadas? Her bit of talent could not say. The breeding mistresses had tried to erase this dangerous prescience from their Atreides line, but with limited success. We dare not risk another Kwisatz Haderach. They knew of this quirk in their Mother Superior, but Odrade's late predecessor, Taraza, had advised cautious use of her talent. It had been Taraza's view that Odrade's prescience worked only to warn of dangers to the Bene Gesserit. Odrade agreed. She experienced unwanted moments when she glimpsed threats. Glimpses. And lately she dreamed. It was a vividly recurring dream, every sense attuned to the immediacy of this thing occurring in her mind. She walked across a chasm on a tightrope, and someone, she dared not turn to see who, was coming from behind with an axe to cut the rope. She could feel the rough twists of fibre beneath bare feet. She felt a cold wind blowing, a smell of burning on that wind, and she knew the one with the axe approached. Each perilous step required all of her energy. Step, step. The rope swayed, and she stretched her arms out straight on each side, struggling for balance. If I fall, the Sisterhood falls. The Bene Gesserit would end in the chasm beneath the rope. As with any living thing, the Sisterhood must end sometime. A Reverend Mother dared not deny it. But not here. Not falling, the rope severed. We must not let the rope be cut. I must get across the chasm before the axe-wielder comes. I must! The dream always ended there, her own voice ringing in her ears as she awoke in her sleeping chamber, chilled. No perspiration. Even in the throes of nightmare, Bene Gesserit restraints did not permit unnecessary excesses. Body does not need perspiration. Body does not get perspiration. As she sat in her workroom, remembering the dream, Odrade felt the depth of reality behind that metaphor of a slender rope. The delicate strand on which I carry the fate of my sisterhood. Sea Child sensed the approaching nightmare and intruded with images of bloody waters. This was no trivial warning. Ominous. She wanted to stand and shout, "Scatter into the weeds, my chicks! Run, run!" And wouldn't that shock the watchdogs? The duties of a Mother Superior required her to put a good face on her tremors and act as though nothing mattered except the formal decisions in front of her. Panic must be avoided. Not that any of her immediate decisions were truly trivial in these times, but calm demeanor was required. Some of her chicks already were running, gone off into the unknown, shared lives in other memory. The rest of her chicks here on Chapterhouse would know when to run. When we are discovered. Their behavior would be governed then by the necessities of the moment. All that really mattered was their superb training. That was their most reliable preparation. Each new Bene Gesserit cell, wherever it finally went, was prepared as was Chapterhouse, total destruction rather than submission. The screaming fire would engorge itself on precious flesh and records. All a captor would find would be useless wreckage, twisted shards peppered with ashes. Some Chapterhouse sisters might escape, but flight at the moment of attack, how futile. Key people shared other memory anyway. Preparation. Mother Superior avoided it. Reasons of morale. Where to run and who might escape, who might be captured. Those were the real questions. What if they captured Shiana down there at the edge of the new desert, waiting for sandworms that might never appear? Shiana plus the sandworms, a potent religious force Honored Matres might know how to exploit. And what if Honored Matres captured Gola, Idaho, or Gola Teg? There might never again be a hiding place if one of those possibilities occurred. What if? What if? Angry frustration said, "Should have killed Idaho the minute we got him. We should never have grown Gola Teg." Only her council members, immediate advisers, and some among the watchdogs shared her suspicion. They sat on it with reservations. None of them felt really secure about those two Golas, not even after mining the no-ship, making it vulnerable to the screaming fire. In those last hours before his heroic sacrifice, had Teg been able to see the unseeable, including no-ships? How did he know where to meet us on that desert of Dune? And if Teg could do it, the dangerously talented Duncan Idaho, with his uncounted generations of accumulated Atreides and unknown genes, might also stumble upon the ability. I might do it myself. With sudden, shocking insight, O'Drade realized for the first time that Tamerlane and Belonder watched their Mother Superior with the same fears that O'Drade felt in watching the two Golas. Merely knowing it could be done, that a human could be sensitized to detect no-ships and the other forms of that shielding, would have an unbalancing effect on their universe. It would certainly set the Honored Matres on a runaway track. There were uncounted Idaho offspring loose in the universe. He had always complained he was no damned stud for the Sisterhood, but he had performed for them many times. Always thought he was doing it for himself, and maybe he was. Any mainline Atreides offspring might have this talent the Council suspected had come to flower in Teg. Where did the months and years go? And the days? Another harvest season, and the Sisterhood remained in its terrible limbo. Mid-morning already, O'Drade realized. The sounds and smells of Central made themselves known to her. People out there in the corridor. Chicken and cabbage cooking in the communal kitchen. Everything normal. What was normal to someone who dwelt in water images even during these working moments? Sea Child could not forget Gamu, the smells, the breeze-blown substance of ocean weeds, the ozone that made every breath oxygen-rich, and the splendid freedom in those around her so apparent in the way they walked and spoke. Conversation on the sea went deeper in a way she had never plumbed. Even small talk had its subterranean elements there, an oceanic elocution that flowed with the currents beneath them. O'Drade felt compelled to remember her own body afloat in that childhood sea. She needed to recapture the forces she had known there, take in the strengthening qualities she had learned in more innocent times. Face down in salty water, holding her breath as long as she could, she floated in a sea-washed now that cleansed away woes. This was stress management reduced to its essence. A great calmness flooded her. I float, therefore I am. Sea Child warned, and Sea Child restored. Without ever admitting it, she had needed restoration desperately. O'Drade had looked at her own face, mirrored in a workroom window the previous night, shocked by the way age and responsibilities combined with fatigue to suck in her cheeks and turn down the corners of her mouth. The sensual lips thinner, the gentle curves of her face elongated. Only the all-blue eyes blazed with their accustomed intensity, and she still was tall and muscular. On impulse, O'Drade punched up the call symbols and stared at a projection above the table. The no-ship sitting on the ground at the Chapterhouse space field, a giant bump of mysterious machinery separated from time. Over the years of its semi-dormancy, it had depressed a great sunken area into the landing flat, becoming almost wedged there. It was a great lump, its engines ticking away only enough to keep it hidden from prescient searchers, especially from guild navigators who would take a special joy in selling out the Bene Gesserit. Why had she called up this image just now? Because of the three people confined there. Sightale, the last surviving Tleilaxu master, Mabella and Duncan Idaho, the sexually bonded pair, held as much by their mutual entrapment as they were by the no-ship. Not simple, any of it. There seldom were simple explanations for any major Bene Gesserit undertaking. The no-ship and its mortal contents could only be classified as a major effort, costly. very costly in energy even in its standby mode. The appearance of parsimonious metering to all of that expenditure spoke of energy crisis, one of Belle's concerns. You could hear it in her voice even when she was being her most objective. "Down to the bone and nowhere else to cut." Every Bene Gesserit knew the watchful eyes of accounting were on them these days, critical of the Sisterhood's outflowing vitality. Belonda strode into the workroom unannounced, with a roll of Redulian crystal records under her left arm. She walked as though she hated the floor, stamping on it as if to say, "There, take that, and that," beating the floor because it was guilty of being underfoot. O'Drade felt her chest tighten as she saw the look in Belle's eyes. The Redulian records went slap as Belonda threw them onto the table. "Lampetus," Belonda said, and there was agony in her voice. O'Drade had no need to open the roll. Sea Child's bloody water has become reality. "Survivors?" Her voice sounded strained. "None." Belonda slumped into the chair dog as she kept on her side of O'Drade's table. Tamerlane entered then and sat behind Belonda. Both looked stricken. "No survivors." O'Drade permitted herself a slow shudder that went from her breasts to the soles of her feet. She did not care that the others saw such a revealing reaction. This workroom had seen worse behavior from sisters. "Who reported?" O'Drade asked. Belonda said, "It came through our Choam spies and had the special mark on it. The rabbi supplied the information, no doubt of it." O'Drade did not know how to respond. She glanced at the wide bow window behind her companions, seeing a soft flutter of snowflakes. Yes, this news deservedly went with winter marshalling its forces out there. The Sisters of Chapterhouse were unhappy about the sudden plunge into winter. Necessities had forced weather control to let the temperature drop precipitately. No gradual decline into winter, no kindness to growing things that now must pass through the freezing dormancy. This was 3 and 4 degrees colder every night. Get the whole thing over in a week or so and plunge them all into the seemingly interminable chill. Cold to match the news about Lampetus. One result of this weather shift was fog. She could see it dissipating as the brief snow flurry ended. Very confusing weather. They got the dew point next to the air temperature and the fog rolled into the remaining wet spots. It lifted from the ground in tulle mists that wandered through leafless orchards like a poisonous gas. No survivors at all. Belonda shook her head from side to side in answer to O'Drade's questioning look. Lampetus. A jewel in the Sisterhood's network of planets, home of their most prized school, another lifeless ball of ashes and hardened melt. And the Bashar Aleph Bosmali, with all of his hand-picked defense force. All dead? "All dead," Belonda said. Bosmali, favourite student of the old Bashar Teg, gone and nothing gained by it. Lampetus, the marvellous library, the brilliant teachers, the premier students, all gone. "Even Lucilla?" O'Drade asked. The Reverend Mother Lucilla, Vice-Chancellor of Lampetus, had been instructed to flee at the first sign of trouble, taking with her as many of the doomed as she could store in other memory. "The spies said all dead," Belonda insisted. It was a chilling signal to surviving Bene Gesserit. You may be next. How could any human society be anesthetized to such brutality, O'Drade wondered. She visualized the news with breakfast at some Honored Matre base. "We've destroyed another Bene Gesserit planet. 10 billion dead, they say. That makes 6 planets this month, doesn't it? Pass the cream, will you, dear?" Almost glassy-eyed with horror, O'Drade picked up the report and glanced through it. From the rabbi, no doubt of that. She put it down gently and looked at her counselors. Belonda, old, fat, and florid. Mentat archivist, wearing lenses to read now, uncaring what that revealed about her. Belonda showed her blunt teeth and a wide grimace that said more than words. She had seen O'Drade's reaction to the report. Belle might argue once more for retaliation in kind. That could be expected from someone valued for her natural viciousness. She needed to be thrown back into mentat mode, where she would be more analytical. In her own way, Belle is right, O'Drade thought, but she won't like what I have in mind. I must be cautious in what I say now. Too soon to reveal my plan. There are circumstances where viciousness can blunt viciousness, O'Drade said. We must consider it carefully. There. That would forestall Belle's outburst. Tamerlane shifted slightly in her chair. O'Drade looked at the older woman. Tam, composed there behind her mask of critical patience. Snowy hair above that narrow face. The appearance of aged wisdom. O'Drade saw through the mask to Tam's extreme severity, the pose that said she disliked everything she saw and heard. In contrast to the surface softness of Belle's flesh, there was a bony solidity to Tamerlane. She still kept herself in trim, her muscles well toned as possible. In her eyes, though, was the thing that belied this, a sense of withdrawing there, pulling back from life. Oh, she observed yet, but something had begun the final retreat. Tamerlane's famed intelligence had become a kind of shrewdness, relying mostly on past observations and past decisions, rather than on what she saw in the immediate present. We must begin readying a replacement. It will be Shiana, I think. Shiana is dangerous to us, but shows great promise. And Shiana was blooded on Dune. O'Drade focused on Tamerlane's shaggy eyebrows. They tended to hang over her lids in a concealing disarray. Yes, Shiana to replace Tamerlane. Knowing the complicated problems they must solve, Tam would accept the decision. At the moment of announcement, O'Drade knew she would only have to turn Tam's attention to the enormity of their predicament. I will miss her, damn it.
You cannot know history unless you know how leaders move with its currents. Every leader requires outsiders to perpetuate his leadership. Examine my career. I was leader and outsider. Do not assume I merely created a church state. That was my function as leader, and I copied historical models. Barbaric arts of my time reveal me as outsider. Favorite poetry? Epics. Popular dramatic ideal, heroism. Dancers, wildly abandoned. Stimulants to make people sense what I took from them. What did I take? The right to choose a role in history. Leda II, The Tyrant. Vither Beebe translation.
I am going to die, Lucilla thought. Please, dear sisters, don't let it come before I pass along the precious burden I carry in my mind. Sisters. The idea of family seldom was expressed among the Bene Gesserit, but it was there. In a genetic sense, they were related, and because of other memory, they often knew where. They had no need for special terms such as second cousin or great aunt. They saw the relationships as a weaver sees his cloth. They knew how the warp and weft created the fabric. A better word than family. It was the fabric of the Bene Gesserit that formed the Sisterhood. But it was the ancient instinct of family that provided the warp. Lucilla thought of her sisters only as family now. The family needed what she carried. I was a fool to seek refuge on Gamu. But her damaged nose-ship would limp no farther. How diabolically extravagant Honored Matres had been. The hatred this implied terrified her. Strewing the escape lanes around Lampadas with death traps, the fold space perimeter seeded with small no-globes, each containing a field projector and laser gun to fire on contact. When the laser hit the Holtzman generator in the no-globe, a chain reaction released the nuclear energy. Bzzz into the trap field, and a devastating explosion spread silently across you. Costly, but efficient. Enough such explosions, and even a giant guild ship would become a crippled derelict in the void. Her ship's system of defensive analyses had penetrated the nature of the trap only when it was too late, but she had been lucky, she supposed. She did not feel lucky as she looked out of the second-story window of this isolated Garmu farmhouse. The window was open, and an afternoon breeze carried the inevitable smell of oil, something dirty in the smoke of a fire out there. The Harkonnens had left their oily mark on this planet so deep it might never be removed. Her contact here was a retired Suk doctor, but she knew him as much more. Something so secret that only a limited number in the Bene Gesserit shared it. The knowledge lay in a special classification, the secrets of which we do not speak, even among ourselves, for that would harm us. The secrets we do not pass from sister to sister in the sharing of lives, for there is no open path. The secrets we dare not know until a need arises. Lucilla had stumbled into it because of a veiled remark by O'Drade. You know an interesting thing about Garmu? There's a whole society there that bans itself on the basis that they all eat consecrated foods. A custom brought in by immigrants who have never been assimilated, keep to themselves, frown on outbreeding, that sort of thing. They ignite the usual mythic detritus, of course, whispers, rumours. Serves to isolate them even more. Precisely what they want. Lucilla knew of an ancient society that fitted itself neatly into this description. She was curious. The society she had in mind supposedly had died out shortly after the second interspace migrations. Judicious browsing in archives whetted her curiosity even more. Living styles, rumour-fogged descriptions of religious rituals, especially the candelabra, and the keeping of special holy days with a proscription against any work on those days. And they were not just on Garmu. One morning, taking advantage of an uncommon lull, Lucilla entered the workroom to test her projective surmise, something not as reliable as a mentats equivalent, but more than theory. You have a new assignment for me, I suspect. I see you've been spending time in archives. It seemed a profitable thing to do just now. Making connections. A surmise. That secret society on Garmu. They're Jews, aren't they? You may have need of special information because of where we are about to post you. Extremely casual. Lucilla sank into Belonda's chair dog without invitation. O'Drade picked up a stylus, scribbled on a sheet of disposable, and passed it to Lucilla in a way that hid it from the calm eyes. Lucilla took the hint and bent over the message, holding it close beneath the shield of her head. Your surmise is correct. You must die before revealing it. That is the price of their cooperation, a mark of great trust. Lucilla shredded the message. O'Drade used eye and palm identification to unseal a panel on the wall behind her. She removed a small Redulian crystal and handed it to Lucilla. It was warm, but Lucilla felt a chill. What could be so secret? O'Drade swung the security hood from beneath her work table and pivoted it into position. Lucilla dropped the crystal into its receptacle with a trembling hand and pulled the hood over her head. Immediately, words formed in her mind, an oral sense of extremely old accents clipped for recognition. The people to whom your attention has been called are the Jews. They made a defensive decision eons ago. The solution to recurrent pogroms was to vanish from public view. Space travel made this not only possible, but attractive. They hid on countless planets, their own scattering, and they probably have planets where only their people live. This does not mean they have abandoned age-old practices in which they excelled out of survival necessity. The old religion is sure to persist even though somewhat altered. It is probable that a rabbi from ancient times would not find himself out of place behind the Sabbath menorah of a Jewish household in your age, but their secrecy is such that you could work a lifetime beside a Jew and never suspect. They call it complete cover, although they know its dangers. Lucilla accepted this without question. That which was so secret would be perceived as dangerous by anyone who even suspected its presence. Else why do they keep it secret, eh? Answer me that. The crystal continued to pour its secrets into her awareness. At the threat of discovery, they have a standard reaction. We seek the religion of our roots. It is a revival, bringing back what is best from our past. Lucilla knew this pattern. There were always nutty revivalists. It was guaranteed to blunt most curiosity. Them, oh, they're another bunch of revivalists. The masking system, the crystal continued, did not succeed with us. We have our own well-recorded Jewish heritage and a fund of other memory to tell us reasons for secrecy. We did not disturb the situation until I, Mother Superior during and after the Battle of Corinth, very old indeed, saw that our sisterhood had need of a secret society, a group responsive to our requests for assistance. Lucilla felt a surge of skepticism. Requests. The long-ago Mother Superior had anticipated skepticism. On occasion, we make demands they cannot avoid, but they make demands on us as well. Lucilla felt immersed in the mystique of this underground society. It was more than ultra-secret. Her clumsy questions in archives had elicited mostly rejections. Jews? What's that? Oh yes, an ancient sect. Look it up for yourself. We don't have time for idle religious research. The crystal had more to impart. Jews are amused and sometimes dismayed at what they interpret as our copying them. Our breeding records dominated by the female line to control the mating pattern are seen as Jewish. You are only a Jew if your mother was a Jew. The crystal came to its conclusion. The diaspora will be remembered. Keeping this secret involves our deepest honor. Lucilla lifted the hood from her head. You are a very good choice for an extremely touchy assignment on Lampadas, O'Drade had said, restoring the crystal to its hiding place. That is past, and likely dead. Look where O'Drade's touchy assignment has brought me. From her vantage in the Garmu farmhouse, Lucilla noted a large produce carrier had entered the grounds. There was a bustle of activity below her. Workers came from all sides to meet the big carrier with tow bins of vegetables. She smelled the pungent juices from the cut stems of marrows. Lucilla did not move from the window. Her host had supplied her with local garments, a long gown of drab grey everwear and a bright blue headscarf to confine her sandy hair. It was important to do nothing calling undue attention to herself. She had seen other women pause to watch the farm work. Her presence here could be taken as curiosity. It was a large carrier, its suspensors labouring under the load of produce already piled in its articulated sections. The operator stood in a transparent house at the front, hands on the steering lever, eyes straight ahead. His legs were spread wide, and he leaned into the web of sloping supports, touching the power bar with his left hip. He was a large man, face dark and deeply wrinkled, hair laced with grey. His body was an extension of the machinery, guiding ponderous movement. He flicked his gaze up to Lucilla as he passed, then back to the track into the wide loading area defined by buildings below her. Built into his machine, she thought. That said something about the way humans were fitted to the things they did. Lucilla sensed a weakening force in this thought. If you fitted yourself too tightly to one thing, other abilities atrophied. We become what we do. She pictured herself suddenly as another operator in some great machine, no different from that man and the carrier. The big machine trundled past her out of the yard, its operator not sparing her another glance. He had seen her once, why look twice? Her hosts had made a wise choice in this hiding place, she thought. A sparsely populated area with trustworthy workers in the immediate vicinity and little curiosity among the people who passed. Hard work dulled curiosity. She had noted the character of the area when she was brought here. Evening then, and people already trudging toward their homes. You could measure the urban density of an area by when work stopped. Early to bed, and you were in a loosely packed region. Night activity said people remained restless, twitchy with inner awareness of others active and vibrating too near. What has brought me to this introspective state? Early in the Sisterhood's first retreat, before the worst onslaughts of the Honored Matres, Lucilla had experienced difficulty coming to grips with belief that someone out there is hunting us with intent to kill. Pogrom. That was what the rabbi had called it before going off that morning. To see what I can do for you. She knew the rabbi had chosen his word from long and bitter memory, but not since her first experience of Gamu before this pogrom had Lucilla felt such confinement to circumstances she could not control. I was a fugitive then, too. The Sisterhood's present situation bore similarities to what they had suffered under the tyrant, except that the God-Emperor, obviously, in retrospect, never intended to exterminate the Bene Gesserit, only to rule them, and he certainly ruled. Where is that damned rabbi? He was a large, intense man with old-fashioned spectacles, a broad face browned by much sunlight. Few wrinkles despite the age she could read in his voice and movements. The spectacles focused attention on deeply set brown eyes that watched her with peculiar intensity. "Honored Matres," he had said, right here in this bare-walled upper room, when she explained her predicament. "Oh my, that is difficult." Lucilla had expected that response, and what was more, she could see he knew it. "There is a guild navigator on Gamu helping the search for you," he said. "It is one of the Edrics. Very powerful, I am told." "I have Siona blood. He cannot see me." "Nor me, nor any of my people, and for the same reason. We Jews adjust to many necessities, you know." "This Edric is a gesture," she said. "He can do little." "But they have brought him. I'm afraid there is no way we can get you safely off the planet." "Then what can we do?" "We will see. My people are not entirely helpless, you understand." She recognized sincerity and concern for her. He spoke quietly of resisting the sexual blandishments of Honored Matres, doing it unobtrusively so as not to arouse them. "I will go whisper in a few ears," he said. She felt oddly restored by this. There often was something coldly remote and cruel about falling into the hands of the medical professions. She reassured herself with the knowledge that souks were conditioned to be alert to your needs, compassionate and supportive. All of those things can fall by the wayside in emergencies. She bent her efforts to restoring calm, focusing on the personal mantra she had gained in solo death education. If I am to die, I must pass along a transcendental lesson. I must leave with serenity. That helped, but still she felt a trembling. The rabbi had been gone too long. Something was wrong. Was I right to trust him? Despite a growing sense of doom, Lucilla forced herself to practice Bene Gesserit naivete as she reviewed her encounter with the rabbi. Her proctors had called this the innocence that goes naturally with inexperience, a condition often confused with ignorance. Into this naivete all things flowed. It was close to mentat performance, information entered without prejudgment. You are a mirror upon which the universe is reflected. That reflection is all you experience. Images bounce from your senses. Hypotheses arise, important even when wrong. Here is the exceptional case where more than one wrong can produce dependable decisions. "We are your willing servants," the rabbi had said. That was guaranteed to alert a reverend mother. The explanations of O'Drade's crystal felt suddenly inadequate. It's almost always profit. She accepted this as cynical, but from vast experience. Attempts to weed it out of human behavior always broke up on the rocks of application. Socializing and communistic systems only changed the counters that measured profits. Enormous managerial bureaucracies, the counter was power. Lucilla warned herself that the manifestations were always the same. Look at this rabbi's extensive farm, retirement retreat for a souk. She had seen something of what lay behind the establishment: servants, richer quarters, and there must be more. No matter the system, it was always the same. The best foods, beautiful lovers, unrestricted travel, magnificent holiday accommodations. It gets very tiresome when you've seen it as often as we have. She knew her mind was jittering, but felt powerless to prevent it. Survival. The very bottom of the demand system is always survival. And I threaten the survival of the rabbi and his people. He had fawned upon her. Always beware of those who fawn upon us, nuzzling up to all of that power we're supposed to have. How flattering to find great mobs of servants waiting and anxious to do our bidding. How utterly debilitating. The mistake of Honored Matres. What is delaying the rabbi? Was he seeing how much he could get for the Reverend Mother Lucilla? A door slammed below, shaking the floor under her feet. She heard hurried footsteps on a stairway. How primitive these people were. Stairways. Lucilla turned as the door opened. The rabbi entered, bringing a rich smell of melange. He stood by the door, assessing her mood. "Forgive my tardiness, dear lady. I was summoned for questioning by Edric, the guild navigator." That explained the smell of spice. Navigators were forever bathed in the orange gas of melange, their features often fogged by the vapors. Lucilla could visualize the navigator's tiny V of a mouth and the ugly flap of nose. Mouth and nose appeared small on a navigator's gigantic face with its pulsing temples. She knew how threatened the rabbi must have felt listening to the sing-song ululations of the navigator's voice with its simultaneous mech translation into impersonal Galach. "What did he want?" "You." "Does he—" "He does not know for sure, but I am certain he suspects us. However, he suspects everybody." "Did they follow you?" "Not necessary. They can find me any time they want." "What shall we do?" She knew she spoke too fast, much too loud. "Dear lady." He came 3 steps closer, and she saw the perspiration on his forehead and nose. Fear. She could smell it. "Well, what is it?" "The economic view behind the activities of Honored Matres. We find them quite interesting." His words crystallized her fears. "I knew it. He's selling me out." "As you Reverend Mothers know very well, there are always gaps in economic systems." "Yes," profoundly wary. "Incomplete suppression of trade in any commodity always increases the profits of the tradesmen, especially the profits of senior distributors." His voice was warningly hesitant. "That is the fallacy of thinking you can control unwanted narcotics by stopping them at your borders." What was he trying to tell her? His words described elementary facts known even to acolytes. Increased profits were always used to buy safe paths past border guards, often by buying the guards themselves. Has he bought servants of the Honored Matres? Surely he doesn't believe he can do that safely. She waited while he composed his thoughts, obviously forming a presentation he believed most likely to gain her acceptance. Why did he point her attention toward border guards? That certainly was what he had done. Guards always had a ready rationalization for betraying their superiors, of course. If I don't, someone else will. She dared to hope. The rabbi cleared his throat. It was apparent he had found the words he wanted and had placed them in order. I do not believe there is any way to get you off Gamu alive. She had not expected such a blunt condemnation. But the information you carry, that is a different matter, he said. So that was behind all of the focusing on borders and guards. You don't understand, Rabbi. My information is not just a few words and some warnings. She tapped a finger against her forehead. In here are many precious lives, all of those irreplaceable experiences, learning so vital that, but I do understand, dear lady. Our problem is that you do not understand. Always these references to understanding. It is your honor upon which I depend at this moment, he said. The legendary honesty and trustworthiness of the Bene Gesserit when we have given our word. You know I will die rather than betray you, she said. He spread his hands wide in a rather helpless gesture. I am fully confident of that, dear lady. The question is not one of betrayal, but of something we have never before revealed to your sisterhood. What are you trying to tell me? Quite peremptory, almost with voice, which she had been warned not to try on these Jews. I must exact a promise from you. I must have your word that you will not turn against us because of what I am about to reveal. You must promise to accept my solution to our dilemma. Sight unseen, only because I ask it of you, and assure you that we honor our commitment to your sisterhood. She glared at him, trying to see through this barrier he had erected between them. His surface reactions could be read, but not the mysterious thing beneath his unexpected behavior. The rabbi waited for this fearsome woman to reach her decision. Reverend mothers always made him uneasy. He knew what her decision must be, and pitied her. He saw that she could read the pity in his expression. They knew so much and so little. Their powers were manifest, and their knowledge of secret Israel so perilous. We owe them this debt, though. She is not of the chosen, but a debt is a debt. Honor is honor. Truth is truth. The Bene Gesserit had preserved secret Israel in many hours of need, and a pogrom was something his people knew without lengthy explanations. Pogrom was embedded in the psyche of secret Israel, and thanks to the unspeakable, the chosen people would never forget. No more than they could forgive. Memory kept fresh in daily ritual, with periodic emphasis in communal sharings, cast a glowing halo on what the rabbi knew he must do. And this poor woman, she too was trapped by memories and circumstances. Into the cauldron, both of us. You have my word, Lucilla said. The rabbi returned to the room's only door and opened it. An older woman in a long brown gown stood there. She stepped in at the rabbi's beckoning gesture. Hair the colour of old driftwood neatly bound in a bun at the back of her head. Face pinched in and wrinkled, dark as a dried almond. Eyes, though, total blue, and that steely hardness within them. This is Rebecca, one of our people, the rabbi said. As I am sure you can see, she has done a dangerous thing. The agony, Lucilla whispered. She did it long ago, and she serves us well. Now she will serve you. Lucilla had to be certain. Can you share? I have never done it, lady, but I know it. As Rebecca spoke, she approached Lucilla and stopped when they were almost touching. They leaned toward each other until their foreheads made contact. Their hands went out and gripped the offered shoulders. As their minds locked, Lucilla forced a projective thought. This must get to my sisters. I promise, dear lady. There could be no deception in this total mixing of minds, this ultimate candor powered by imminent and certain death, or the poisonous mélange essence that ancient Fremen had rightly called the Little Death. Lucilla accepted Rebecca's promise. This wild Reverend Mother of the Jews committed her life to the assurance. Something else. Lucilla gasped as she saw it. The rabbi intended to sell her to the Honored Matres. The driver of the produce carrier had been one of their agents come to confirm that there was indeed a woman of Lucilla's description at the farmhouse. Rebecca's candor gave Lucilla no escape. It is the only way we can save ourselves and maintain our credibility. So that was why the rabbi had made her think of guards and power brokers. Clever, clever. And I accept it, as he knew I would.
You cannot manipulate a marionette with only one string. The Zen Sunni whip.
The Reverend Mother Shiana stood at her sculpting stand, a grey-clawed shaper covering each hand like exotic gloves. The black senziplas on the stand had been taking form under her hands for almost an hour. She felt herself close to the creation that sought realization, surging from a wild place within her. The intensity of the creative force made her skin tremble, and she wondered that passers-by in the hall to her right did not sense it. The north window of her workroom admitted grey light behind her, and the western window glowed orange with a desert sunset. Presta, Shiana's senior assistant here at the Desert Watch Station, had paused in the doorway a few minutes ago, but the entire station complement knew better than to interrupt Shiana at this work. Stepping back, Shiana brushed a strand of sun-streaked brown hair from her forehead with the back of her hand. The black plaz stood in front of her like a challenge, its curves and planes almost fitted to the form she sensed within her. I come here to create when my fears are greatest, she thought. This thought dampened the creative surge, and she redoubled her efforts to complete the sculpture. Her shaper-clad hands dipped and swooped over the plaz, and black shape followed each intrusion like a wave driven by an insane wind. The light from the north window faded, and the automatics compensated with a yellow-grey glow from the ceiling edges, but it was not the same. It was not the same. Shiana stepped back from her work. Close, but not close enough. She could almost touch the form within her and feel it striving for birth. But the plaz was not right. One sweeping stroke of her right hand reduced it to a black blob on the stand. Damn. She stripped off the shapers and dropped them to the shelf beside the sculpting stand. The horizon out the western window still carried a strip of orange, fading fast, the way she felt the fading of her creative surge. Striding to the sunset window, she was in time to see the last of the day's search teams return. Their landing lights were firefly darts off to the south, where a temporary flat had been established in the path of the advancing dunes. She could see from the slow way the thropters came down that they had found no spice blows or other signs that sandworms were at last developing from the sand trout planted here. I am a shepherd to worms that may never come. The window gave back to her a dark reflection of her features. She could see where the spice agony had left its marks. The slender, brown-skinned waif of Dune had become a tall, rather austere woman, but her brown hair still insisted on escaping the tight coif at the nape of her neck, and she could see the wildness in her all-blue eyes. Others could see it too, and that was the problem, source of some of her fears. There appeared to be no stopping the Missionaria in its preparations for our Shiana. If the giant sandworms developed, Shai Halud returned, and the Missionaria Protectiva of the Bene Gesserit was ready to launch her onto an unsuspecting humanity prepared for religious adoration. The myth become real, just the way she tried to make that sculpture back there a reality. Holy Shiana, the God Emperor is her thrall. See how the sacred sandworms obey her. Leto is returned. Would it influence the Honored Matres? Probably. They gave at least lip service to the God Emperor in his name of Guldur. Not likely they would follow Holy Shiana's lead, except in the matter of sexual exploits. Shiana knew her own sexual behavior, outrageous even by Bene Gesserit standards, was a form of protest against this role the Missionaria tried to impose on her. The excuse that she only polished the males trained in sexual bondage by Duncan Idaho was just that, an excuse. Belonda suspects. Mentat Bell was a constant danger to sisters who got out of line, and that was a major reason Bell held her powerful position in the High Council of the Sisterhood. Shiana turned away from the window and flung herself onto the orange and umber spread covering her cot. Directly in front of her, a large black and white drawing of a giant worm poised above a tiny human figure. That's the way they were, and may never be again. What was I trying to say with that drawing? If I knew, I might be able to complete the Plaz sculpture. It had been perilous to develop a secret hand talk with Duncan. But there were things the Sisterhood could not know. Not yet. There might be a way of escape for both of us. But where could they go? It was a universe beset by Honored Matres and other forces. It was a universe of scattered planets peopled mostly by humans who wanted only to live out their lives in peace, accepting Bene Gesserit guidance in some places, squirming under Honored Matre suppression in many regions, mostly hoping to govern themselves as best they could, the perennial dream of democracy. And then there were always the unknowns, and always the lesson of the Honored Matres. Mabella's clues said fish speakers and reverend mothers in extremis formed the Honored Matres. Fish speaker democracy became Honored Matre autocracy. The clues were too numerous to ignore. But why had they emphasized unconscious compulsions with their T-probes, cellular induction, and sexual prowess? Where is the market to accept our fugitive talents? This universe no longer possessed a single bourse. A species of subterranean webworks could be defined. It was extremely loose, based on old compromises and temporary agreements. O'Drade had once said, "It resembles an old garment with frayed edges and patched holes." Choam's tightly bound trading network of the old empire was no more. Now it was fearful bits and pieces held together by the loosest of ties. People treated this patched thing with contempt, longing always for the good old days. What kind of a universe would accept us merely as fugitives, and not as the sacred Shiana with her consort? Not that Duncan was a consort. That had been the Bene Gesserit's original plan. Bond Shiana to Duncan. We control him, and he can control her. Mabella cut that plan short. And a good thing for both of us. Who needs a sexual obsession? But Shiana was forced to admit she harbored oddly confused feelings about Duncan Idaho. The hand talks, the touching. And what could they say to O'Drade when she came prying? Not if, but when. We talk about ways for Duncan and Mabella to escape you, Mother Superior. We talk about other ways to restore Teg's memories. We talk about our own private rebellion against the Bene Gesserit. Yes, Darwy O'Drade, your former student has become a rebel against you. Shiana admitted to mixed feelings about Mabella as well. She domesticated Duncan where I might have failed. The captive Honored Matre was a fascinating study, and amusing at times. There was her joking doggerel posted on the wall of the ship's acolyte dining room. "Hey God, I hope you're there. I want you to hear my prayer. That graven image on my shelf, Is it really you, or just myself? Well, anyway, here it goes. Please keep me on my toes. Help me past my worst mistakes, doing it for both our sakes, for an example of perfection to the proctors of my section, or merely for the heaven of it, like bread for the leaven of it. For whatever reason may incline, please act for yours and mine. The subsequent confrontation with O'Drade, caught by the calm eyes, had been a beautiful thing to watch, O'Drade's voice oddly strident. "Mabella, you!" "I'm afraid so." No contrition in her at all. "Afraid so?" Still strident. "Why not?" Quite defiant. "You joke about the missionaria. Don't protest. That was your intent." "They're so damned pretentious." Shiana could only sympathize as she reflected on that confrontation. Rebellious Mabella was a symptom. What ferments until you are forced to notice it? I fought in just that way against the everlasting discipline, which will make you strong, child. What was Mabella like as a child? What pressures shaped her? Life was always a reaction to pressures. Some gave in to easy distractions and were shaped by them. Pores bloated and reddened by excesses, Bacchus leering at them, lust fixing its shape on their features. A reverend mother knew it by millennial observation. We are shaped by pressures, whether we resist them or not. Pressures and shapings, that was life. And I create new pressures by my secret defiance. Given the Sisterhood's present state of alertness to all threats, the hand-talk with Duncan probably was futile. Shiana tipped her head and looked at the black blob on the sculpting stand. But I will persist. I will create my own statement of my life. I will create my own life. Damn the Bene Gesserit! And I will lose the respect of my sisters. There was something antique about the way respectful conformity was forced upon them. They had preserved this thing from their most ancient past, taking it out regularly to polish and make the necessary repairs that time required of all human creations. And here it was today, held in unspoken reverence. Thus you are a reverend mother, and by no other judgment shall that be true. Shiana knew then she would be forced to test that antique thing to its limits, probably breaking it. And that black plas form seeking outlet from the wild place within her was only one element of what she knew she had to do. Call it rebellion, call it by any other name. The force she felt in her breast could not be denied.
Confine yourself to observing, and you always miss the point of your own life. The object can be stated this way: live the best life you can. Life is a game whose rules you learn if you leap into it and play it to the hilt. Otherwise you are caught off balance, continually surprised by the shifting play. Non-players often whine and complain that luck always passes them by. They refuse to see that they can create some of their own luck. Darwy O'Drade. "Have you studied the latest Commie record of Idaho?" Belonda asked. Later. O'Drade knew she was feeling peckish, and it had come out in the response to Bell's pertinent question. Pressures confined the Mother Superior more and more these days. She had always tried to face her duties with an attitude of broad interest. The more things to interest her, the wider her scan, and that was sure to bring more usable data. Using the senses improved them. Substance, that was what her questing interests desired. Substance. It was like hunting for food to assuage a deep hunger. But her days were becoming duplicates of this morning. Her liking for personal inspections was well known, but these workroom walls held her. She must be where she could be reached. Not only reached, but able to dispatch communications and people on the instant. Damn, I will make the time. I must. It was time pressure as much as anything. Shiana said, "We trundle along on borrowed days." Very poetic. Not much help in the face of pragmatic demands. They had to get as many Bene Gesserit cells as possible scattered before the axe fell. Nothing else had that priority. The Bene Gesserit fabric was being torn apart, sent to destinations no one on Chapterhouse could know. Sometimes O'Drade saw this flow as rags and remnants. They went flapping away in their no-ships, a stock of sand trout in their holds, Bene Gesserit traditions, learning, and memories as guide. But the Sisterhood had done this long ago, in the first scattering, and none came back, or sent a message. Not one. Not one. Only Honored Matres returned, and if they had ever been Bene Gesserit, they now were a terrible distortion, blindly suicidal. Will we ever be whole again? O'Drade looked down at the work on her table. More selection charts. Who shall go and who shall remain? There was little time to pause and take a deep breath. Other memory from her late predecessor Teresa took on an "I told you so" character. See what I had to go through? And I once wondered if there was room at the top. There might be room at the top, as she was fond of telling acolytes, but there was seldom enough time. When she thought of the largely passive, non-Bene Gesserit populace out there, O'Drade sometimes envied them. They were permitted their illusions. What a comfort! You could pretend your life was forever, that tomorrow would be better, that the gods in their heavens watched you with care. She recoiled from this lapse with disgust at herself. The unclouded eye was better, no matter what it saw. "I've studied the latest Idaho records," she said, looking across the table at the patient Belonda. "He has interesting instincts," Belonda said. O'Drade thought about that. Com-eyes throughout the no-ship missed little. The Council's theory about Gola, Idaho, became daily less a theory and more a conviction. How many memories from the serial Idaho lifetimes did this Gola contain? "Tam is raising doubts about their children," Belonda said. "Do they have dangerous talents?" That was to be expected. The 3 children Mobella had borne Idaho in the no-ship had been removed at birth. All were being observed with care as they developed. Did they have that uncanny, reactive speed Honored Matres displayed? Too early to say. It was a thing that developed in puberty, according to Mobella. Their captive Honored Matre accepted the removal of her children with angry resignation. Idaho, however, showed little reaction. Odd. Did something give him a broader view of procreation? Almost a Bene Gesserit view? "Another Bene Gesserit breeding program," he sneered. O'Drade let her thoughts flow. Was it really the Bene Gesserit attitude they saw in Idaho? The Sisterhood said emotional attachments were ancient detritus, important for human survival in their day, but no longer required in the Bene Gesserit plan. Instincts. Things that came with egg and sperm, often vital and loud. This is the species talking to you, dolt. Loves, offspring, hungers, all of those unconscious motives to compel specific behavior. It was dangerous to meddle in such matters. The breeding mistresses knew this even while they did it. The Council debated it periodically and ordered a careful watch on consequences. "You've studied the records. Is that all the answer I get?" Quite plaintive for Belonda. The Com-Eye record of such interest to Bell was of Idaho questioning Mobella about Honored Matres' sexual addiction techniques. Why? His parallel abilities came from Tleilaxu conditioning impressed on his cells in the axolotl tank. Idaho's abilities originated as an unconscious pattern akin to instincts, but the result was indistinguishable from the Honored Matre effect. Ecstasy amplified until it drove out all reason and bound its victims to the source of such rewards. Mobella went only so far in a verbal exploration of her abilities. Obvious residual fury that Idaho had addicted her with the same techniques she had been taught to use. "Mobella blocks up when Idaho questions motives," Belonda said. "Yes, I've seen that." "I could kill you and you know it," Mobella had said. The Comai record showed them in bed in Mabella's no-ship quarters, having just satiated their mutual addiction. Sweat glistened on bare flesh. Mabella lay with a blue towel across her forehead, green eyes staring up at the Comais. She appeared to be looking directly at the observers. Little orange flecks in her eyes. Anger flecks from her body's residual store of the spice substitute Honored Matres employed. She was on mélange now, and no adverse symptoms. Idaho lay beside her, black hair in disarray around his face, a sharp contrast to the white pillow beneath his head. His eyes were closed, but the lids flickered. Thin. He wasn't eating enough, despite tempting dishes sent by O'Drade's own chef. His high cheekbones were strongly defined. The face had become craggy in the years of his confinement. Mabella's threat was backed by physical ability, O'Drade knew, but it was psychologically false. Kill her lover? Not likely. Belonda was thinking along these same lines. What was she doing when she demonstrated her physical speed? We've seen that before. She knows we watch. The Comais showed Mabella defying post-coital fatigue to leap from bed. Moving with blurred speed, much faster than anything the Bene Gesserit had ever achieved, she kicked out with her right foot, stopping the blow only a hair's breadth from Idaho's head. At her first movement, Idaho opened his eyes. He watched without fear, without flinching. That blow, fatal if it struck. You had only to see such a thing once to fear it. Mabella moved with no resort to her central cortex, insect-like, an attack triggered by nerves at the point of muscle ignition. You see? Mabella lowered her foot and glared down at him. Idaho smiled. Watching it, O'Drade reminded herself that the Sisterhood had 3 of Mabella's children, all female. The breeding mistresses were excited. In time, Reverend Mothers born of this line might match that Honored Matre ability. In time we probably don't have. But O'Drade shared the excitement of the breeding mistresses. That speed. Add that to the nerve-muscle training, the great Pranabindu resources of the Sisterhood. What that might create lay wordlessly within her. She did that for us, not for him, Belonda said. O'Drade was not sure. Mabella resented the constant watch over her, but she had come to an accommodation with it. Many of her actions obviously ignored the people behind the Comais. This record showed her returning to her place in the bed beside Idaho. I have restricted access to that record, Belonda said. Some acolytes are becoming troubled. O'Drade nodded. Sexual addiction. That aspect of Honored Matre abilities created disturbing ripples in the Bene Gesserit, especially among acolytes. Very suggestive. And most of the sisters on Chapterhouse knew the Reverend Mother Shiana, alone among them, practiced some of these techniques in defiance of a general fear this could weaken them. We must not become Honored Matres. Bell was always saying that, but Shiana represents a significant control factor. She teaches us something about Mabella. One afternoon, catching Mabella alone in her no-ship quarters and obviously relaxed, O'Drade had tried a direct question. Before Idaho, were none of you ever tempted to, let us say, join in the fun? Mabella had recoiled with angry pride. He caught me by accident. The same kind of anger she showed to Idaho's questions. Remembering this, O'Drade leaned over her work table and called up the original record. Look at how angry she gets, Belonda said. A hypnotrance injunction against answering such questions. I'd stake my reputation on it. That'll come out in the spice agony, O'Drade said. If she ever gets to it. Hypnotrance is supposed to be our secret. Belonda chewed on the obvious inference. No sister we sent out in the original scattering ever returned. It was written large in their minds. Did renegade Bene Gesserit create the Honored Matres? Much suggested it. Then why did they resort to sexual enslavement of males? Mabella's historical prattlings did not satisfy. Everything about this went against Bene Gesserit teaching. "We have to learn," Belonder insisted. "What little we know is very disturbing." O'Drade recognized the concern. How much of a lure was this ability? Very big, she thought. Acolytes complained that they dreamed about becoming Honored Matres. Belonder was rightly worried. Create or arouse such unbridled forces and you built carnal fantasies of enormous complexity. You could lead whole populations around by their desires, by their fantasy projections. There was the terrible power the Honored Matres had dared use. Let it be known that they had the key to blinding ecstasy and they had won half the battle. The simple clue that such a thing existed, that was the beginning of surrender. People at Mabella's level in that other sisterhood might not understand this, but the ones at the top— was it possible they merely used this power without caring or even suspecting its deeper force? If that were the case, how were our first scattered ones lured into this dead end? Earlier, Belonder had offered her hypothesis. Honored Matre with captive Reverend Mother taken prisoner in that first scattering. "Welcome, Reverend Mother. We would like you to witness a small demonstration of our powers." Interlude of sexual demonstration, followed by a display of Honored Matre physical speed. Then, withdrawal of mélange and injection of the adrenaline-based substitute laced with a hypno-drug. In that hypothetical trance, the Reverend Mother was sexually imprinted. That, coupled to the selective agony of mélange withdrawal, Bell suggested, might make the victim deny her origins. Fates help us. Were the original Honored Matres all Reverend Mothers? Do we dare test this hypothesis on ourselves? What can we learn of this from that pair in the no-ship? Two sources of information lay there under the Sisterhood's watchful eyes, but the key had yet to be found. Women and man no longer just breeding partners, no longer a comfort and support to each other. Something new has been added. The stakes have been escalated. In the Comai record playing at the work table, Mabella said something that caught the Mother Superior's full attention. "We Honored Matres did this to ourselves. Can't blame anyone else." "You hear that?" Belonder demanded. O'Drade shook her head sharply, wanting all of her attention on this exchange. "You can't say the same about me," Idaho objected. "That's an empty excuse," Mabella accused. "So you were conditioned by the Tleilaxu to snare the first imprinter you encountered." "And to kill her," Idaho corrected. "That's what they intended." "But you didn't even try to kill me. Not that you could have." "That's when—" Idaho broke off with an involuntary glance at the recording Comais. "What was he about to say there?" Belonder pounced. "We must find out." But O'Drade continued her silent observation of the captive pair. Mabella demonstrated a surprising insight. "You think you caught me through some accident in which you were not involved?" "Exactly." "But I see something in you that accepted all of it. You didn't just go along with your conditioning. You performed to your limits." An inward look filmed Idaho's eyes. He tipped his head back, stretching his chest muscles. "That's a mentat expression," Belonder accused. All of O'Drade's analysts suggested this, but they had yet to wrest an admission from Idaho. If he was a mentat, why withhold that information? Because of the other things implied by such abilities. He fears us, and rightly so. Mabella spoke with a sneer. "You improvised and improved on what the Tleilaxu did to you. There was something in you that made no complaint whatsoever." "That's how she deals with her own guilt feelings," Belonder said. "She has to believe it's true, or Idaho would not have been able to trap her." O'Drade pursed her lips. The projection showed Idaho amused. "Perhaps it was the same for both of us." "You can't blame the Tleilaxu, and I can't blame the Honored Matres." Tamerlane entered the workroom and sank into her chair-dog beside Belonder. "I see it has your interest, too." She gestured at the projected figures. O'Drade shut down the projector. "I've been inspecting our axolotl tanks," Tamerlane said. "That damned Scytale has withheld vital information." "There's no flaw in our first gola, is there?" Belonder demanded. "Nothing our souks can find." O'Drade spoke in a mild tone. "Scytale has to keep some bargaining chips." Both sides shared a fantasy. Scytale was paying the Bene Gesserit for rescue from the Honored Matres and sanctuary on Chapterhouse, but every reverend mother who studied him knew something else drove the last Tleilaxu master. Clever, the Bene Tleilax, far more clever than we suspected, and they have dirted us with their axolotl tanks. The very word, tank, another of their deceptions. We pictured containers of warmed amniotic fluid, each tank the focus of complex machinery, to duplicate in a subtle, discreet, and controllable way the workings of the womb. The tank is there, all right, but look at what it contains. The Tleilaxu solution was direct. Use the original. Nature already had worked it out over the eons. All the Bene Tleilax need do was add their own control system, their own way of replicating information stored in the cell. The language of God, Scytale called it. Language of Shaitan was more appropriate. Feedback. The cell directed its own womb. That was more or less what a fertilized ovum did anyway. The Tleilaxu merely refined it. A sigh escaped O'Drade, bringing sharp glances from her companions. Does Mother Superior have new troubles? Scytale's revelations trouble me, and what those revelations have done to us. Oh, how we recoiled from the debasement, then rationalizations, and we knew they were rationalizations. If there is no other way, if this produces the golas we need so desperately, volunteers probably can be found. Were found. Volunteers. "You're wool-gathering," Tamerlane grumbled. She glanced at Belonder, started to say something, and thought better of it. Belonder's face went soft, bland, a frequent accompaniment to her darker moods. Her voice came out little more than a guttural whisper. "I strongly urge that we eliminate Idaho, and as for that Tleilaxu monster—" "Why do you make such a suggestion with a euphemism?" Tamerlane demanded. "Kill him, then, and the Tleilaxu shall be subjected to every persuasion we—" "Stop it, both of you," O'Drade ordered. She pressed both palms briefly against her forehead and, staring at the bow window, saw icy rain out there. Weather control was making more mistakes. You couldn't blame them, but there was nothing humans hated more than the unpredictable. We want it natural, whatever that means. When such thoughts came over her, O'Drade longed for an existence confined to the order that pleased her, an occasional walk in the orchards. She enjoyed them in all seasons. A quiet evening with friends, the give and take of probing conversations with those for whom she felt warmth. Affection? Yes. The Mother Superior dared much, even love of companions. And good meals with drinks chosen for their enhancement of flavours. She wanted that, too. How fine it was to play upon the palate. And later, yes, later, a warm bed with a gentle companion, sensitive to her needs as she was sensitive to his. Most of this could not be, of course. Responsibilities. What an enormous word, how it burned. "I'm getting hungry," O'Drade said. "Shall I order lunch served here?" Belonder and Tamerlane stared at her. "It's only 11:30, Tamerlane complained. "Yes or no?" O'Drade insisted. Belonder and Tamerlane exchanged a private look. "As you wish," Belonder said. There was a saying in the Bene Gesserit, O'Drade knew, that the Sisterhood ran smoother when Mother Superior's stomach was satisfied. That had just tipped the scales. O'Drade keyed the intercom to her private kitchen. "Lunch for 3, Duana. Something special, you choose." Lunch, when it came, featured a dish O'Drade especially enjoyed, a veal casserole. Duana displayed a delicate touch, with herbs, a bit of rosemary in the veal, the vegetables not overcooked. Superb. O'Drade savoured every bite. The other two plodded through the meal, spoon to mouth, spoon to mouth. Is this one of the reasons I am Mother Superior, and they are not? While an acolyte cleared away the remains of lunch, O'Drade turned to one of her favourite questions. What is the gossip in the common rooms and among the acolytes? She remembered in her own acolyte days how she had hung on the words of the older woman, expecting great truths and getting mostly small talk about Sisters so-and-so or the latest problems of Proctor X. Occasionally, though, the barriers came down and important data flowed. Too many acolytes talk of wanting to go out in our scattering, Tamerlane rasped. Sinking ships and rats, I say. There's a great interest in archives lately, Belonder said. Sisters who know better come looking for confirmation whether such-and-so acolyte has a heavy Siona gene mark. O'Drade found this interesting. Their common Atreides ancestor from the tyrant's eons, Siona ibn Fuad al-Sefer Atreides, had imparted to her descendants this ability that hid them from prescient searchers. Every person walking openly on Chapterhouse shared that ancestral protection. A heavy mark? O'Drade asked. Do they doubt that the ones in question are protected? They want reassurance, Belonder growled. And now may I return to Idaho? He has the genetic mark, and he does not. It worries me. Why do some of his cells not have the Siona marker? What were the Tleilaxu doing? Duncan knows the danger, and he's not suicidal, O'Drade said. We don't know what he is, Belonder complained. Probably a mentat, and we all know what that could mean, Tamerlane said. I understand why we keep Mabella, Belonder said. Valuable information. But Idaho and Sightale? That's enough, O'Drade snapped. Watchdogs can bark too long. Belonder accepted this grudgingly. Watchdogs. Their Bene Gesserit term for constant monitoring by sisters to see that you did not fall into shallow ways. Very trying to acolytes, but just another part of life to Reverend Mothers. O'Drade had explained it one afternoon to Mabella, the two of them alone in a grey-walled interview chamber of the no-ship, standing close together, facing each other, eyes at a level, quite informal and intimate, except for the knowledge of those eyes all around them. Watchdogs, O'Drade said, responding to a question from Mabella. It means we are mutual gadflies. Don't make that more than it is. We seldom nag. A simple word can be enough. Mabella, her oval face drawn into a look of distaste, the wide-set green eyes intent, obviously thought O'Drade referred to some common signal, a word or saying the sisters used in such situations. What word? Any word, damn it. Whatever's appropriate. It's like a mutual reflex. We share a common tick that comes not to annoy us. We welcome it because it keeps us on our toes. And you'll watchdog me if I become a Reverend Mother? We want our watchdogs. We'd be weaker without them. It sounds oppressive. We don't find it so. I think it's repellent. She looked at the glittering lenses in the ceiling. Like those damned eyes. We take care of our own, Mabella. Once you're a Bene Gesserit, you're assured of lifelong maintenance. A comfortable niche. Sneering. O'Drade spoke softly. Something quite different. You are challenged throughout your life. You repay the Sisterhood right up to the limits of your abilities. Watchdogs. We're always mindful of one another. Some of us in positions of power can be authoritarian at times, familiar even, but only to a point carefully measured for the requirements of the moment. Never really warm or tender, eh? That's the rule. Affection, maybe, but no love? I've told you the rule. And O'Drade could see the reaction clearly on Mabella's face. There it is. They will demand that I give up Duncan. So there's no love among the Bene Gesserit. How sad her tone. There was hope for Mabella yet. "Loves occur," O'Drade said, "but my sisters treat them as aberrations. So what I feel for Duncan is aberration, and sisters will try to treat it. Treat? Apply correctional therapy to the afflicted. Love is considered a sign of rot in sisters. I see signs of rot in you." As though she followed O'Drade's thoughts, Belonda dragged O'Drade out of reverie. "That Honored Matre will never commit herself to us." Belonda wiped a bit of luncheon gravy from the corner of her mouth. "We're wasting our time trying to teach her our ways." At least Bell was no longer calling Mabella whore, O'Drade thought. That was an improvement. All governments suffer a recurring problem. Power attracts pathological personalities. It is not that power corrupts, but that it is magnetic to the corruptible. Such people have a tendency to become drunk on violence, a condition to which they are quickly addicted. Missionaria Protectiva, text QIV, Decto.
Rebecca knelt on the yellow tile floor as she had been ordered to do, not daring to look up at great Honored Matre seated so remotely high, so dangerous. 2 hours Rebecca had waited here almost in the center of a giant room, while great Honored Matre and her companions ate a lunch served by obsequious attendants. Rebecca marked the manners of the attendants with care and emulated them. Her eye sockets still ached from transplants the rabbi had given her less than a month ago. These eyes showed a blue iris and white sclera, no clue to the spice agony in her past. It was a temporary defense. In less than a year, the new eyes would betray her with total blue. She judged the ache in her eyes to be the least of her problems. An organic implant fed her metered doses of melange, concealing her dependence. The supply was gauged to last about 60 days. If these Honored Matres held her longer than that, withdrawal would plunge her into an agony that would make the original appear mild by comparison. The most immediately dangerous thing was the shear being meted to her with the spice. If these women detected it, they certainly would be suspicious. "You are doing well. Be patient." That was other memory from the horde of Lampadas. The voice rang softly in her head. It had the sound of Lucilla, but Rebecca could not be sure. It had become a familiar voice in the months since the sharing, when it had announced itself as Speaker of your Mohalata. "These whores cannot match our knowledge. Remember that, and let it give you courage." The presence of others within, who subtracted none of her attention from what went on around her, had filled her with awe. "We call it simulflow," Speaker had said. "Simulflow multiplies your awareness." When she had tried to explain this to the rabbi, he had reacted in anger. "You have been tainted by unclean thoughts." They had been in the rabbi's study late at night. "Stealing time from the days allotted us," he called it. The study was an underground room, its walls lined with old books, Redulian crystals, scrolls. The room was protected from probes by the best Ixian devices, and they had been modified by his own people to improve them. She was allowed to sit beside his desk at such times while he leaned back in an old chair. A glow globe placed low beside him cast an antique yellow light on his bearded face, glinting off the spectacles he wore almost as badge of office. Rebecca pretended confusion. "But you said it was required of us to save this treasure from Lampadas. Have the Bene Gesserit not been honorable with us?" She saw the worry in his eyes. "You heard Levi talking yesterday of the questions being asked here. Why did the Bene Gesserit witch come to us? That is what they ask." "Our story is consistent and believable," Rebecca protested. "The sisters have taught us ways that even truthsay cannot penetrate." I don't know. The rabbi shook his head sadly. What is a lie? What is truth? Do we condemn ourselves with our own mouths? It is pogrom that we resist, Rabbi. That usually stiffened his resolve. Cossacks. Yes, you are right, daughter. There have been Cossacks in every age, and we are not the only ones who have felt their knouts and swords as they rode into the village with murder in their hearts. It was odd, Rebecca thought, how he managed to give the impression that these events were of recent occurrence, and that his eyes had seen them. Never to forgive, never to forget. Lidice was yesterday. What a powerful thing that was in the memory of secret Israel. Pogrom. Almost as powerful in its continuity as these Bene Gesserit presences she carried in her awareness. Almost. That was the thing the rabbi resisted, she told herself. I fear that you have been taken from us, the rabbi said. What have I done to you? What have I done? And all in the name of honor. He looked at the instruments on his study wall that reported the nightly power accumulations from the vertical axis windmills placed around the farmstead. The instruments said the machines were humming away up there, storing energy for the morrow. That was a gift of the Bene Gesserit. Freedom from Ix, independence. What a peculiar word. Without looking at Rebecca, he said, I find this thing of other memory very difficult, and always have. Memory should bring wisdom, but it does not. It is how we order the memory and where we apply our knowledge. He turned and looked at her, his face falling into shadows. What is it this one inside you says? This one you think of as Lucilla? Rebecca could see it pleased him to say Lucilla's name. If Lucilla could speak through a daughter of secret Israel, then she still lived and had not been betrayed. Rebecca lowered her gaze as she spoke. She says we have these inner images, sounds and sensations that come at command or intrude under necessity. Necessity, yes. And what is that except reports of senses from flesh that may have been where you should not have been and done offensive things? Other bodies, other memories, Rebecca thought. Having experienced this, she knew she could never willingly abandon it. Perhaps I have indeed become Bene Gesserit. That is what he fears, of course. I will tell you a thing, the rabbi said. This crucial intersection of living awareness, as they call it, that is nothing unless you know how your own decisions go out from you like threads into the lives of others. To see our own actions in the reactions of others, yes, that is how the sisters view it. That is wisdom. What is it the lady says they seek? Influence on the maturing of humankind. And she finds that events are not beyond her influence, merely beyond her senses. That is almost wise. But maturity, Rebecca. Do we interfere with a higher plan? Is it the right of humans to set limits on the nature of Yahweh? I think Leto II understood that. This lady in you denies it. She says he was a damnable tyrant. He was, but there have been wise tyrants before him, and doubtless will be more after us. They call him Shaitan. He had Satan's own powers. I share their fear of that. He was not so much prescient as he was a cement. He fixed the shape of what he saw. That is what the lady says, but she says it is their grail that he preserved. Again, they are almost wise. A great sigh shook the rabbi, and once more he looked to the instruments on his wall. Energy for the morrow. He returned his attention to Rebecca. She was changed. He could not avoid awareness of it. She had become very like the Bene Gesserit. It was understandable. Her mind was filled with all those people from Lampetus. But they were not Gadarene swine to be driven into the sea, and their diabolism with them. And I am not another Jesus. This thing they tell you about the Mother Superior O'Drade, that she often damns her own archivists and the archives with them. What a thing. Are not archives like the books in which we preserve our wisdom? Then am I an archivist, Rabbi? Her question confounded him, but it also illuminated the problem. He smiled. I tell you something, daughter. I admit to a little sympathy with this O'Drade. There is always something grumbling about archivists. Is that wisdom, Rabbi? How shyly she asked it. Believe me, daughter, it is. How carefully the archivist suppresses even the smallest hint of judgment, one word after another. Such arrogance. How do they judge which words to use, Rabbi? A bit of wisdom comes to you, daughter. But these Bene Gesserit have not achieved wisdom, and it is their grail that prevents it. She could see it on his face. He tries to arm me with doubts about these lives I carry. Let me tell you a thing about the Bene Gesserit, he said. Nothing came into his mind then. No words, no sage advice. This had not happened to him for years. There was only one course open to him: speak from the heart. Perhaps they have been too long on the road to Damascus without a blinding flash of illumination, Rebecca. I hear them say they act for the benefit of humankind. Somehow I cannot see this in them, nor do I believe the tyrant saw it. When Rebecca started to reply, he stopped her with an upraised hand. Mature humanity, that is their grail. Is it not the mature fruit that is plucked and eaten? On the floor of Junction's great hall, Rebecca remembered these words, seeing the personification of them not in the lives she preserved, but in the actions of her captors. Great Honored Matres had finished eating. She wiped her hands on the gown of an attendant. "Let her approach," Great Honored Matres said. Pain lanced Rebecca's left shoulder, and she lurched forward on her knees. The one called Lonyo had come up behind with the stealth of a hunter and had jabbed a shunt goad into the captive's flesh. Laughter echoed through the room. Rebecca staggered to her feet, and staying just ahead of the goad, arrived at the foot of the steps leading up to the Great Honored Matre, where the goad stopped her. "Down!" Lonyo emphasized the command with another jab. Rebecca sank to her knees and stared straight ahead at the rises of the steps. The yellow tiles displayed tiny scratches. Somehow these flaws reassured her. Great Honored Matre said, "Let her be, Lonyo. I wish answers, not screams." Then to Rebecca, "Look at me, woman." Rebecca raised her eyes and stared up at the face of death. What an unremarkable face it was to have that threat in it. So evenly featured, almost plain, such a small figure. This amplified the peril Rebecca sensed. What powers the small woman must have to rule these terrible people. "Do you know why you are here?" Great Honored Matre demanded. In her most obsequious tones, Rebecca said, "I was told, O Great Honored Matre, that you wished me to recount the lore of Truthsay and other matters of Gamu." "You were mated to a Truthsayer!" It was an accusation. "He is dead, Great Honored Matre." "No, Lonyo!" This was directed at an aide who lunged forward with the goad. "This wretch does not know our ways. Now go stand at the side, Lonyo, where I will not be annoyed by your impetuosity." "You will speak to me only in response to questions or when I command it, wretch!" Great Honored Matre shouted. Rebecca cringed. Speakers whispered in Rebecca's head. That was almost voice. Be warned. "Have you ever known any of the ones who call themselves Bene Gesserit?" Great Honored Matre asked. Really now. Everyone has encountered the witches, great Honored Matre. What do you know of them? So this is why they brought me here. Only what I have heard, great Honored Matre. Are they brave? It is said they always try to avoid risks, great Honored Matre. You are worthy of us, Rebecca. That is the pattern of these halls. The marble rolls down the incline in its proper channel. They think you dislike us. Are these Bene Gesserit rich? Great Honored Matre asked. I think the witches are poor beside you, Honored Matre, Rebecca said. Why do you say that? Do not speak just to please me. But Honored Matre, could the witches send a great ship from Garmu to here just to carry me? And where are the witches now? They hide from you. Yes, where are they? Honored Matre demanded. Rebecca shrugged. Were you on Garmu when the one they called Bashar fled us? Honored Matre asked. Garmu when the one they called Bashar fled us? Honored Matre asked. She knows you were. I was there, great Honored Matre, and heard the stories. I do not believe them. Believe what we tell you to believe, wretch. What are the stories you heard? That he moved with a speed the eye could not see, that he killed many people with only his hands, that he stole an O-ship and fled into the scattering. Believe that he fled, wretch. See how she fears. She cannot hide the trembling. Speak of the truth, say, great Honored Matre commanded. Great Honored Matre, I do not understand the truth, say. I know only the words of my Sholem, my husband. I can repeat his words, if you wish. Great Honored Matre considered this, glancing from side to side at her aides and counselors, who were beginning to show signs of boredom. Why doesn't she just kill this wretch? Rebecca, seeing the violence in eyes that glared orange at her, shrank into herself. She thought of her husband by his love name, Shoel, now, and his words comforted. He had shown the proper talent while still a child. Some called it an instinct, but Shoel had never used that word. Trust your gut feelings, that's what my teachers always said. It was such a down-to-earth expression that he said it usually threw off the ones who came seeking the esoteric mystery. There is no secret, Shoel had said. It's training and hard work like anything else. You exercise what they call petit perception, the ability to detect very small variations in human reactions. Rebecca could see such small reactions in those who stared down at her. They want me dead. Why? Speaker had advice. The Great One likes to show off her power over others. She does not want what others want, but what she thinks they do not want. Great Honored Matre, Rebecca ventured, you are so rich and powerful. Surely you must have a place of menial employment where I may be of service to you. You wish to enter my service? What a feral grin. It would make me happy, Great Honored Matre. I am not here to make you happy. Lonyo took a step forward onto the floor. Then make us happy, Dama. Let us have some sport with silence. Ah, that was a mistake, calling her by the intimate name here among the others. Lonyo drew back and almost dropped the goad. Great Honored Matre stared down at Rebecca with an orange glare. You will go back to your miserable existence on Garmu, wretch. I will not kill you. That would be a mercy. Having seen what we could give you, live your life without it. Great Honored Matre, Lonyo protested. I have suspicions about you, Lonyo. Send her back and alive, hear me? Do you think us incapable of finding her if we ever have need of her? No, great honored Matre. We are watching you, wretch, great honored Matre said. Bait. She thinks of you as something to capture larger game. How interesting. This one has a head and uses it in spite of her violent nature. So that's how she came to power. All the way back to Gamu, confined to stinking quarters in a ship that had once served the guild, Rebecca considered her predicament. Surely those whores had not expected her to mistake their intent. But perhaps they did. Subservience, cringing. They revel in such things. She knew this came from a bit of her shoal's truth-say as much as from the Lampetus advisors. You accumulate a lot of small observations, sensed but never brought to consciousness, Shoal had said. Cumulatively, they say things to you, but not in a language anyone speaks. Language isn't necessary. She had thought this one of the oddest things she had ever heard, but that was before her own agony. In bed at night, comforted by darkness and the touch of loving flesh, they had acted wordlessly, but had shared words too. Language obstructs you, Shoal had said. What you do is learn to read your own reactions. Sometimes you can find words to describe this, sometimes not. No words? Not even for the questions? Words you want, is it? How are these? Trust, belief, truth, honesty. Those are good words, Shoal. But they miss the mark. Don't depend on them. Then what do you depend on? My own internal reactions. I read myself, not the person in front of me. I always know a lie because I want to turn my back on the liar. So that's how you do it, pounding his bare arm. Others do it differently. One person I heard say she knew a lie because she wanted to put her arm through the liar's arm and walk a ways, comforting the liar. You may think that's nonsense, but it works. I think it's very wise, Shoal. Love speaking. She did not really know what he meant. My precious love, he said, cradling her head on his arm. Truth-sayers have a truth sense that, once awakened, works all the time. Please don't tell me I'm wise when it's your love speaking. I'm sorry, Shoal. She liked the smell of his arm and buried her head in the crook of it, tickling him. But I want to know everything you know. He pushed her head into a more comfortable position. You know what my third stage instructor said? Know nothing. Learn to be totally naive. She was astonished. Nothing at all? You approach everything with a clean slate, nothing on you or in you. Whatever comes is written there by itself. She began to see it. Nothing to interfere. Correct. You are the original ignorant savage, completely unsophisticated to the point where you back right into ultimate sophistication. You find it without looking for it, you might say. Now that is wise, Shoal. I bet you were the best student they ever had, the quickest, and that I thought it was interminable nonsense. You didn't. Until one day I read a little twitch in me. It wasn't the movement of a muscle or something someone else might detect. Just a twitch. Where was it? Nowhere I could describe. But my fourth stage instructor had prepared me for it. Grab that thing with gentle hands, delicately. One of the students thought he meant your real hands. Oh, how we laughed. That was cruel. She touched his cheek and felt the beginning of his dark stubble. It was late, but she did not feel sleepy. I suppose it was cruel, but when the twitch came, I knew it. I had never felt such a thing before. I was surprised by it, too, because knowing it then, I knew it had been there all along. It was familiar. It was my truth sense twitching. She thought she could feel truth sense stirring within herself. The feeling of wonder in his voice aroused something. "It was mine, then," he said. "It belonged to me, and I belonged to it. No separation ever again." "How wonderful that must be!" Awe and envy in her voice. "No. Some of it I hate. Seeing some people this way is like seeing them eviscerated, their guts hanging out. That's disgusting. Yes, but there are compensations, love. There are people you meet, people who are like beautiful flowers extended to you by an innocent child. Innocence. My own innocence responds, and my truth sense is strengthened. That is what you do for me, my love." The no ship of the Honored Matres arrived at Garmu, and they sent her down to the landing flat in the garbage lighter. It disgorged her beside the ship's discards and excrement, but she did not mind. Home. I'm home, and Lampetus survives. The rabbi, however, did not share her enthusiasm. Once more they sat in his study, but now she felt more familiar with other memory, much more confident. He could see this. "You are even more like them than ever. It's unclean." "Rabbi, we all have unclean ancestors. I am fortunate in that I know some of mine." "What is this? What are you saying?" "All of us are descendants of people who did nasty things, Rabbi. We don't like to think of barbarians in our ancestry, but they're there." "Such talk. Reverend Mothers can recall them all, Rabbi. Remember, it is the victors who breed. You understand?" "I've never heard you speak so boldly. What has happened to you, daughter?" "I survived, knowing that victory sometimes is achieved at a moral price." "What is this? These are evil words." "Evil? Barbarism is not even the proper word for some of the evil things our ancestors did. The ancestors of all of us, Rabbi." She saw she had hurt him and felt the cruelty of her own words, but could not stop. How could he escape the truth of what she said? He was an honorable man. She spoke more softly, but her words cut him even deeper. "Rabbi, if you shared witness to some of the things other memory has forced me to know, you would come back seeking new words for evil. Some things our ancestors have done debase the worst label you can imagine." Rebecca, I know the necessities of... Don't make excuses about necessities of the times. You, a rabbi, know better. When are we without a moral sense? It's just that sometimes we don't listen. He put his hands over his face, rocking back and forth in the old chair. It creaked mournfully. "Rabbi, you I have always loved and respected. I went through the agony for you. I shared Lampetus for you. Do not deny what I have learned from this." He lowered his hands. "I do not deny, daughter, but permit me my pain. Out of all these realizations, Rabbi, the thing I must deal with most immediately and without respite is that there are no innocents." Rebecca! Guilty may not be the right word, Rabbi, but our ancestors did things for which payment must be made. "That I understand, Rebecca. It is a balance that... Don't tell me you understand when I know you don't." She stood and glared down at him. "It's not a balance book that you set aright. How far back would you go?" "Rebecca, I am your rabbi. You must not talk this way, especially to me." "The farther back you go, Rabbi, the worse the evil atrocities and higher the price. You cannot go back that far, but I am forced to it." Turning, she left him, ignoring the pleading in his voice, the painful way he said her name. As she closed the door, she heard him say, "What have we done? Israel, help her."
The writing of history is largely a process of diversion. Most historical accounts distract attention from the secret influences behind great events. The Bashar Teg.
When left to his own devices, Idaho often explored his no-ship prison. So much to see and learn about this Ixian artifact. It was a cave of wonders. He paused on this afternoon's restless walk through his quarters and looked at the tiny commeyes built into the glittering surface of a doorway. They were watching him. He had the odd sensation of seeing himself through those prying eyes. What did the sisters think when they looked at him? The blocky Gola child from Gamu's long-dead keep had become a lanky man, dark skin and hair. The hair was longer than when he had entered this no-ship on the last day of Dune. Bene Gesserit eyes peered below the skin. He was sure they suspected he was a mentat, and he feared how they might interpret that. How could a mentat expect to hide the fact from Reverend Mothers indefinitely? Foolishness. He knew they already suspected him of truth-say. He waved at the commeyes and said, "I'm restless. I think I'll explore." Belonda hated it when he took that jocular attitude toward surveillance. She did not like him to roam the ship. She did not try to hide it from him. He could see the unspoken question in her glowering features whenever she came to confront him. "Is he looking for a way to escape?" "Exactly what I'm doing, Belle, but not in the way you suspect." The no-ship presented him with fixed limits. The exterior force field he could not penetrate, certain machinery areas where the drive, so he was told, had been temporarily disabled. Guard quarters, he could see into some of them but not enter. The armory, the section reserved to the captive Tleilaxu's Scytale. He occasionally met Scytale at one of the barriers, and they peered at each other across the silencing field that held them apart. Then there was the information barrier, sections of ship records that would not respond to his questions, answers his warders would not give. Within these limits lay a lifetime of things to see and learn, even the lifetime of some 300 standard years he could reasonably expect. If Honored Matres do not find us? Idaho saw himself as the game they sought, wanting him even more than they wanted the women of Chapterhouse. He had no illusions about what the hunters would do to him. They knew he was here. The men he trained in sexual bonding and sent out to plague the Honored Matres, those men taunted the hunters. When the sisters learned of his mentat ability, they would know immediately that his mind carried the memories of more than one Gola lifetime. The original did not have that talent. They would suspect he was a latent Kwisatz Haderach. Look how they rationed his melange. They were clearly terrified of repeating the mistake they had made with Paul Atreides and his tyrant son. 3,500 years of bondage. But dealing with Mabella required mentat awareness. He entered every encounter with her not expecting to achieve answers then or later. It was a typical mentat approach, concentrate on the questions. Mentats accumulated questions the way others accumulated answers. Questions created their own patterns and systems. This produced the most important shapes. You looked at your universe through self-created patterns, all composed of images, words, and labels, everything temporary, all mingled in sensory impulses that reflected off his internal constructs the way light bounced from bright surfaces. Idaho's original mentat instructor had formed the temporary words for that first tentative construct. Watch for consistent movements against your internal screen. From that first hesitant dip into mentat powers, Idaho could trace the growth of a sensitivity to changes in his own observations, always becoming mentat. Belonda was his most severe trial. He dreaded her penetrating gaze and slashing questions. Mentat, probing mentat. He met her forays delicately with reserve and patience. Now, what are you after? As if he didn't know. He wore patience as a mask, but fear came naturally, and there was no harm in showing it. Belonda did not hide her wish to see him dead. Idaho accepted the fact that soon the Watchers would see only one possible source for the skills he was forced to use. A mentat's real skills lay in that mentat construct they called the Great Synthesis. It required a patience that non-mentats did not even imagine possible. Mentat schools defined it as perseverance. You were a primitive tracker able to read minuscule signs, tiny disturbances in the environment, and follow where these led. At the same time, you remained open to broad motions all around and within. This produced naivete, the basic mentat posture, akin to that of truth-sayers but far more sweeping. "You are open to whatever the universe may do," his first instructor had said. "Your mind is not a computer, it is a response tool keyed to whatever your senses display." Idaho always recognized when Belonda's senses were open. She stood there, gaze slightly withdrawn, and he knew few preconceptions cluttered her mind. His defense lay in her basic flaw. Opening the senses required an idealism that was foreign to Belonda. She did not ask the best questions, and he wondered at this. Would O'Drade use a flawed mentat? It went against her other performances. "I seek the questions that form the best images." Doing this, you never thought of yourself as clever, that you had the formula to provide the solution. You remained as responsive to new questions as you did to new patterns, testing, retesting, shaping and reshaping, a constant process, never stopped, never satisfied. It was your own private pavan, similar to that of other mentats, but it carried always your own unique posture and steps. You are never truly a mentat. That is why we call it the endless goal. The words of his teachers were burned into his awareness. As he accumulated observations of Belonda, he came to appreciate a viewpoint of those great mentat masters who had taught him. Reverend mothers do not make the best mentats. No Bene Gesserit appeared capable of completely removing herself from that binding absolute she achieved in the spice agony, loyalty to her sisterhood. His teachers had warned against absolutes. They created a serious flaw in a mentat. Everything you do, everything you sense and say is experiment. No deduction final. Nothing stops until dead, and perhaps not even then, because each life creates endless ripples. Induction bounces within you, and you sensitize yourself to it. Deduction conveys illusions of absolutes. Kick the truth and shatter it. When Belonda's questions touched on the relationship between himself and Mabella, he saw vague emotional responses. Amusement? Jealousy? He could accept amusement and even jealousy about the compelling sexual demands of this mutual addiction. Is the ecstasy truly that great? He wandered through his quarters this afternoon feeling displaced, as though newly here and not yet accepting these rooms as home. That is emotion talking to me. Over the years of his confinement, these quarters had taken on a lived-in appearance. This was his cave, the former supercargo suite, large rooms with slightly curved walls, bedroom, library workroom, sitting room, a green-tiled bath with dry and wet cleansing systems, and a long practice hall he shared with Mabella for exercise. The rooms bore a unique collection of artifacts and marks of his presence. That sling chair placed at just the right angle to the console and projector linking him to ship systems. Those Redulian records on that low side table. And there were stains of occupancy, that dark brown blot on the work table. Spilled food had left its indelible mark. He moved restlessly into his sleeping quarters. The light was dimmer. His ability to identify the familiar held true for odours. There was a saliva-like smell to the bed, the residue of last night's sexual collision. That is the proper word. Collision. The no-ship's air, filtered, recycled and sweetened, often bored him. No break in the no-ship maze to the exterior world ever remained open long. He sometimes sat, silently sniffling, hoping for a faint trace of air that had not been adjusted to the prison's demands. There is a way to escape. He wandered out of his quarters and down the corridor, took the drop chute at the end of the passage and emerged in the ship's lowest level. What is really happening out there in that world open to the sky? The bits O'Drade told him about events filled him with dread and a trapped feeling. No place to run. Am I wise to share my fears with Shiana? Mabella merely laughed. I will protect you, love. Honored Matres won't hurt me. Another false dream. But Shiana, how quickly she had picked up the hand language and entered the spirit of his conspiracy. Conspiracy? No. I doubt that any Reverend Mother will act against her sisters. Even the Lady Jessica went back to them in the end. But I don't ask Shiana to act against the Sisterhood, only that she protect us from Mabella's folly. The enormous powers of the hunters made only the destruction predictable. A mentat had but to look at their destructive violence. They brought something else as well, something hinting at matters out there in the scattering. What were these futars Audreyd mentioned with such casualness? Part human, part beast? That had been Lucilla's guess. And where is Lucilla? He found himself presently in the great hold, the kilometre-long cargo space where they had carried the last giant sandworm of Dune, bringing it to Chapterhouse. The area still smelled of spice and sand, filling his mind with long ago and the dead far away. He knew why he came so often to the great hold, doing it sometimes without even thinking, as he had just done. It both attracted and repelled. The illusion of unlimited space with traces of dust, sand and spice carried the nostalgia of lost freedoms, but there was another side. This is where it always happened to him. What will happen today? Without warning, the sense of being in the great hold would vanish, then the net shimmering in a molten sky. He was aware when the vision came that he was not really seeing a net. His mind translated what the senses could not define. A shimmering net undulating like an infinite borealis. Then the net would part, and he would see two people, man and woman. How ordinary they appeared, and yet extraordinary. A grandmother and grandfather in antique clothing, bib coveralls for the man and a long dress with headscarf for the woman, working in a flower garden. He thought it must be more of the illusion. I'm seeing this, but it is not really what I see. They always noticed him, eventually. He heard their voices. "There he is again, Marty," the man would say, calling the woman's attention to Idaho. "I wonder how it is he can look through," Marty asked once. "Doesn't seem possible. He's spread pretty thin, I think. Wonder if he knows the danger." Danger. That was the word that always jerked him out of the vision. "Not at your console today?" For just an instant, Idaho thought it was the vision, the voice of that odd woman. Then he realized it was Audreyd. Her voice came from close behind. He whirled and saw he had failed to close the hatch. She had followed him into the hold, stalking him quietly, avoiding the scattered patches of sand that might have grated underfoot and betrayed her approach. She looked tired and impatient. Why did she think I would be at my console? As though answering his unspoken question, she said, "I find you at your console so often lately. For what do you search, Duncan?" He shook his head without speaking. Why do I suddenly feel in peril? It was a rare feeling in Audreyd's company. He could remember other occasions, though. Once when she had stared suspiciously at his hands in the field of his console. Fear associated with my console. Do I reveal my mentat hunger for data? Do they guess that I have hidden my private self there? Do I get no privacy at all? Anger and attack. She shook her head slowly from side to side, as much to say, "You can do better than that." "This is your second visit today," he accused. "I must say you're looking well, Duncan." More circumlocution. "Is that what your watchers say?" "Don't be petty. I came for a chat with Mabella. She said you'd be down here." "I suppose you know Mabella's pregnant again?" Was that trying to placate her? "For which we are grateful. I came to tell you that Shiana wants to visit you again." Why would Audreyd announce that? Her words filled him with images of the Dune waif who had become a full reverend mother, the youngest ever, so they say. Shiana, his confidant, out there, watching over that last great sandworm. Had it finally perpetuated itself? Why should Audreyd interest herself in Shiana's visit? "Shiana wants to discuss the tyrant with you." She saw the surprise this produced. What could I possibly add to Shiana's knowledge of Leto II? He demanded. She's a reverend mother. You knew the Atreides intimately. Ah, she's hunting for the Mentat. But you said she wanted to discuss Leto, and it's not safe to think of him as Atreides. Oh, but he was, refined into something more elemental than anyone before us, but one of us, nonetheless. One of us. She reminded him that she, too, was Atreides, calling in his never-ending debt to the family. So you say? Shouldn't we stop playing this foolish game? Caution gripped him. He knew she saw it. Reverend mothers were so damnably sensitive. He stared at her, not daring to speak, knowing even this told her too much. We believe you remember more than one Gola lifetime. And when he still did not respond, Come, come, Duncan. Are you a Mentat? The way she spoke, as much accusation as question, he knew concealment had ended. It was almost a relief. And if I am? The Tleilaxu mixed the cells from more than one Idaho Gola when they grew you. Idaho Gola. He refused to think of himself in that abstraction. Why is Leto suddenly so important to you? No escaping the admission in that response. Our worm has become sand trout. Are they growing and propagating? Apparently. Unless you contain them or eliminate them, Chapterhouse may become another Dune. You figured that out, did you? Leto and I together. So you remember many lives. Fascinating. It makes you somewhat like us. How unswerving her stare. Very different, I think. Have to get her off that track. You acquired the memories during your first encounter with Mabella? Who guessed it? Lucilla? She was there and might have guessed, confiding her suspicions to her sisters. He had to bring the deadly issue into the open. I'm not another Kwisatz Haderach. You're not? Studied objectivity. She allowed this to reveal itself. A cruelty, he thought. You know I'm not. He was fighting for his life and knew it, not so much with Odreid as with those others who watched and reviewed the Comai records. Tell me about your serial memories. That was a command from the Mother Superior, no escaping it. I know those lives. It's like one lifetime. That accumulation could be very valuable to us, Duncan. Do you also remember the axolotl tanks? Her question sent his thoughts into the misty probings that caused him to imagine strange things about the Tleilaxu, great mounds of human flesh, softly visible to the imperfect newborn eyes, blurred and unfocused images, almost memories of emerging from birth canals. How could that accord with tanks? Sightale has provided us with the knowledge to make our own axolotl system, Odreid said. System? Interesting word. Does that mean you also duplicate Tleilaxu's spice production? Sightale bargains for more than we will give, but spice will come in time, one way or another. Odreid heard herself speak firmly and wondered if he detected uncertainty. We might not have the time to do it. The sisters you scatter are hobbled, he said, giving her a small taste of Mentat awareness. You're drawing on your spice stockpiles to supply them, and those must be finite. They have our axolotl knowledge and sand trout. He was shocked to silence by the possibility of countless dunes being reproduced in an infinite universe. They will solve the problem of melange supply with tanks, or worms, or both, she said. This she could say sincerely. It came from statistical expectation. One among those scattered bands of reverend mothers should accomplish it. The tanks, he said. I have strange dreams. He had almost said musings. And well you should. Briefly she told him how female flesh was incorporated. For making the spice too? We think so. Disgusting. That's juvenile, she chided. In such moments he disliked her intensity. Once he had reproached her for the way reverend mothers removed themselves from the common stream of human emotions, and she had given him that identical answer. Juvenile. For which there probably is no remedy, he said, a disgraceful flaw in my character. Were you thinking to debate morality with me? He thought he heard anger. Not even ethics. We work by different rules. Rules are often an excuse to ignore compassion. Do I hear a faint echo of conscience in a reverend mother? Deplorable. My sisters would exile me if they thought conscience ruled me. You can be prodded but not ruled. Very good, Duncan. I like you much better when you're openly mentat. I distrust your liking. She laughed aloud. How like Belle! He stared at her dumbly, plunged by her laughter into sudden knowledge of the way to escape his warders, remove himself from the constant Bene Gesserit manipulations and live his own life. The way out lay not in machinery, but in the Sisterhood's flaws. The absolutes by which they thought they surrounded and held him. There was the way out. And Shiana knows. That's the bait she dangles in front of me. When Idaho did not speak, O'Drade said, Tell me about those other lives. Wrong. I think of them as one continuous life. No deaths? He let a response form silently. Serial memories. The deaths were as informative as the lives, killed so many times by Leto himself. The deaths do not interrupt my memories. An odd kind of immortality, she said. You know, don't you, that Tleilaxu masters recreated themselves? But what did they hope to achieve, mixing different Golas in one flesh? Ask Scytale. Belle felt sure you were a mentat. She will be delighted. I think not. I will see to it that she is delighted. My, I have so many questions, I'm not sure where to begin. She studied him, left hand to her chin. Questions? Mentat demands flowed through Idaho's mind. He let the questions he had asked himself so many times move of themselves, forming their patterns. What did the Tleilaxu seek in me? They could not have included cells from all of his Gola cells for this incarnation, yet he had all of the memories. What cosmic linkage accumulated all of those lives in this one self? Was that the clue to the visions that beset him in the great hold? Half-memories formed in his mind, his body in warm fluid, fed by tubes, massaged by machines, probed and questioned by Tleilaxu observers. He sensed murmurous responses from semi-dormant selves. The words had no meaning. It was as though he listened to a foreign language coming from his own lips, but he knew it was ordinary Galak. The scope of what he sensed in Tleilaxu actions awed him. They investigated cosmos no one but the Bene Gesserit had ever dared touch. That the Bene Tleilax did this for selfish reasons did not subtract from it. The endless rebirths of Tleilaxu masters were a reward worthy of daring. Face dancer servants to copy any life, any mind. The scope of the Tleilaxu dream was as awesome as Bene Gesserit achievements. Scytale admits to memories of Muad'Dib's times, O'Drade said. You might compare notes with him some day. That kind of immortality is a bargaining chip, he warned. Could he sell it to the Honored Matres? He might. Come, let's go back to your quarters. In his workroom, she gestured him to the chair at his console, and he wondered if she was still hunting for his secrets. She bent over him to manipulate the controls. The overhead projector produced a scene of desert to a horizon of rolling dunes. Chapterhouse, she said. A wide band along our equator. Excitement gripped him. Sand trout, you said. But are there any new worms? Shiana expects them soon. They require a large amount of spice as catalyst. We've gambled a great deal of melange out there. Leto told you about the catalyst, didn't he? What else do you remember of him? He killed me so many times it's an ache when I think about it. She had the records of Dar es Balat on Dune to confirm this. Killed you himself, I know. Did he just throw you away when you were used up? I sometimes performed up to expectations and was allowed a natural death. Was his golden path worth it? We don't understand his golden path, nor the fermentations that produced it. He said this. Interesting choice of word. A mentat thinks of the tyrant's eons as fermentation. That erupted in the scattering, driven also by the famine times. You think he didn't anticipate famines?" She did not reply, held to silence by his mentat view. Golden path, humankind erupting into the universe, never again confined to any single planet and susceptible to a singular fate. All of our eggs no longer in one basket. Leto thought of all humankind as a single organism, he said, but he enlisted us in his dream against our will. You Atreides always do that. You Atreides. Then you've paid your debt to us? I didn't say that. Do you appreciate my present dilemma, Mentat? How long have the sand trout been at work? More than 8 standard years. How fast is our desert growing? Our desert. She gestured at the projection. That's more than 3 times larger than it was before the sand trout. So fast. Shiana expects to see small worms any day. They tend not to surface until they reach about 2 meters. So she says. He spoke in a musing tone, each with a pearl of Leto's awareness in his endless dream. So he said, and he never lied about such things. His lies were more subtle, like a reverend mother's. You accuse us of lying? Why does Shiana want to see me? Mentats, you think your questions are answers? Odrade shook her head in mock dismay. She must learn as much as possible about the tyrant as the center of religious adoration. Gods below. Why? The cult of Shiana has spread. It's all over the old empire and beyond, carried by surviving priests from Arrakis. From Dune, he corrected her. Don't think of it as Arrakis or Rakis. It fogs your mind. She accepted his correction. He was fully Mentat now, and she waited patiently. Shiana talked to the sandworms on Dune, he said. They responded. He met her questioning stare. Up to your old tricks with your Missionaria Protectiva, eh? The tyrant is known as Dur and Guldur in the scattering, she said, feeding his Mentat naivete. You have a dangerous assignment for her. Does she know? She knows, and you could make it less dangerous. Then open your data systems to me. No limits? She knew what Bell would say to that. He nodded, unable to allow himself the hope that she might agree. Does she suspect how desperately I want this? It was an ache where he held his knowledge of how he might escape. Unimpeded access to information. She will think I want the illusion of freedom. Will you be my Mentat, Duncan? What choice do I have? I will discuss your request in council and give you our answer. Is the escape door opening? I must think like an Honored Matre, he said, arguing for the Commies and the watchdogs who would review his request. Who could do it better than the one who lives with Merbella? She asked.
Corruption wears infinite disguises. Tlilaxu Thuzen.
They do not know what I think, nor what I can do, Skytail thought. Their truth-sayers cannot read me. That, at least, he had salvaged from disaster, the art of deception learned from his perfected face dancers. He moved softly through his area of the no-ship, observing, cataloguing, measuring. Every look weighed people or place in a mind trained to seek flaws. Each Tliloxu master had known that someday God might set him a task to test his commitment. Very well. This was such a task. The Bene Gesserit who claimed they shared his great belief swore it falsely. They were unclean. He no longer had companions to cleanse him on his return from alien places. He had been cast into the Pawindar universe, made prisoner by servants of Shaitan, was hunted by whores from the scattering. But none of those evil ones knew his resources. None suspected how God would help him in this extremity. I cleanse myself, God. When the woman of Shaitan had plucked him from the hands of the whores, promising sanctuary and every assistance, he had known them false. The greater the test, the greater my faith. Only a few minutes ago, he had watched through a shimmering barrier as Duncan Idaho took a morning walk down the long corridor. The force field that kept them apart prevented the passage of sound. but Skytail saw Idaho's lips move and read the curse. "Curse me, Gola, but we made you and still may use you." God had introduced a holy accident into the Tlilaxu plan for this Gola, but God always had larger designs. It was the task of the faithful to fit themselves into God's plans and not demand that God follow the designs of humans. Skytail set himself to this test, renewing his holy pledge. It was done without words in the ancient Bene Tlilax way of Satori. To achieve Satori, no understanding is needed. Satori exists without words, without even a name. The magic of his god was his only bridge. Skytail felt this deeply. The young master in the highest Kell, he had known from the beginning he would be chosen for this ultimate task. That knowledge was one of his strengths, and he saw it every time he looked in a mirror. God formed me to deceive the Powendar. His slight, childlike appearance was formed in a grey skin whose metallic pigments blocked scanning probes. His diminutive shape distracted those who saw him and hid the powers he had accumulated in serial Gola incarnations. Only the Bene Gesserit carried older memories, but he knew evil guided them. Skytail rubbed his breast, reminding himself of what was hidden there with such skill that not even a scar marked the place. Each master had carried this resource, a null entropy capsule preserving the seed cells of a multitude. Fellow masters of the central Kell, face dancers, technical specialists, and others he knew would be attractive to the women of Shaitan, and to many weakling Powendar. Paul Atreides and his beloved Cheney were there. Oh, what that had cost in searching garments of the dead for random cells. The original Duncan Idaho was there with other Atreides minions, the Mentat Thufir Hawat, Gurney Halleck, the Fremen Naib Stilgar. Enough potential servants and slaves to people a Tlilaxu universe. The prize of prizes in the null entropy tube, the ones he longed to bring into existence, made him catch his breath when he thought of them. Perfect face dancers, perfect mimics, perfect recorders of a victim's persona, capable of deceiving even the witches of the Bene Gesserit. Not even Shur could prevent them from capturing the mind of another. The tube he thought of as his ultimate bargaining power. No one must know of it. For now, he catalogued flaws. There were enough gaps in the no-ship's defenses to gratify him. In his serial lifetimes, he had collected skills the way his fellow masters collected pleasing baubles. They had always considered him too serious, but now he had found the place and time for vindication. Study of the Bene Gesserit had always attracted him. Over the eons, he had acquired a body of knowledge about them. He knew it held myths and misinformation, but faith in the purposes of God assured him the view he held would serve the great belief, no matter the rigors of holy testing. Part of his Bene Gesserit catalogue he called typicals, from the frequent remark, "That's typical of them." The typicals fascinated him. It was typical for them to tolerate gross but non-threatening behavior in others they would not accept in themselves. Bene Gesserit standards are higher. Skytail had heard that even from some of his late companions. "We have the gift of seeing ourselves as others see us," Odrade had once said. Skytail included this among typicals, but her words did not accord with the great belief. Only God saw your ultimate self. Odrade's boast had the sound of hubris. "They tell no casual lies. Truth serves them better." He often wondered about that. Mother Superior herself quoted it as a rule of the Bene Gesserit. There remained the fact that witches appeared to hold a cynical view of truth. She dared claim it was Zensuni. Whose truth? Modified in what way? In what context? They had been seated the previous afternoon in his no-ship quarters. He had asked for a consultation on mutual problems, his euphemism for bargaining. They were alone except for calm eyes and the comings and goings of watchful sisters. His quarters were comfortable enough, 3 plas-walled rooms in restful green, a soft bed, chairs reduced to fit his diminutive body. This was an Ixion no-ship, and he felt certain his warders did not suspect how much he knew of it, as much as the Ixions. Ixion machines all around, but never an Ixion to be seen. He doubted there was a single Ixion on Chapterhouse. The witches were notorious for doing their own maintenance. O'Drade moved and spoke slowly, watching him with care. "They are not impulsive." You heard that often. She asked after his comfort and appeared concerned for him. He glanced around his sitting room. "I see no Ixians." She pursed her lips with displeasure. "Is this why you asked for consultation?" "Of course not, witch. I merely practice my arts of distraction. You would not expect me to mention things I wish to conceal. Then why would I call your attention to Ixians when I know it is unlikely there are any dangerous intruders walking freely on your accursed planet? Ah, the much-vaunted Ixian connection we Tlilaxu maintained so long. You know of that. You punished Ix memorably more than once." The technocrats of Ix might hesitate to irritate the Bene Gesserit, he thought, but they would be extremely careful not to arouse the ire of Honored Matres. Secret trading was indicated by the presence of this no-ship, but the price must have been ruinous, and the circumlocutions exceptional. Very nasty, those whores from the scattering. They might need Ix themselves, he guessed, and Ix might secretly defy the whores to make an arrangement with the Bene Gesserit. But the limits were tight, and chances of betrayal many. These thoughts comforted him as he bargained. O'Drade, in a brittle mood, unsettled him several times with silences during which she stared at him in that disturbing Bene Gesserit way. The bargaining chips were large, no less than survival for each of them, and always in the pot, that tenuous thing, ascendancy, control of the human universe, perpetuation of your own ways as the dominant pattern. Give me a small opening that I may expand, Skytail thought. Give me my own face dancers. Give me servants who will do only my bidding. It is a small thing to ask, he said. I seek personal comfort, my own servants. O'Drade continued to stare at him in that weighted way of the Bene Gesserit that always seemed to peel away the masks and see deep into you. But I have masks you have not penetrated. He could see that she found him repulsive, the way her gaze fixed sequentially on each of his features. He knew what she was thinking. An elfin figure with narrow face and puckish eyes, widow's peak. Her gaze moved down. Tiny mouth with sharp teeth and pointed canines. Skytail knew himself to be a figure out of humankind's most dangerously disturbing mythologies. O'Drade would ask herself, why did the Bene Tlilax choose this particular physical appearance when their control of genetics could have given them something more impressive? For the very reason that it disturbs you, Pawindad Dirt. He thought immediately of another typical. The Bene Gesserit seldom scatter dirt. Skytail had seen the dirty aftermath of many Bene Gesserit actions. Look at what happened to Dune, burnt to cinders because you woman of Shaitan chose that holy ground to challenge the whores. Even the revenants of our prophet gone to their reward. Everyone dead. And he hardly dared contemplate his own losses. No Tlilaxu planet had escaped the fate of Dune. The Bene Gesserit caused that. And he must suffer their tolerance, a refugee with only God to support him. He asked O'Drade about scattered dirt on Dune. You find that only when we are in extremis. Is that why you attracted the violence of those whores? She refused to discuss it. One of Skytail's late companions had said, the Bene Gesserit leave straight tracks. You might think them complex, but when you look closely, their way smooth. That companion, and all the others, had been butchered by the whores. His only survival lay in cells of a null-entropy capsule. So much for a dead master's wisdom. O'Drade wanted more technical information about axolotl tanks. Oh, how cleverly she worded her questions. Bargaining for survival, and each little bit carried a heavy weight. What had he received for his tiny measured pieces of data about the axolotl tanks? O'Drade took him out of the ship occasionally now, but the whole planet was as much a prison to him as this ship. Where could he go that the witches would not find him? What were they doing with their own axolotl tanks? He was not even sure about this. The witches lied with such facility. Was it wrong to supply them even with limited knowledge? He realized now he had told them far more than the bare biotechnical details to which he had confined himself. They definitely deduced how Masters had created a limited immortality, always a Gola replacement growing in the tanks. That, too, was lost. He wanted to scream this at her in his frustrated rage. Questions. Obvious questions. He parried her questions with wordy arguments about my need for face dancer servants and my own ship system console. She was slyly adamant, probing for more knowledge of the tanks. The information to produce melange from our tanks might induce us to be more liberal with our guest. Our tanks. Our guest. These women were like a plasteel wall. No tanks for his personal use. All of that Tlilaxu power gone. It was a thought full of mournful self-pity. He restored himself with a reminder. God obviously tested his resourcefulness. They think they hold me in a trap. But their restrictions hurt. No face dancer servants? Very well. He would seek other servants, not face dancers. Skytail felt the deepest anguish of his many lives when he thought of his lost face dancers, his mutable slaves. Damn these women, and their pretense that they shared the great belief. Omnipresent acolytes and reverend mothers always snooping around. Spies, and commies everywhere. Oppressive. On first coming to Chapterhouse, he had sensed a shyness about his jailers, a privacy that became intense when he probed into the workings of their order. Later, he came to see this as a circling up, all facing outward at any threat. What is ours, you may not enter. Skytail recognized a parental posturing in this, a maternal view of humankind. Behave or we will punish you, and Bene Gesserit punishments certainly were to be avoided. As O'Drade continued to demand more than he would give, Skytail fastened his attention on a typical he felt sure was true. They cannot love. But he was forced to agree. Neither love nor hate were purely rational. He thought of such emotions as a dark fountain shadowing the air all around, a primitive gusher that sprayed unsuspecting humans. How this woman does chatter! He watched her, not really listening. What were their flaws? Was it a weakness that they avoided music? Did they fear the secret play on emotions? The aversion appeared to be heavily conditioned, but the conditioning did not always succeed. In his many lives he had seen witches appear to enjoy music. When he questioned O'Drade, she became quite heated, and he suspected a deliberate display to mislead him. We cannot let ourselves be distracted. Don't you ever replay great musical performances in memory? I'm told that in ancient times, of what use is music played on instruments no longer known to people? Oh, what instruments are those? Where would you find a piano? Still in that false anger. Terrible instruments to tune and even more difficult to play. How prettily she protests. I've never heard of this piano, did you say? Is it like the balisette? Distant cousins, but it could only be tuned to an approximate key, an idiosyncrasy of the instrument. Why do you single out this piano? Because I sometimes think it too bad we no longer have it. Producing perfection from imperfection is, after all, the highest of art forms. Perfection from imperfections. She was trying to distract him with Zensuni words, feeding the illusion that these witches shared his great belief. He had been warned many times about this peculiarity of Bene Gesserit bargaining. They approached everything from an oblique angle, revealing only at the last instant what they really sought. But he knew what they bargained for here. She wanted all of his knowledge and sought to pay nothing. Still, how tempting her words were. Skytail felt a deep wariness. Her words fitted themselves so neatly into her claim that the Bene Gesserit sought only to perfect human society. So, she thought she could teach him. Another typical. They see themselves as teachers. When he expressed doubt of this claim, she said, Naturally, we build up pressures in societies we influence. We do it that we may direct those pressures. I find this discordant, he complained. Why, Master Skytail? It's a very common pattern. Governments often do this to produce violence against chosen targets. You did it yourselves, and see where it got you. So, she dares claim that Tlilaxu brought this calamity on themselves. We follow the lesson of the great messenger, she said. using the Islamiyat for the Prophet Leto II. The words sounded alien on her lips, but he was taken back. She knew how all Tlilaxu revered the Prophet. But I have heard these women call him tyrant. Still speaking Islamiyat, she demanded, was it not his goal to divert violence, producing a lesson of value to all? Does she joke about the great belief? That is why we accepted him, she said. He did not play by our rules, but he played for our goal. She dared say she accepted the Prophet. He did not challenge her, although the provocation was great. A delicate thing, a Reverend Mother's view of herself and her behavior. He suspected they constantly readjusted this view, never bouncing far in any direction, no self-hate, no self-love. Confidence, yes, maddening self-confidence. But that did not require hate or love, only a cool head, every judgment ready for correction, just as she claimed. It would seldom require praise. A job well done? Well, what else did you expect? Bene Gesserit training strengthens the character. That was folk wisdom's most popular typical. He tried to start an argument with her on this. Isn't Honored Matres conditioning the same as yours? Look at Morbella. Is it generalities you want, Skytail? Was that amusement in her tone? A collision between two conditioning systems. Isn't that a good way to view this confrontation? He ventured. And the more powerful will emerge victorious, of course. Definitely sneering. Isn't that how it always works? His anger not well bridled. Must a Bene Gesserit remind a Tlilaxu that subtleties are another kind of weapon? Have you not practiced deception, a feigned weakness to deflect your enemies and lead them into traps? Vulnerabilities can be created. Of course. She knows about the eons of Tlilaxu deception, creating an image of inept stupidities. So that's how you expect to deal with our foes. We intend to punish them, Skytail. Such implacable determination. New things he learned about the Bene Gesserit filled him with misgivings. O'Drade, taking him for a well-guarded afternoon stroll in the cold winter outside the ship, burly proctors just a pace behind, stopped to watch a small procession coming from Central. 5 Bene Gesserit women, 2 of them acolytes, by their white-trimmed robes, but the other 3 in an unrelieved grey not known to him. They wheeled a cart into one of the orchards. A frigid wind blew across them. A few old leaves whipped from the dark branches. The cart bore a long bundle shrouded in white. Her body was the right shape. When he asked, O'Drade regaled him with an account of Bene Gesserit burial practices. If there was a body to bury, it was done with the casual dispatch he now witnessed. No Reverend Mother ever had an obituary or wanted time-wasting rituals. Did her memory not live on in her sisters? He started to argue that this was irreverent, but she cut him off. Given the phenomenon of death, all attachments in life are temporary. We modify that somewhat in other memory. You did a similar thing, Skytail, and now we incorporate some of your abilities in our bag of tricks. Oh, yes. That's the way we think of such knowledge. It merely modifies the pattern. An irreverent practice. Nothing irreverent about it. Into the dirt they go, where at least they can become fertilizer. And she continued to describe the scene without giving him a chance for further protests. They had this regular routine he now observed, she said. A large mechanical auger was wheeled into the orchard, where it drilled a suitable hole in the earth. The corpse, bound in that cheap cloth, was buried vertically, and an orchard tree planted over it. Orchards were laid out in grid patterns, a cenotaph at one corner where locations of burials were recorded. He saw the cenotaph when she pointed it out, a square green thing about 3 meters high. I think that body's being buried at about C21, she said, watching the auger at work while the burial team waited, leaning against the cart. That one will fertilize an apple tree. She sounded ungodly happy about it. As they watched the auger withdraw and the cart being tipped, the body sliding into the hole, O'Drade began to hum. Skytail was surprised. You said the Bene Gesserit avoided music. Just an old ditty. The Bene Gesserit remained a puzzle, and more than ever, he saw the weakness of typicals. How could you bargain with people whose patterns did not follow an acceptable path? You might think you understood them, and then they shot off in a new direction. They were untypical. Trying to understand them disrupted his sense of order. He was certain he had not received anything real in all of this bargaining. A bit more freedom that was actually the illusion of freedom. Nothing he really wanted came from this cold-faced witch. It was tantalizing to try piecing together any substance from what he knew about the Bene Gesserit. There was, for instance, the claim they did without most bureaucratic systems and record-keeping. Except for Belonda's archives, of course, and every time he mentioned those, Odrad said, "Heaven guard us," or something equivalent. Now he asked, how do you maintain yourselves without officials and records? He was deeply puzzled. A thing needs doing, we do it. Bury your sister? She pointed to the scene in the orchard where shovels had been brought into play and dirt was being tamped on the grave. That's how it's done, and there's always someone around who's responsible. They know who they are. Who takes care of this unwholesome... It's not unwholesome. It's part of our education. Failed sisters usually supervise. Acolytes do the work. Don't they? I mean, isn't this distasteful to them? Failed sisters, you say, and acolytes. It would seem to be more of a punishment than... Punishment? Come, Skytail. Have you only one song to sing? She pointed at the burial party. After their apprenticeship, all of our people willingly accept their jobs. But no, bureaucratic. We're not stupid. Again he did not understand, but she responded to his slight puzzlement. Surely you know bureaucracies always become voracious aristocracies after they attain commanding power. He had difficulty seeing the relevance. Where was she leading him? When he remained silent, she said, Honored Matres have all the remarks of bureaucracy. Ministers of this, great Honored Matres of that, a powerful few at the top, and many functionaries below. They already are full of adolescent hungers. Like voracious predators, they never consider how they exterminate their prey. A tight relationship. Reduce the numbers of those upon whom you feed, and you bring your own structure crashing down. He found it difficult to believe the witches really saw Honored Matres this way, and said so. If you survive, Skytail, you will see my words made real. Great cries of rage by those unthinking women at the necessity to retrench. Much new effort to wring the most out of their prey. Capture more of them. Squeeze them harder. It will just mean quicker extermination. Idaho says they're already in the die-back stage. The Gola says this? So she was using him as a mentat. Where do you get such ideas? Surely this does not originate with your Gola. Continue to believe he's yours. He merely confirmed our assessment. An example in other memory alerted us. Oh? This thing of other memory bothered him. Could their claim be true? Memories from his own multiple lives were of enormous value. He asked for confirmation. We remembered the relationship between a food animal called a snowshoe rabbit and a predatory cat called a lynx. The cat population always grew to follow the population of the rabbits, and then overfeeding dumped the predators into famine times and severe dieback. An interesting term, dieback. Descriptive of what we intend for the Honored Matres. When their meeting ended, without anything gained for him, Skytail found himself more confused than ever. Was that truly their intent? The damnable woman. He could not be sure of anything, she said. When she returned him to his quarters in the ship, Skytail stood for a long time, looking through the barrier field at the long corridor where Idaho and Morbella sometimes came on their way to their practice floor. He knew that must be where they went through a wide doorway down there. They always emerged sweating and breathing deeply. Neither of his fellow prisoners appeared, although he loitered there for more than an hour. She uses the Gola as a mentat. That must mean he has access to a ship system's console. Surely she would not deprive her mentat of his data. Somehow, I must contrive it that Idaho and I meet intimately. There's always the whistling language we impress on every Gola. I must not appear too anxious. A small concession in the bargaining, perhaps. A complaint that my quarters are confining. They see how I chafe at imprisonment.
Education is no substitute for intelligence. That elusive quality is defined only in part by puzzle-solving ability. It is in the creation of new puzzles reflecting what your senses report that you round out the definition. Mentat Text 1, Decto.
They wheeled Lucilla into Great Honored Matres' presence in a tubular cage, a cage within a cage. Sugar wire netting confined her to the center of the thing. "I am Great Honored Matre," the woman in the heavy black chair greeted her. Small woman, red gold leotards. "The cage is for your protection, should you try to use voice. We are immune. Our immunity takes the form of a reflex. We kill. A number of you have died that way. We know voice and use it. Remember it when I release you from your cage." She waved away the servants who had brought the cage. "Go, go." Lucilla looked around the room, windowless, almost square, lighted by a few silvery glow globes, acid green walls, typical interrogation setting. It was somewhere high. They had brought her cage in a null tube shortly before dawn. A panel behind Great Honored Matre snapped aside, and a smaller cage came sliding into the room on a hidden mechanism. This cage was square, and in it stood what she thought at first was a naked man, until he turned and looked at her. Futar. It had a wide face, and she saw the canines. "Want back rub," the Futar said. "Yes, darling, I'll rub your back later." "Want eat," the Futar said. It glared at Lucilla. "Later, darling." The Futar continued to study Lucilla. "You handler?" it asked. "Of course she's not a handler." "Want eat," the Futar insisted. "Later, I said. For now you just sit there and purr for me." The Futar squatted in its cage, and a rumbling sound issued from its throat. "Aren't they sweet when they purr?" Great Honored Matre obviously did not expect an answer. The presence of the Futar puzzled Lucilla. Those things were supposed to hunt and kill Honored Matres. It was caged, though. "Where did you capture it?" Lucilla asked. "On Gamu." She did not see what she had revealed. And this is Junction, Lucilla thought. She had recognized it from the lighter the evening before. The Futar stopped purring. "Eat," it grumbled. Lucilla would have liked something to eat. They had not fed her in 3 days, and she was forced to suppress hunger pangs. Small sips of water from a liter-john left in the cage helped, but that was almost empty. The servants who had brought her had laughed at her request for food. Futars like lean meat. It was the absence of mélange that plagued her most. She had begun to feel the first withdrawal pains that morning. "I shall have to kill myself soon." The Lampadas horde pleaded for her to endure. "Be brave. What if that wild Reverend Mother fails us?" Spider Queen. That is what O'Drade calls this woman. Great Honored Matre continued to study her, hand to chin. It was a weak chin. In a face without positive features, the negative attracted the gaze. "You will lose in the end, you know," Great Honored Matre said. "Whistling past the graveyard," Lucilla said, and then had to explain the expression. There was a polite show of interest on Great Honored Matre's face. "How interesting." "Any of my aides would have killed you immediately for saying that. This is one of the reasons we are alone. I am curious why you would say such a thing." Lucilla glanced at the squatting Futar. Futars did not occur overnight. They were genetically created from wild animal stock for one purpose. "Careful," orange flamed in Great Honored Matre's eyes. Generations of development went into the creation of futars, Lucilla said. We hunt them for our pleasure. And the hunter becomes the hunted. Great Honored Matre leapt to her feet, eyes completely orange. The futar became agitated and began whining. This calmed the woman. Slowly she sank back into her chair, one hand gestured at the caged futar. It's all right, darling. You'll eat soon, and then I'll rub your back. The futar resumed its purring. So you think we came back here as refugees? Great Honored Matre said. Yes, don't try to deny it. Worms often turn, Lucilla said. Worms? You mean like those monstrosities we destroyed on Arrakis? It was tempting to prod this Honored Matre and evoke the dramatic response. Alarm her enough and she would certainly kill. Please, sister, the Lampardas horde begged. Endure. You think I can escape from this place? That silenced them, except for one faint protest. Remember, we are the ancient doll, 7 times down, 8 times up. It came with a rocking image of a small red doll, grinning Buddha face and hands clasped over its fat belly. You're obviously referring to the revenants of the God Emperor, Lucilla said. I had something else in mind. Great Honored Matre took her time considering this. The orange faded from her eyes. She's playing with me, Lucilla thought. She intends to kill me and feed me to her pet. But think of the tactical information you could provide if we did escape. We? But there was no avoiding the accuracy of that protest. They had brought her cage from the lighter while it was still daylight. Approaches to the Spider Queen's lair were well planned for difficult access, but the planning amused Lucilla. Very ancient, out-of-date planning. Narrow places in the approach lanes, with observation turrets projecting from the ground like dull grey mushrooms appearing at the proper places on their mycelium. Sharp turns at critical points. No ordinary ground vehicle could negotiate such turns at speed. There was mention of this in Teg's critique of Junction, she recalled. Nonsense defences. One had only to bring in heavy equipment or go over such crude installations another way, and the things were isolated. Linked underground, naturally, but that could be disrupted by explosives. Ligate them, cut them off from their source, and they would fall piecemeal. No more precious energy coming down your tube, idiots. Visible sense of security, and Honored Matres kept it, for reassurance. Their defenders must spend a great deal of energy on useless displays to give these women a false sense of security. The hallways. Remember the hallways. Yes, the hallways in this gigantic building were enormous, the better to accommodate giant tanks in which guild navigators were forced to live groundside. Ventilation systems low along the halls to take out and reclaim spilled mélange gas. She could imagine hatches thumping open and closed with disturbing reverberations. Guildsmen never seemed to mind loud noises. Energy transmission lines for mobile suspensors with thick black snakes winding across passages and into every room she had glimpsed. Wouldn't do to keep a navigator from snooping any place he desired. Many of the people she had seen wore guide pulsars, even Honored Matres. So they got lost here. Everything under the one giant mound of a roof with its phallic towers. The new residents found this attractive. Heavily insulated from the crude outdoors, where none of the important people go anyway except to kill things or watch the slaves at their amusing work and play. Through much of it, she had seen a shabbiness that said minimal expenditure on maintenance. They are not changing much. Teg's ground plan is still accurate. See how valuable your observations could be? Great Honored Matre stirred from her reverie. It is just possible that I could permit you to live, provided you satisfy some of my curiosity. How do you know I won't respond to your curiosity with a flow of pure shit? Vulgarity amused Great Honored Matre. She almost laughed. Apparently no one had ever warned her to beware of the Bene Gesserit when they resorted to vulgarity. The motivation for it was sure to be something distressing. No voice, eh? She thinks that's my only resource. Great Honored Matre had said enough and reacted enough to give any reverend mother a sure handle on her. Body and speech signals always carried more information than was necessary for comprehension. There was inevitable extra information to be sampled. "Do you find us attractive?" Great Honored Matre asked. Odd question. People from the scattering all possess a certain attraction. Let her think I've seen many of them, including her enemies. You're exotic, meaning strange and new. And our sexual prowess. There's an aura to that, naturally. Exciting and magnetic to some. But not to you. Go for the chin. It was a suggestion from the Horde. Why not? I've been studying your chin, Great Honored Matre. You have? Surprised. It's obviously your childhood chin, and you should be proud of that youthful remembrance. Not pleased at all, but unable to show it. Hit the chin again. I'll bet your lovers often kiss your chin, Lucilla said. Angry now, and still unable to vent it. Threaten me, will you? Warn me not to use voice. Kiss chin, the futar said. I said later, darling. Now will you shut up? Taking it out on her poor pet. But you have questions you want to ask me, Lucilla said, sweetness itself. Another warning signal to the knowledgeable. I'm one of those who pours sugar syrup over everything. How nice, such a pleasant time when we're with you. Isn't that beautiful? Weren't you clever to get it so cheaply, easily, quickly? Supply your own adverb. Great Honored Matre was a moment composing herself. She sensed that she had been placed at a disadvantage, but could not say how. She covered the moment with an enigmatic smile. Then, but I said I would release you. She pressed something on the side of her chair, and a section of the tubular cage swung aside, taking the sugar wire netting with it. In the same instant, a low chair lifted from a panel in the floor directly in front of her, and not a pace away. Lucilla seated herself in the chair, knees almost touching her inquisitor. Feet. Remember, they kill with their feet. She flexed her fingers, realizing then that she had been gripping her hands into fists. Damn the tensions. You should have some food and drink, Great Honored Matre said. She pushed something else on the side of her chair. A tray came up beside Lucilla, plate, spoon, a glass brimming with red liquid. Showing off her toys. Lucilla picked up the glass. Poison. Smell it first. She sampled the drink. Stim tea and melange. I'm hungry. Lucilla returned an empty glass to the tray. The stim on her tongue smelled sharply of melange. What is she doing? Wooing me? Lucilla felt a flow of relief from the spice. The plate proved to hold beans and a piquant sauce. She ate it all after sampling the first bite for unwanted additives. Garlic and the sauce. She was hung up for the barest fraction of a second on memory of this ingredient. Adjunct to fine cooking, specific against werewolves, potent treatment for flatulence. You find our food pleasant? Lucilla wiped her chin. Very good. You are to be complimented on your chef. Never compliment the chef in a private establishment. Chefs can be replaced. Hostess is irreplaceable. A nice touch with garlic. We've been studying some of the library salvaged from Lampadas. Gloating. See what you lost. So little of interest buried in all of that prattle. Does she want you to be her librarian? Lucilla waited silently. Some of my age think there may be clues to your witch's nest there, or, at least, a way to eliminate you quickly. So many languages. Does she need a translator? Be blunt. What interests you? Very little. Who could possibly need accounts of the Butlerian Jihad? They destroyed libraries too. Don't patronize me! She's sharper than we thought. Keep it blunt. I thought I was the object of patronage. Listen to me, witch! You think you can be ruthless in defense of your nest, but you do not understand what it is to be ruthless. I don't think you have yet told me how I can satisfy your curiosity. It is your science we want, witch. She pitched her voice lower. Let us be reasonable. With your help, we could achieve utopia. And conquer all of your enemies and achieve orgasm every time. You think science holds the keys to utopia? And better organization for our affairs? Remember, bureaucracy elevates conformity. Make that elevates fatal stupidity to the status of religion. Paradox, Great Honored Matre. Science must be innovative. It brings change. That's why science and bureaucracy fight a constant war. Does she know her roots? But think of the power! Think of what you could control! She doesn't know. Honored Matre assumptions about control fascinated Lucilla. You controlled your universe. You did not balance with it. You looked outward, never inward. You did not train yourself to sense your own subtle responses. You produced muscles, forces, powers, to overcome everything you defined as an obstacle. Were these women blind? When Lucilla did not speak, Honored Matre said, We found much in the library about the Bene Gesserit. You joined them for many projects, which... multiple projects. How to nullify a no-ship's invisibility. How to penetrate the secrets of the living cell, your mission area protectiva, and something called the language of God. Lucilla produced a tight smile. Did they fear there might be a real God out there somewhere? Give her a little taste. Be candid. We joined the Tlilaxu in nothing. Your people misinterpret what they found. You worry about being patronized. How do you think God would feel about it? We plant protective religions to help us. That is the missionaria's function. The Tlilaxu have only one religion. You organize religions? Not quite. The organizational approach to religion is always apologetic. We do not apologize. You are beginning to bore me. Why did we find so little about the God Emperor? Pouncing. Perhaps your people destroyed it. Ah, then you do have an interest in him. And so do you, Madame Spider. I would have presumed, Great Honored Matre, that Later the Second and his Golden Path were subjects of study at many of your academic centers. That was cruel. We have no academic centers. I find your interest in him surprising. Casual interest, no more. And that futar sprang from an oak tree struck by lightning. We call his golden path the paper chase. He blew it into the infinite winds and said, See, this is where it goes. That's the scattering. Some prefer to call it the seeking. Could he really predict our future? Is that what interests you? Bullseye. Great Honored Matre coughed into her hand. We say Muad'Dib created a future. Later the Second uncreated it. But if I could know, please, Great Honored Matre, people who demand that the Oracle predict their lives really want to know where the treasure is hidden. But of course. Know your entire future and nothing will ever surprise you. Is that it? In so many words. You don't want the future. You want now extended forever. I could not have said it better. And you said I bored you. What? Orange in her eyes. Careful. Never another surprise. What could be more boring? But that's not what I mean. Then I'm afraid I do not understand what you want, Great Honored Matre. No matter. We'll return to it tomorrow. Reprieve. Great Honored Matre stood. Back into your cage. Eat. The futar sounded plaintive. I have some wonderful food for you downstairs, darling. Then I'll rub your back. Lucilla entered her cage. Great Honored Matre threw a chair cushion in after her. Use that against the sugar wire. See how kind I can be? The cage door sealed with a click. The futar in its cage slid back into the wall. The panels snapped closed over it. They get so restless when they're hungry, Great Honored Matre said. She opened the door to the room and turned to contemplate Lucilla for a moment. You will not be disturbed here. I am refusing permission for anyone else to enter this room.
Many things we do naturally become difficult only when we try to make them intellectual subjects. It is possible to know so much about a subject that you become totally ignorant. Mentat Text 2, Dicto. Periodically, Odrade went for dinner with acolytes and their proctor watchers, the most immediate warders in this mind prison from which many would never be released. What the acolytes thought and did really informed the depths of Mother Superior's consciousness on how well Chapterhouse functioned. Acolytes responded from their moods and forebodings more directly than Reverend Mothers. Full Sisters got very good at not being seen at their worst. They did not try to conceal essentials, but anyone could walk in an orchard or close a door and be out of the view of watchdogs. Not so the acolytes. There was little slack time in Central these days. Even the dining halls had their constant streams of occupants, no matter the hour. Work shifts were staggered, and it was easy for a Reverend Mother to adjust her circadian rhythms to off-beat time. Odrade could not waste energy on such adjustments. At the evening meal she paused at the door to the acolyte hall and heard the sudden hush. Even the way they conveyed food to their mouths said something. Where did the eyes go as the chopsticks progressed mouthward? Was it a quick stab and a rapid chew before a convulsive swallow? That was a one to watch. She was brewing upsets. And that thoughtful one over there who looked at each mouthful as though wondering how they hid the poison in such slop. A creative mind behind those eyes. Test her for a more sensitive position. Odrade entered the hall. The floor had a large checkerboard pattern, black and white plaid, virtually unscratchable. Acolytes said the pattern was for Reverend Mothers to use as a game board. Place one of us here, and another over there, and some along that central line. Move them thus, winner take all. Odrade took a seat near the corner of a table beside the western windows. The acolytes made room for her, their movements quietly unobtrusive. This hall was part of the oldest construction on Chapterhouse, built of wood with clear span beams overhead, enormously thick and heavy things finished in dull black. They were some 25 meters long without a joint. Somewhere on Chapterhouse there was a grove of genetically tailored oaks, reaching up to sunlight in their carefully tended plantations. Trees going up 30 meters at least without a limb, and more than 2 meters through the boles. They had been planted when this hall was built. Replacements for these beams when age weakened them. 1900 SY the beams were supposed to endure. How carefully the acolytes around her watched Mother Superior without ever appearing to look directly at her. Odrade turned her head to peer out the western windows at the sunset. Dust again. The spreading intrusion from the desert inflamed the setting sun and set it glowing like a distant ember that might explode into uncontrollable fire at any instant. Odrade suppressed a sigh. Thoughts such as these recreated her nightmare. The chasm, the tightrope. She knew if she closed her eyes she would feel herself swaying on the rope. The hunter with the axe was nearer. Acolytes eating close by stirred nervously as though they sensed her disquiet. Perhaps they did. Odrade heard the movement of fabrics, and this dragged her out of her nightmare. She had become sensitized to a new note in the sounds of Central. There was a grating noise behind the most commonplace movements, that chair being shifted behind her, and the opening of that kitchen door. Rasping grit. Cleaning crews complained of sand and the damnable dust. Odrade stared out the window at the source of that irritation, wind from the south. A dull haze, something between tan and earth brown, drew a curtain across the horizon. After the wind, dustings of its deposits would be found in building corners and on lee sides of hills. There was a flinty aroma to it, something alkaline that irritated the nostrils. She looked down at the table as a serving acolyte placed her meal in front of her. O'Drade found herself enjoying this change from quick meals in her workroom and private dining room. When she ate alone up there, acolytes brought food so quietly and cleared away with such silent efficiency that sometimes she was surprised to find everything gone. Here, dining was bustle and conversation. In her quarters, Chef Duana might come in clucking, "You are not eating enough." O'Drade generally heeded such admonitions. Watchdogs had their uses. Tonight's meal was slig pork in a sauce of soy and molasses, minimal mélange, a touch of basil and lemon, fresh green beans cooked al dente with peppers, dark red grape juice to drink. She took a bite of slig pork with anticipation and found it passable, a bit overcooked for her taste. Acolyte chefs had not missed it by much. Then why this feeling of too many such meals? She swallowed, and hypersensitivity identified additives. This food was not here just to replenish Mother Superior's energy. Someone in the kitchen had asked for her day's nutrition list and adjusted this plate accordingly. Food is a trap, she thought. More addictions. She did not like the cunning ways Chapterhouse chefs concealed things they put in the food for the good of the diners. They knew, of course, that a Reverend Mother could identify ingredients and adjust metabolism within her limits. They were watching her right now, wondering how Mother Superior would judge tonight's menu. As she ate, she listened to the other diners. None intruded on her, not physically or vocally. Sounds returned almost to what they had been before her entrance. Waggling tongues always changed their tone slightly when she entered and resumed at lower volume. An unspoken question lay in all of those busy minds around her. Why is she here tonight? O'Drade sensed quiet awe in some nearby diners, a reaction Mother Superior sometimes employed to her advantage, awe with an edge on it. Acolytes whispered among themselves, so the proctors reported, "She has Terraza." They meant O'Drade possessed her late predecessor as primary. The two of them were a historical pair, required study for postulants. Dar and Tar, already a legend. Even Belonda, dear old vicious Bell, came at O'Drade obliquely because of this. Few frontal attacks, very little blaring in her accusatory arguments. Terraza was credited with saving the Sisterhood. That silenced much opposition. Terraza had said Honored Matres were essentially barbarians, and their violence, although not totally deflectable, could be guided into bloody displays. Events had more or less verified this. Correct up to a point, Tar. None of us anticipated the extent of their violence. Terraza's classical Veronica, how apt the bull-ring image, had aimed the Honored Matres into such episodes of carnage that the universe was mordant with potential supporters of their brutalized victims. How do I defend us? It was not so much that defensive plans were inadequate. They could become irrelevant. That, of course, is what I seek. We must be purified and made ready for a supreme effort. Belonda had sneered at that idea. For our demise? Is that why we must be purified? Belonda would be ambivalent when she discovered what Mother Superior planned. Belonda Vicious would applaud. Belonda Mentat would argue for delay until a more propitious moment. But I will seek my own peculiar way despite what my sisters think. And many sisters thought O'Drade quite the strangest Mother Superior they had ever accepted, elevated more with the left hand than with the right. Terraza Primary. I was there when you died, Tar. No one else to gather your persona. Elevation by accident? Many disapproved of O'Drade. But when opposition arose, back they went to Terraza Primary, the best Mother Superior in our history. Amusing. Terraza within was the quickest to laugh and ask, "Why don't you tell them about my mistakes, Star? Especially about how I misjudged you?" O'Drade chewed reflectively on a bite of slig pork. I'm overdue for a visit to Shiana. South into the desert, and that soon. Shiana must be made ready to replace Tam. The changing landscape loomed large in Odraid's thoughts. More than 1,500 years of Bene Gesserit occupancy on Chapterhouse. Signs of us everywhere, not just in special groves or vineyards and orchards. What it must be doing to the collective psyche, seeing such changes come over their familiar land. The acolyte seated beside Odraid made a soft throat-clearing sound. Was she about to address Mother Superior? A rare occurrence. The young woman continued to eat, without speaking. Odraid's thoughts returned to the prospective journey into the desert. Shiana must have no forewarning. I must be sure she is the one we need. There were questions for Shiana to answer. Odraid knew what she would find on inspection stops en route. In sisters, in plant and animal life, in the very foundations of Chapterhouse, she would see changes gross and changes subtle, things to wrench at Mother Superior's vaunted serenity. Even Mabella, never out of the no-ship, sensed these changes. Only that morning, seated with her back to her console, Mabella had listened with new attentiveness to Odraid standing over her, edgy alertness in the captive Honored Matre. Her voice betrayed doubts and unbalanced judgments. All is transient, Mother Superior? That is knowledge impressed on you by other memory. No planet, no land or sea, no part of any land or sea is here forever. A morbid thought, rejection. Wherever we stand, we are only stewards. A useless viewpoint. Hesitant, questioning why Mother Superior chose this moment to say such things. I hear Honored Matres talking through you. They gave you greedy dreams, Mabella. So you say, deeply resentful. Honored Matres think they can buy infinite security, a small planet, you know, with plenty of subservient population. Mabella produced a grimace. More planets. Odraid snapped. Always more and more and more. That's why they come swarming back. Poor pickings in this old empire. Excellent, Mabella. You're beginning to think like one of us. And that makes me a nothing. Neither fish nor fowl, but your own true self? Even there you're only a steward. Beware, Mabella, if you think you own something that's like walking on quicksand. This got a puzzled frown. Something would have to be done about the way Mabella allowed her emotions to play so openly on her face. It was permissible here, but someday... So nothing is safely owned. So what? Bitter, bitter. You speak some of the right words, but I don't think you've yet found a place in yourself where you can endure for your lifetime. Until an enemy finds me and slaughters me? Honored Matre training clings like glue, but she spoke to Duncan the other night in a way that tells me she is ready. The Van Gogh painting, I do believe, has sensitized her. I heard it in her voice. I must review that record. Who would slaughter you, Mabella? You'll never withstand an Honored Matre attack. I've already stated the basic fact that concerns us. No place is eternally safe. Another of your useless damned lessons. In the Acolyte Hall, Odraid recalled she had not found time to review that Comai record of Duncan and Mabella. A sigh almost escaped her. She covered it with a cough. Never do to let the young woman see disturbance in Mother Superior. To the desert and Shiana. Inspection tour as soon as I can make time for it. Time. Again the acolyte seated beside Odraid made that throat noise. Odraid watched peripherally. Blonde, short, black dress trimmed in white, intermediate third stage. No movement of the head toward Odraid. No sidelong glances. This is what I will find on my inspection tour. Fears. And in the landscape, those things we always see when we run out of time. Trees left uncut because woodcutters have gone, dragooned into our scattering, gone to their graves, gone to unknown places, perhaps even to peonage. Will I see architectural fancies become attractive because they are incomplete, builders departed? No, we don't go in much for fancies. Other memory held examples she wished she might find. Old buildings more beautiful because they were unfinished. the builder bankrupt, an owner angered at his mistress. Some things were more interesting because of that: old walls, old ruins, time sculpture. What would Belle say if I ordered a fancy in my favourite orchard? The acolyte beside O'Drade said, "Mother Superior?" "Excellent. They so seldom find the courage." "Yes?" Faint questioning. "This had better be important." Would she hear? She heard. "I intrude, Mother Superior, because of the urgency, and because I know your interest in the orchards." Superb. This acolyte had thick legs, but that did not extend to her mind. O'Drade stared at her silently. "I am the one making the map for your bedchamber, Mother Superior." So this was a reliable adept, a person trusted with work for Mother Superior, even better. "Will I have my map soon?" 2 days, Mother Superior. I am adjusting projection overlays where I will mark the desert's daily growth." A brief nod. That had been in the original order, an acolyte to keep the map current. O'Drade wanted to awaken each morning, her imagination ignited by that changing view, the first thing impressed on awareness at arising. "I put a report in your workroom this morning, Mother Superior. Orchard management. Perhaps you did not see it." O'Drade had seen only the label. She had been late coming from exercises, anxious to visit Mabella. So much depended on Mabella. "The plantations around Central must either be abandoned or action taken to sustain them," the acolyte said. "That's the gist of the report." "Repeat the report verbatim." Night fell, and the room lights brightened as O'Drade listened. Concise. Terse, even. The report carried a note of admonishment O'Drade recognized as originating with Belonder. No archival signature, but Weather's warnings went through archives, and this acolyte had lifted some of the original words. The acolyte fell silent. Report concluded. How do I respond? Orchards, pastures, and vineyards were not merely a buffer against alien intrusions, pleasant decorations on the landscape. They supported Chapterhouse morale and tables. They supported my morale. How quietly this acolyte waited. Curly blonde hair and round face. Pleasing countenance, though the mouth was wide. Food remained on her plate, but she was not eating, hands folded in her lap. I am here to serve you, Mother Superior. While O'Drade composed her response, memory intruded, an old incident simul-flowing over immediate observations. She remembered her ornithopter training course. 2 acolyte students with instructor at midday high over the wetlands of Lampedusa. She had been paired with as inept an acolyte as could have been accepted by the Sisterhood. Obviously a gene choice. The breeding mistresses wanted her for a characteristic to be passed along to offspring. It certainly wasn't emotional balance or intelligence. O'Drade remembered the name. Lynchine. Lynchine had shouted at their instructor, "I'm going to fly this damned thopter!" And all the while a whirling sky and landscape of trees and marshy lake shore dizzied them. That was how it seemed, us stationary and the world moving. Lynchine doing the wrong thing every time. Each movement created worse gyrations. The instructor cut her out of the system by pulling the disconnect only he could reach. He did not speak until they were flying straight and level. "No way are you ever going to fly this, lady. Not ever. You don't have the right reactions. You have to begin training those into someone like you before puberty." I am. I'll fly this damned thing," hands jerking at the useless controls. "You're washed out, lady. Grounded." O'Drade breathed easier, realizing she had known all along that Lynchine might kill them. Whirling toward O'Drade in the rear, Lynchine screamed, Tell him he must obey a Bene Gesserit," addressing the fact that O'Drade, several years ahead of Lynchine, already displayed a commanding presence. O'Drade sat in silence, features immobile. Silence is often the best thing to say, some Bene Gesserit humorist had scrawled on a washroom mirror. O'Drade found that good advice then and later. Recalling herself to the needs of the acolyte in the dining hall, O'Drade wondered why that old memory had come of itself. Such things seldom happened without purpose. Not silence now, certainly. Humour? Yes, that was the message. Audrade's humour, applied later, had taught Lynchine something about herself, humour under stress. Audrade smiled at the acolyte beside her in the dining hall. "How would you like to be a horse?" "What?" The word was startled out of her, but she responded to Mother Superior's smile. Nothing alarming in that, warm even. Everyone said Mother Superior permitted affections. "You don't understand, of course," Audrade said. "No, Mother Superior," still smiling and patient. Audrade allowed her gaze to quest over the young face, clear blue eyes not yet touched by the engulfing blue of spice agony, a mouth almost like Belle's but without the viciousness, dependable muscles and dependable intelligence. She would be good at anticipating Mother Superior's needs. Witness her map assignment and that report. Sensitive. Went with her superior intelligence. Not likely to rise to the very top, but always in key positions where you needed her qualities. Why did I sit beside this one? Audrade frequently selected a particular companion at mealtime visits. Acolytes mostly. They could be so revealing. Reports often found their way to Mother Superior's workroom, personal observations from proctors about one acolyte or another. But sometimes Audrade chose a seat for no reason she could explain. As I did tonight. Why this one? Conversation rarely occurred unless Mother Superior initiated it. Gentle initiation usually, easing into more intimate matters. Others around them listened avidly. At such moments, Audrade often produced a manner of almost religious serenity. It soothed nervous ones. Acolytes were, well, acolytes, but Mother Superior was the supreme witch of them all. Nervousness was natural. Someone behind Audrade whispered, "She has Streggy on the coals tonight." On the coals. Audrade knew the expression. It had been used in her acolyte days. So this one was named Streggy. Let it be unspoken for now. Names carry magic. "Do you enjoy tonight's dinner?" Audrade asked. "It's acceptable, Mother Superior." One tried not to give false opinions, but Streggy was confused by the shift in conversation. "They've overcooked it," Audrade said. "Serving so many, how can they please everyone, Mother Superior?" "She speaks her mind and speaks it well." "Your left hand is trembling," Audrade said. "I'm nervous with you, Mother Superior, and I've just come from the practice floor. Very tiring today." Audrade analyzed the tremors. "They have you doing the long arm lift. Was it painful in your day, Mother Superior? In those ancient times? Just as painful as today. Pain teaches, they told me." That softened things. Shared experiences, the patter of the proctors. "I don't understand about horses, Mother Superior." Streggy looked at her plate. "This cannot be horse meat. I'm sure I—" Audrade laughed loudly, attracting startled looks. She put a hand on Streggy's arm and subsided to a gentle smile. "Thank you, my dear. No one has made me laugh that much in years. I hope this is the beginning of a long and joyous association." "Thank you, Mother Superior, but I will explain about the horse. My own little joke and no intent to demean you. I want you to carry a young child on your shoulders, to move him more rapidly than his short legs will carry him." "As you wish, Mother Superior." No objections, no more questions. Questions were there, but the answers would come in their own time, and Streggy knew it. Magic time. Withdrawing her hand, Audrade said, "Your name?" "Streggy, Mother Superior. Aloana Streggy." "Rest easy, Streggy. I will see to the orchards. We need them for morale as much as for food. You report to reassignment tonight. Tell them I want you in my workroom at 6 tomorrow morning." "I will be there, Mother Superior." "Will I continue to mark your map?" as Audrade was rising to leave. "For now, Streggy, but ask reassignment for a new acolyte and begin training her. Soon you will be much too busy for a map." "Thank you, Mother Superior. The desert is growing very fast." Streggy's words gave Audrade a certain satisfaction, dispelling gloom that had hampered her most of the day. The cycle was getting another chance. turning once more as it was impelled to do by those subterranean forces called life and love and other unnecessary labels. Thus it turns, thus it renews. Magic. What witchery could take your attention from this miracle? In her workroom she issued an order to weather, then silenced the tools of her office and went to the bow window. Chapterhouse glowed pale red in the night from reflections of ground lights against low clouds. It gave a romantic appearance to rooftops and walls that O'Drade quickly rejected. Romance? There was nothing romantic about what she had done in the acolyte dining hall. I have finally done it. I have committed myself. Now Duncan must restore our Basha's memories. A delicate assignment. She continued to stare into the night, suppressing knots in her stomach. I not only commit myself, but I commit what remains of my sisterhood. So this is how it feels, Tar. This is how it feels, and your plan is tricky. It was going to rain. O'Drade sensed it in the air coming through the ventilators around the window. No need to read a weather dispatch. She seldom did that these days anyway. Why bother? But Streggy's report carried a potent warning. Rains were becoming rarer here, and rather to be welcomed. Sisters would emerge to walk in it despite the cold. There was a touch of sadness in the thought. Each rain she saw brought the same question. Is this the last one? The people of weather did heroic things to keep an expanding desert dry and the growing areas irrigated. O'Drade did not know how they had managed this rain to comply with her order. Before long they would not be able to obey such commands, even from Mother Superior. The desert will triumph, because that is what we have set in motion. She opened the central panes of her window. The wind at this level had stopped, just the clouds moving overhead. Wind at higher elevations harrying things along, a sense of urgency in the weather. The air was chilly, so they had made temperature adjustments to bring this bit of rain. She closed the window, feeling no desire to go outside. Mother Superior had no time to play the game of last rain. One rain at a time. And always out there the desert, moving inexorably toward them. That we can map and watch. But what of the hunter behind me, the nightmare figure with the axe? What map tells me where she is tonight? Religion, emulation of adults by the child, insists past mythologies, guesses hidden assumptions of trust in the universe, pronouncements made in search of personal power, all mingled with shreds of enlightenment, and always an unspoken commandment, thou shalt not question. We break that commandment daily in the harnessing of human imagination to our deepest creativity. Bene Gesserit Credo. Mabella sat cross-legged on the practice floor, alone, shivering after her exertions. Mother Superior had been here less than an hour this afternoon, and, as often happened, Mabella felt she had been abandoned in a fever dream. O'Drade's parting words reverberated in the dream. The hardest lesson for an acolyte to learn is that she must always go the limit. Your abilities will take you farther than you imagine. Don't imagine them. Extend yourself. What is my response? That I was taught to cheat? O'Drade had done something to call up the patterns of childhood and Honored Matre education. I learned cheating as an infant, how to simulate a need and gain attention. Many how-tos in the cheating pattern. The older she got, the easier the cheating. She had learned what the big people around her were demanding. I regurgitated on demand. That was called education. Why were the Bene Gesserit so remarkably different in their teaching? I don't ask you to be honest with me, O'Drade had said. Be honest with yourself. Mabella despaired of ever rooting out all of the cheating in her past. Why should I? More cheating. Damn you, O'Drade! Only after the words were out did she realize she had spoken them aloud. She started to put a hand to her mouth and aborted the movement. Fever said, "What's the difference?" Educational bureaucracies dull a child's questing sensitivity. O'Drade explaining. The young must be damped down. Never let them know how good they can be. That brings change. Spend lots of committee time talking about how to deal with exceptional students. Don't spend any time dealing with how the conventional teacher feels threatened by emerging talents and squelches them because of a deep-seated desire to feel superior and safe in a safe environment. She was talking about Honored Matres. Conventional teachers? There it was. Behind that facade of wisdom, the Bene Gesserits were unconventional. They often did not think about teaching, they just did it. Gods, I want to be like them. The thought shocked her, and she leaped to her feet, launching herself into a training routine for wrists and arms. Realization bit deeper than ever. She did not want to disappoint these teachers. Candor and honesty. Every acolyte heard that. Basic tools of learning, O'Drade said. Distracted by her thoughts, Mabella tumbled hard and stood up, rubbing a bruised shoulder. She had thought at first that the Bene Gesserit protestation must be a lie. I am being so candid with you that I must tell you about my unswerving honesty. But actions confirmed their claim. O'Drade's voice persisted in the fever dream. That is how you judge. They had something in the mind, in memory and a balance of intellect no Honored Matre had ever possessed. This thought made her feel small. Enter corruption. It was like liver spots in her feverish thoughts. But I have talent. It required talent to become an Honored Matre. Do I still think of myself as an Honored Matre? The Bene Gesserit knew she had not fully committed herself to them. What skills do I have that they could possibly want? Not the skills of deception. Do actions agree with words? There's your measure of reliability. Never confine yourself to the words. Mabella put her hands over her ears. Shut up, O'Drade. How does a truth-sayer separate sincerity from a more fundamental judgment? Mabella dropped her hands to her sides. Maybe I'm really sick. She swept her gaze around the long room. No one there to utter these words. Anyway, it was O'Drade's voice. If you convince yourself sincerely you can speak out a balderdash, marvellous old word, look it up, absolute poppylarchy in every word, and you will be believed, but not by one of our truth-sayers. Mabella's shoulders sagged. She began to wander aimlessly around the practice floor. Was there no place to escape? Look for the consequences, Mabella. That's how you ferret out things that work. That's what our much-vaunted truths are all about. Pragmatism? Idaho found her then and responded to the wild look in her eyes. What's wrong? I think I'm sick, really sick. I thought it was something O'Drade did to me, but... He caught her as she fell. Help us! For once he was glad of the commies. A souk was with them in less than a minute. She bent over Mabella where Idaho cradled her on the floor. The examination was brief. The souk, a greying, older Reverend Mother with a traditional diamond brand on her forehead, straightened and said, Overstressed. She's not trying to find her limits. She's going beyond them. We'll put her back into the sensitizing class before we let her continue. I'll send the proctors. O'Drade found Mabella in the proctor's ward that evening, propped up in a bed, 2 proctors taking turns testing her muscle response. A small gesture, and they left O'Drade alone with Mabella. I tried to avoid complicating things, Mabella said. Candor and honesty. Trying to avoid complications often creates them. O'Drade sank into a chair beside the bed and put a hand on Mabella's arm. Muscles quivered under the hand. We say words are slow, feelings faster. O'Drade withdrew. What decisions have you been making? You'll let me make decisions? Don't sneer. She lifted a hand to prevent interruption. I didn't take your previous conditioning into sufficient account. The Honored Matres left you practically incapable of making decisions. Typical of power-hungry societies. Teach their people to diddle around forever. Decisions bring bad results. You teach avoidance. What's that have to do with me collapsing? Resentful. Mabella, The worst products of what I'm describing are almost basket cases. Can't make decisions about anything, or leave them until the last possible second and then leap at them like desperate animals. You told me to go the limit, almost wailing. Your limits, Mobella, not mine, not Belle's or those of anyone else, yours. I've decided I want to be like you. Very faint. Marvelous. I don't believe I've ever tried to kill myself, especially when I was pregnant. In spite of herself, Mabella grinned. O'Drade stood. Sleep. You're going into a special class tomorrow where we'll work on your ability to mesh your decisions with sensitivity to your limits. Remember what I told you. We take care of our own. Am I yours? Almost whispered. Since you repeated the oath before the proctors. O'Drade turned out the lights as she left. Mabella heard her speak to someone before the door closed. Stop fussing with her. She needs rest. Mabella closed her eyes. The fever dream was gone, but in its place was her own memory. I am a Bene Gesserit. I exist only to serve. She heard herself saying those words to the proctors, but memory gave them an emphasis not in the original. They knew I was being cynical. What could you hide from such women? She felt the remembered hand of the proctor on her forehead and heard the words that had possessed no meaning until this moment. I stand in the sacred human presence. As I do now, so should you stand some day. I pray to your presence that this be so. Let the future remain uncertain, for that is the canvas to receive our desires. Thus the human condition faces its perpetual tabula rasa. We possess no more than this moment where we dedicate ourselves continuously to the sacred presence we share and create. Conventional, but unconventional. She realized that she had not been physically or emotionally prepared for this moment. Tears flowed down her cheeks. Laws to suppress tend to strengthen what they would prohibit. This is the fine point on which all the legal professions of history have based their job security. Bene Gesserit Coda. On her restless prowlings through Central, infrequent these days, but more intense because of that, O'Drade looked for signs of slackness, and especially for areas of responsibility that were running too smoothly. The senior watchdog had her own watchwords. Show me a completely smooth operation, and I'll show you someone who's covering mistakes. Real boats rock. She said this often, and it became an identifying phrase the sisters, and even some acolytes, employed to comment on Mother Superior. Real boats rock. Soft chuckles. Belonda accompanied O'Drade on today's early morning inspection, not mentioning that once a month had been stretched to once every 2 months, if that. This inspection was a week past the mark. Belle wanted to use this time for warnings about Idaho, and she had dragged Tamerlane along, although Tam was supposed to be reviewing proctor performance at this hour. 2 against 1? O'Drade wondered. She did not think Belle or Tam suspected what Mother Superior intended. Well, it would come out, as had Terraza's plan. In its own time, Tar? Down the corridors they stalked, black robes swishing with urgency, eyes missing little. It was all familiar, and yet they looked for things that were new. O'Drade carried her ear-C over her left shoulder like a misplaced diving weight. Never be out of communications range these days. Behind the scenes in any Bene Gesserit centre were the support facilities. Clinic, hospital, kitchen, morgue, garbage control, reclamation systems attached to sewage and garbage, transport and communications, kitchen provisioning, training and physical maintenance halls, schools for acolytes and postulants, quarters for all of the denominations, meeting centres, testing facilities, and much more. Personnel often changed because of the scattering and movement of people into new responsibilities, all according to subtle Bene Gesserit awareness. But tasks and places for them remained. As they strode swiftly from one area to another, O'Drade spoke of the Sisterhood scattering, not trying to hide her dismay at the atomic family they had become. I find it difficult to contemplate humankind spreading into an unlimited universe, Tam said. The possibilities. Infinite numbers game. O'Drade stepped across a broken curb. That should be repaired. We've been playing the Infinity game since we learned to jump fold space. There was no joy in Belonder. It's not a game! O'Drade could appreciate Belonder's feelings. We have never seen empty space, always more galaxies. Tam's right. It's daunting when you focus on that golden path. Memories of explorations gave the Sisterhood a statistical handle on it, but little else. So many habitable planets in a given assemblage, and among those an expected additional number that could be terraformed. "What's evolving out there?" Tamerlane demanded. A question they could not answer. Ask what infinity might produce, and the only answer possible was anything. Any good, any evil, any god, any devil. What if Honored Matres are fleeing something? O'Drade asked. Interesting possibility? These speculations are useless, Belonder muttered. We don't even know if fold space introduces us to one universe or many, or even an infinite number of expanding and collapsing bubbles. Did the tyrant understand this any better than we do? Tamerlane asked. They paused while O'Drade looked into a room where 5 advanced acolytes and a proctor studied a projection of regional melange stores. The crystal holding the information performed an intricate dance in the projector, bouncing on its beam like a ball on a fountain. O'Drade saw the summation and turned away before scowling. Tam and Bell did not see O'Drade's expression. We will have to start limiting access to melange data. Too depressing to morale. Administration. It all came back to Mother Superior. Delegate heavily to only the same people, and you fell into bureaucracy. O'Drade knew she depended too much on her inner sense of administration, a system frequently tested and revised, using automation only where essential. The machinery, they called it. By the time they became Reverend Mothers, all of them had some sensitivity to the machinery and tended to use it without question thereafter. There lay the danger. O'Drade pressed for constant improvements, even tiny ones, to introduce change into their activities. Randomness. No absolute patterns that others could find and use against them. One person might not see such shifts in a lifetime, but differences over longer periods were sure to be measurable. O'Drade's party came down to ground level and onto the major thoroughfare of Central. The Way, Sisters called it, an in-joke referring to the training regimen popularly known as the Bene Gesserit Way. The Way reached from the square beside O'Drade's tower to the southern outskirts of the urban area. Straight as a laser-gun beam, almost 12 cliques of tall buildings and low ones. The low ones all had something in common. They had been built strong enough to expand upward. O'Drade flagged an open transporter with empty seats, and the 3 of them crowded into a space where they could continue to talk. Frontage on the Way carried an old-fashioned appeal, O'Drade thought. Buildings such as these, with their tall rectangular windows of insulating glass, had framed Bene Gesserit ways through much of the Sisterhood's history. Down the centre ran a line of elms genetically tailored for height and narrow profile. Birds nested in them, and the morning was bright with flitting spots of red and orange, orioles, tanagers. Is it dangerously patterned for us to prefer this familiar setting? O'Drade let them off the transporter at Tipsy Trail, thinking how Bene Gesserit humour came out in curious names. Waggish in the streets. Tipsy Trail because the foundation of one building had subsided slightly, giving that structure a curiously drunken appearance. The one member of the group stepping out of line. Like Mother Superior, only they don't know it yet. Her ear-C buzzed as they came to Tower Lane. Mother Superior? It was Streggy. Without stopping, O'Drade signalled that she was online. You asked for a report on Mabella. Sook Central says she is fit for assigned classes. Then assign her. They continued down Tower Lane, all one-story buildings. O'Drade spared a brief glance for the low buildings on both sides of the street. A 2-story addition was being made to one of them. Might be a real Tower Lane here someday, and the joke, such as it was, abandoned. It was argued that naming was just a convenience anyway, and they might as well enjoy this venture into what was a delicate subject for the Sisterhood. Odraid stopped abruptly on a busy walkway and turned to her companions. "What would you say if I suggested we name streets and places after departed sisters?" "You're full of nonsense today," Belonder accused. "They are not departed," Tamerlane said. Odraid resumed her prowling walk. She had expected that. Bel's thoughts could almost be heard. "We carry the departed around in other memory." Odraid wanted no argument here in the open, but she thought her idea had merit. Some sisters died without sharing. Major memory lines were duplicated, but you lost a thread and its terminated carrier. Shuangyu of the Gamu keep had gone that way, killed by attacking Honored Matres. One hesitated to say her mistakes taught more than her successes. Belonder increased her pace to walk alongside Odraid in a relatively empty stretch. "I must speak of Idaho. A mentat, yes, but those multiple memories, supremely dangerous." They were passing a morgue, the strong smell of antiseptics even in the street. The arched doorway stood open. "Who died?" Odraid asked, ignoring Belonder's anxiety. "A proctor from Section 4 and an orchard maintenance man," Tamerlane said. Tam always knew. Belonder was furious at being ignored and made no attempt to hide it. "Will you stick to the point?" "What is the point?" Odraid asked, very mild. They emerged on the south terrace and stopped at the stone rail to look over the plantations, vineyards and orchards. The morning light had a dusty haze in it, not at all like the mists created of moisture. "You know the point!" Bell would not be deflected. Odraid stared at the vista, pressing herself against the stones. The railing was frigid. That mist out there was a different colour, she thought. Sunlight came through dust with a different reflective spectrum, more bounce and sharpness to the light, absorbed in a different way. The nimbus was tighter. The blowing dust and sand crept into every crevice the way water did, but the grating and rasping betrayed its source. The same with Bell's persistence, no lubrication. "That's desert light," Odraid said, pointing. "Stop avoiding me," Belonder said. Odraid chose not to answer. The dusty light was a classical thing, but not reassuring in the way of the elder painters and their misty mornings. Tamerlane came up beside Odraid. "Beauty in its own way." The remote tone said she made other memory comparisons, similar to Odraid's. If that's how you were conditioned to look for beauty. But something deep within Odraid said this was not the beauty for which she longed. In the shallow swales below them, where once there had been greenery, now there was dryness and a sense of the earth being gutted the way ancient Egyptians had prepared their dead, dried to essential matter, preserved for their eternity. Desert as death master, swaddling the dirt in nitron, embalming our beautiful planet with all of its jewels concealed. Belonder stood behind them, muttering and shaking her head, refusing to look at what their planet would become. Odraid almost shuddered in a sudden thrust of simulflow. Memory flooded her. She felt herself searching Sietch Tabor's ruins, finding desert-embalmed bodies of spice pirates left where killers had dropped them. What is Sietch Tabor now? A molten flow solidified, and without anything to mark its proud history. Honored Matres, killers of history. "If you won't eliminate Idaho, then I must protest your using him as a mentat." Bell was such a fussy woman. Odraid noted that she was showing her age more than ever. Reading lenses on her nose even now. They magnified her eyes until she had the look of a great orbed fish. Use of lenses, and not one of the more subtle prostheses, said something about her. She flaunted a reverse vanity that announced, "I am greater than the devices my failing senses require." Belonder was definitely irritated by Mother Superior. "Why are you staring at me that way?" Odraid, caught by abrupt awareness of a weakness in her counsel, shifted her attention to Tamerlane. Cartilage never stopped growing, and this had enlarged Tam's ears, nose, and chin. Some Reverend Mothers adjusted this by metabolism control or sought regular surgical correction. Tam would not bow to such vanity. "Here's what I am, take it or leave it." My advisors are too old, and I should be younger and stronger to have these problems on my shoulders. Oh, damn this for a lapse into self-pity. Only one supreme danger: action against survival of the Sisterhood. Duncan is a superb mentat, O'Drade spoke with all the force of her position, but I use none of you beyond your capabilities. Belonda remained silent. She knew a mentat's weaknesses. Mentats, O'Drade thought. They were like walking archives, but when you most needed answers, they relapsed into questions. I don't need another mentat, O'Drade said. I need an inventor. When Belonda still did not speak, O'Drade said, I am freeing his mind, not his body. I insist on an analysis before you open all data sources to him. Considering Belonda's usual stance, that was mild. But O'Drade did not trust it. She detested those sessions, endless rehashing of archival reports. Belonda doted on them. Belonda of archival minutiae and boring excursions into irrelevant details. Who cared if Reverend Mother X preferred skimmed milk on her porridge? O'Drade turned her back on Belonda and looked at the southern sky. Dust. We would sift more dust. Belonda would be flanked by assistants. O'Drade felt boredom just imagining it. No more analysis. O'Drade spoke more sharply than she had intended. I do have a point of view. Belonda sounded hurt. Point of view? Are we no more than sensory windows on our universe, each with only a point of view? Instincts and memories of all types, even archives. None of these things spoke for themselves, except by compelling intrusions. None carried weight until formulated in a living consciousness. But whoever produced the formulation tipped the scales. All order is arbitrary. Why this datum rather than some other? Any Reverend Mother knew events occurred in their own flux, their own relative environment. Why couldn't a mentat Reverend Mother act from that knowledge? Do you refuse counsel? That was Tamerlane. Was she siding with Bell? When have I ever refused counsel? O'Drade let her outrage show. I am refusing another of Bell's archival merry-go-rounds. Belonda intruded. Then, in reality— Bell, don't talk to me about reality. Let her simmer in that. Reverend Mother and mentat. There is no reality. Only our own order imposed on everything. A basic Bene Gesserit dictum. There were times, and this was one of them, when O'Drade wished she had been born in an earlier era. A Roman matron in the long packs of the aristocrats, or a much pampered Victorian. But she was trapped by time and circumstances. Trapped forever? Must face that possibility. The Sisterhood might have only a future confined to secret hideaways, always fearing discovery, the future of the hunted. And here at Central, we may be allowed no more than one mistake. I've had enough of this inspection. O'Drade called for private transport and hurried them back to her workroom. What will we do if the hunters come upon us here? Each of them had her own scenario, a little playlet full of planned reactions. But every Reverend Mother was sufficiently a realist to know her playlet might be more hindrance than help. In the workroom, morning light harshly revealing on everything around them, O'Drade sank into her chair and waited for Tamerlane and Belonda to take their seats. No more of those damned analysis sessions. She really needed access to something better than archives, better than anything they had ever used before. Inspiration. O'Drade rubbed her legs, feeling muscles tremble. She had not slept well for days. This inspection left her feeling frustrated. One mistake could end us, and I am about to commit us to a no-return decision. Am I being too tricky? Her advisers argued against tricky solutions. They said the Sisterhood must move with steady assurance, the ground ahead known in advance. Everything they did lay counterpoised by the disaster awaiting them at the slightest misstep. And I am on the tightrope over the chasm. Did they have room to experiment? to test possible solutions. They all played that game. Bell and Tam screened a constant flow of suggestions, but nothing more effective than their atomic scattering. "We must be prepared to kill Idaho at the slightest sign he is a Kwisatz Haderach," Belonder said. "Don't you have work to do? Get out of here, both of you." As they stood, the workroom around O'Drade took on an alien feeling. What was wrong? Belonder stared down at her with that awful look of censure. Tamerlane appeared more wise than she could possibly be. "What is it about this room?" The workroom would have been recognized for its function by humans from pre-space history. What felt so alien? A work table was a work table, and the chairs were in convenient positions. Bell and Tam preferred chair dogs. Those would have seemed odd to the early human in other memory she suspected was colouring her view. The Rodulian crystals might glisten strangely, the light pulsing in them and blinking. Messages dancing above the table might be surprising. Instruments of her labours could appear strange to an early human sharing her awareness. But it felt alien to me. "Are you all right, Da?" Tam spoke with concern. O'Drade waved her away, but neither woman moved. Things were happening in her mind that could not be blamed on the long hours and insufficient rest. This was not the first time she had felt she worked in alien surroundings. The previous night, while eating a snack at this table, the surface littered with assignment orders as it was now, she had found herself just sitting and staring at uncompleted work. Which sisters could be spared from what posts for this terrible scattering? How could they improve survival chances of the few sand trout the scattered sisters took? What was a proper allotment of mélange? Should they wait before sending more sisters into the unknown? Wait for the possibility that Sightale could be induced to tell them how axolotl tanks produced the spice? O'Drade recalled that the alien feeling had occurred to her as she chewed on a sandwich. She had looked at it, opening it slightly. What is this thing I'm eating? Chicken liver and onions on some of the best Chapterhouse bread. Questioning her own routines, that was part of this alien sensation. "You look ill," Belonder said. "Just fatigue," O'Drade lied. They knew she was lying, but would they challenge her? "You both must be equally tired." Affection in her tone. Bell was not satisfied. "You set a bad example." "What? Me?" The jesting was not lost on Bell. "You know damned well you do." "It's your displays of affection," Tamerlane said. "Even for Bell." "I don't want your damned affection. It's wrong." "Only if I let it rule my decisions, Bell. Only then." Bellonder's voice fell to a husky whisper. "Some think you're a dangerous romantic, Da. You know what that could do." "Ally sisters with me for other than our survival. Is that what you mean?" "Sometimes you give me a headache, Da." "It's my duty and right to give you a headache. When your head fails to ache, you become careless. Affections bother you, but hates don't." "I know my flaw." "You couldn't be a reverend mother and not know it." The workroom once more had become a familiar place, but now O'Drade knew a source of her alien feelings. She was thinking of this place as part of ancient history, viewing it as she might when it was long gone, as it certainly would be if her plan succeeded. She knew what she had to do now. Time to reveal the first step. "Careful." "Yes, Tar. I'm as cautious as you were." Tam and Bell might be old, but their minds were sharp when necessity required it. O'Drade fixed her gaze on Bell. "Patterns, Bell. It is our pattern not to offer violence for violence." Raising a hand to stop Bell's response. "Yes, violence builds more violence, and the pendulum swings until the violent ones are shattered." "What are you thinking?" Tam demanded. "Perhaps we should consider baiting the bull more strongly." "We dare not. Not yet." "But we also dare not sit here witlessly waiting for them to find us. Lampetus and our other disasters tell us what will happen when they come. When, not if." As she spoke, O'Drade sensed the chasm beneath her, the nightmare hunter with the axe ever nearer. She wanted to sink into the nightmare, turning there to identify the one who stalked them, but dared not. That had been the mistake of the Kwisatz Haderach. You do not see that future. You create it. Tamerlane wanted to know why O'Drade raised this issue. "Have you changed your mind, Da?" "Our Gola Teg is 10 years old." "Much too young for us to attempt restoring his original memories," Belonda said. "Why have we created Teg if not for violent uses?" O'Drade asked. "Oh yes," as Tam started to object. "Teg did not always solve our problems with violence. The peaceful Bashar could deflect enemies with reasonable words." Tam spoke musingly. "But Honored Matres may never negotiate, unless we can drive them to extremists." "I think you are proposing to move too fast," Belonda said. Trust Bell to reach a Mentat summation. O'Drade drew in a deep breath and looked down at her work table. It had come at last. On that morning, when she had removed the baby Gola from his obscene tank, she had sensed this moment waiting for her. Even then she had known she would put this Gola into the crucible before his time, ties of blood notwithstanding. Reaching beneath her table, O'Drade touched a call field. Her 2 counsellors stood silently waiting. They knew she was about to say something important. One thing a Mother Superior could be sure of, her sisters listened to her with great care, with an intensity that would have gratified someone more ego-bound than a Reverend Mother. "Politics," O'Drade said. That snapped them to attention. A loaded word. When you entered Bene Gesserit politics, marshalling your powers for the rise to eminence, you became a prisoner of responsibility. You saddled yourself with duties and decisions that bound you to the lives of those who depended on you. This was what really tied the Sisterhood to their Mother Superior. That one word told counsellors and the watchdogs the first among equals had reached a decision. They all heard the small scuffling sound of someone arriving outside the workroom door. O'Drade touched the white plate in the near right corner of her table. The door behind her opened, and Streggy stood there awaiting the Mother Superior's orders. "Bring him," O'Drade said. "Yes, Mother Superior." Almost emotionless. A very promising acolyte, that Streggy. She stepped out of sight and returned, leading Miles Tegg by the hand. The boy's hair was quite blonde, but streaked with darker lines that said the light coloration would go dark when he matured. His face was narrow, nose just beginning to show that hawkish angularity so characteristic of Atreides males. His blue eyes moving alertly, taking in room and occupants with expectant curiosity. "Wait outside, please, Streggy." O'Drade waited for the door to close. The boy stood looking at O'Drade with no sign of impatience. "Miles Tegg, Gola," O'Drade said. "You remember Tamerlane and Belonda, of course?" He favoured the 2 women with a short glance, but remained silent, apparently unmoved by the intensity of their inspection. Tamerlane frowned. She had disagreed from the first with calling this child a Gola. Golas were grown from cells of a cadaver. This was a clone, just as Sightale was a clone. "I am going to send him into the no-ship with Duncan and Mobella," O'Drade said. "Who better than Duncan to restore Miles to his original memories?" "Poetic justice," Belonda agreed. She did not speak her objections, although O'Drade knew they would come out when the boy had gone. Too young. "What does she mean, poetic justice?" Tegg asked. His voice had a piping quality. "When the Bashar was on Gamu, he restored Duncan's original memories." "Is it really painful?" "Duncan found it so. Some decisions must be ruthless." O'Drade thought that a great barrier to accepting the fact that you could make your own decisions, something she would not be required to explain to Mobella. How do I soften the blow? There were times when you could not soften it. In fact, when it was kinder to rip off the bandages in one swift shot of agony. "Can this Duncan Idaho really give me back my memories from before?" "He can, and he will." "Are we not being too precipitous?" Tamerlane asked. "I've been studying accounts of the Basha," Teg said. "He was a famous military man and a mentat." "And you're proud of that, I suppose?" Belle was taking out her objections on the boy. "Not especially." He returned her gaze without flinching. "I think of him as someone else. Interesting, though." "Someone else," Belonder muttered. She looked at O'Drade with ill-concealed disagreement. "You're giving him the deep teaching." "As his birth mother did." "Will I remember her?" Teg asked. O'Drade gave him a conspiratorial smile, one they had shared often in their orchard walks. "You will." "Everything?" "You'll remember all of it. Your wife, your children, the battles, everything." "Send him away," Belonder said. The boy smiled but looked to O'Drade, awaiting her command. "Very well, Miles," O'Drade said. "Tell Streggy to take you to your new quarters in the no-ship. I'll come along later and introduce you to Duncan." "May I ride on Streggy's shoulders?" "Ask her." Impulsively, Teg dashed up to O'Drade, lifted himself onto his toes and kissed her cheek. "I hope my real mother was like you." O'Drade patted his shoulder. "Very much like me. Run along now." When the door closed behind him, Tamerlane said, "You haven't told him you're one of his daughters." "Not yet." "Will Idaho tell him, if it's indicated?" Belonder was not interested in petty details. "What are you planning, Da?" Tamerlane answered for her. "A punishment force commanded by our mentat Basha. It's obvious." She took the bait. "Is that it?" Belonder demanded. O'Drade favoured them both with a hard stare. "Teg was the best we ever had. If anyone can punish our enemies—" "We'd better start growing another one," Tamerlane said. "I don't like the influence Mabella may have on him," Belonder said. "Will Idaho cooperate?" Tamerlane asked. "He will do what an Atreides asks of him." O'Drade spoke with more confidence than she felt, but the words opened her mind to another source of the alien feelings. "I'm seeing us as Mabella sees us. I can think like at least one Honored Matre." We do not teach history. We recreate the experience. We follow the chain of consequences, the tracks of the beast in its forest. Look behind our words and you see the broad sweep of social behaviour that no historian has ever touched. Bene Gesserit Panoplia Propheticus. Sightale whistled while he walked down the corridor fronting his quarters, taking his afternoon exercise, down and back, whistling. "Get them accustomed to me whistling." As he whistled, he composed a ditty to go with the sound. "Trelaxus sperm does not talk." Over and over the words rolled in his mind. They could not use his cells to bridge the genetic gap and learn his secrets. They must come to me with gifts. O'Drade had stopped by to see him earlier, on my way to confer with Mabella. She mentioned the captive Honored Matre to him frequently. There was a purpose, but he had no idea what it might be. Threat? Always possible. It would be revealed eventually. "I hope you are not fearful," O'Drade had said. They had been standing at his food slot while he waited for lunch to appear. The menu was never quite to his liking, but acceptable. Today he had asked for seafood, no telling what form it would take. "Fearful? Of you? Ah, dear Mother Superior, I am priceless to you alive. Why should I fear?" "My council reserves judgment on your latest requests." "I expected that." "It's a mistake to hobble me," he said. "Limits your choices, weakens you." Those words had taken several days of planning for him to compose. He waited for their effect. "It depends on how one intends to employ the tool, Master Sightale. Some tools break when you don't use them properly." "Damn you, witch!" He smiled, showing his sharp canines. "Testing to extinction, Mother Superior?" She made one of her rare sallies into humour. Do you really expect me to strengthen you? For what do you bargain now, Scytale? So I'm no longer Master Scytale. Strike her with the flat of the blade. You scatter your sisters, hoping some will escape destruction. What are the economic consequences of your hysterical reaction? Consequences. They always talk about consequences. We trade for time, Scytale. Very solemn. He gave this a silent moment of reflection. The Commies were watching them. Never forget it. Economics, which? Who and what do we buy and sell? This alcove by the food slot was a strange place for bargaining, he thought. Bad management of the economy. The management hustle, the planning and strategy session should occur behind closed doors, in high rooms with views that did not distract the occupants from the business at hand. The serial memories of his many lives would not accept that. Necessity. Humans conduct their merchant affairs wherever they can, on the decks of sailing ships, in tawdry streets full of bustling clerks, in the spacious halls of a traditional bourse with information flowing above their heads for all to see. Planning and strategy might come from those high rooms, but the evidence of it was like the common information of the bourse, there for all to see. So let the Commies watch. What are your intentions toward me, Mother Superior? To keep you alive and strong. Careful, careful. But not give me a free hand. Scytale, you speak of economics and then want something free? But my strength is important to you? Believe it. I do not trust you. The food slot took that moment to disgorge his lunch, a white fish sautéed in a delicate sauce. He smelled herbs. Water in a tall glass, faint aroma of melange, a green salad. One of their better efforts. He felt himself salivating. Enjoy your lunch, Master Scytale. There is nothing in it to harm you. Is that not a measure of trust? When he did not respond, she said, What does trust have to do with our bargaining? What game is she playing now? You tell me what you intend for Honored Matres, but you do not say what you intend for me. He knew he sounded plaintive, unavoidable. I intend to make the Honored Matres aware of their mortality. As you do with me. Was that satisfaction in her eyes? Scytale, how soft her voice. People thus made aware truly listen. They hear you. She glanced at his tray. Would you like something special? He drew himself up as best he could. A small stimulant drink. It helps when I must think. Of course, I'll see that it's sent down at once. She turned her attention out of the alcove toward the main room of his quarters. He watched where she paused, her gaze shifting from place to place, item to item. Everything in its place, which I am not an animal in its cave. Things must be convenient where I can find them without thinking. Yes, those are stim pens beside my chair, so I use pens, but I avoid alcohol. You notice? The stimulant, when it came, tasted of a bitter herb he was a moment identifying. Casmin, a genetically modified blood strengthener from the Gamu pharmacopoeia. Did she intend to remind him of Gamu? They were so devious, these witches. Poking fun at him over the question of economics. He felt the sting of this as he turned at the end of his corridor and continued his exercise in a brisk walk back to his quarters. What glue had actually held the old empire together? Many things, some small and some large, but mostly economic. And what kept them from blasting one another out of existence? The Great Convention. You blast anyone, and we unite to blast you. He stopped outside his door, brought up short by a thought. Was that it? How could punishment be enough to stop the greedy Pawinda? Did it come down to a glue composed of intangibles, the censure of your peers? But what if your peers balked at no obscenity? You could do anything. And that said something about Honored Matres. It certainly did. He longed for a Sagra chamber in which to bear his soul. The Yagist is gone. Am I the last Mashik? His chest felt empty. It was an effort to breathe. Perhaps it should be best to bargain more openly with the women of Shaitan. No, that is Shaitan himself tempting me. He entered his chambers in a chastened mood. I must make them pay dearly, 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 dearly. Each dearly accompanied a step toward his chair. When he sat, his right hand reached out automatically for a pen. Soon he felt his mind driving at speed, thoughts pouring through in marvelous array. They do not guess how well I know the Ixian ship. It's here in my head. He spent the next hour deciding how he would record these moments when it came time to tell his fellows how he had triumphed over the Pawinda. With God's help? They would be glittering words, filled with drama and the tensions of his testing. History, after all, was always written by the victors. They say Mother Superior can disregard nothing, a meaningless aphorism until you grasp its other significance. I am the servant of all my sisters. They watch their servant with critical eyes. I cannot spend too much time on generalities nor on trivia. Mother Superior must display insightful action, else a sense of disquiet penetrates to the farthest corners of our order. Darwi O'Drade. Something of what O'Drade called my servant self went with her as she walked the halls of Central this morning, making this her exercise rather than take time on a practice floor. A disgruntled servant. She did not like what she saw. We are too tightly bound up in our difficulties, almost incapable of separating petty problems from great ones. What had happened to their conscience? Although some denied it, O'Drade knew there was a Bene Gesserit conscience, but they had twisted and reshaped it into a form not easily recognized. She felt loath to meddle with it. Decisions taken in the name of survival, the missionaria, their interminable Jesuitical arguments, all diverged from something far more demanding of human judgment. The tyrant had known this. To be human, that was the issue. But before you could be human, you had to feel it in your guts. No clinical answers. It came down to a deceptive simplicity whose complex nature appeared when you applied it. Like me. You looked inward and found who and what you believed you were. Nothing else would serve. So what am I? Who asks that question? It was a skewering thrust from other memory. O'Drade laughed aloud, and a passing proctor named Praska stared at her in astonishment. O'Drade waved to Praska and said, It's good to be alive. Remember that? Praska produced a faint smile before going on about her business. So who asks, what am I? Dangerous question. Asking it put her in a universe where nothing was quite human. Nothing matched the undefined thing she sought. All around her, clowns, wild animals, and puppets reacted to the pull of hidden strings. She sensed the strings that jerked her into movement. O'Drade continued along the corridor toward the tube that would take her up to her quarters. Strings. What came with the egg? We speak glibly of the mind at its beginning. But what was I before the pressures of living shaped me? It wasn't enough to seek something natural, no noble savage. She had seen plenty of those in her lifetime. The strings jerking them were quite visible to a Bene Gesserit. She felt the taskmaster within her, strong today. It was a force she sometimes disobeyed or avoided. Taskmaster said, Strengthen your talents. Do not flow gently in the current. Swim. Use it or lose it.